Jin Mingyao's path. Wang Wei watched as a young man walked into the sect master hall. The young man looked presentable, at least on the surface. His clothes and hair were perfectly arranged, however he had bloodshot eyes. A depressing and defeated aura emanated from his body despite trying to hide it. A broken spear, thought Wang Wei as he watched the young man before him. If the previous Jin Mengyao was a tall and mighty spear that dared to pierce anything between heaven and earth, the current him was a rusted and broken one. His origin essence is constantly fluctuating, showing he lost control. His spiritual power and blood essence from his fleshly body are also constantly leaking. Forget about entering the void-shattering realm, his lifespan will also drastically decline. He frowned since he did not expect this kid's Dao heart to reach such a terrible shape. Wang Wei looked at the elders and many people lowered their heads. They tried to reduce Jin Mengyio's arrogance but crippled him instead, ruining such a talent for the sect. The sectarian sides were happy to have two emperor potential talents like Kai Song and Jin Mengyao, and asked the other families not to interfere too much in their training. However, they ruined him instead. Wang Wei did not blame them as he understood their approach. They did not want Jin Mengyio's ambitions to prove the Dao in this generation to ruin the good relationship between the two factions. And given how monstrous of a talent Wang Wei was, they knew the latter had no chance. And it did not help Kai Song was very close to his Wang clan because of the Puppet Legion despite being a member of the sectarian faction. Unfortunately, the way they attempted to curb the latter's arrogance was too much and basically destroyed Jin Mengyao instead of helping him. And now I have to clean up their mess, thought Wang Wei, secretly shaking his head. Anyway, this was his job as a sect master. Jin Mengyao has seen the sect master, said the young man before properly bowing. Despite trying to remain calm, Wang Wei could detect the trembling of his body and the desolateness in his voice. Wang Wei nodded to him before asking, "Do you know why I call you here?" Disciple does not know. It's about your heart, devil. Jin Mengyao could not hide the trembling of his body, and he had to clutch his hand tightly to control his emotions. Do you think I call you to gloat or establish my superiority? Jin Mengyao did not answer. A part of him felt this was true, while the other thought the person in front of him was leagues above him and had no need for such petty things. As such, he was conflicted and chose to lower his head and not answer. It's this mindset that got you in the current situation. You are a talented disciple of the sect. So, your success and glory will also be my success and glory. Do you understand? Why, yes. Wang Wei knew these words were insufficient to convince him or deal with his current situation. But he had an idea and decided to test it out first. Watch this, he said, puzzling Jin Mengyao before seeing an image appear before him. It was a great battle of the sect master. Impossible, accidentally yelled Jin Mengyao as he watched this fight. This is not real. He almost screamed these words. It is, calmly said Wang Wei. It appeared right after I entered the primordial spirit realm, your current realm. Jin Mengyao could not believe what he was seeing. The man he thought was a monster beyond human understanding, the man who hunted him in his dream, the man who made him question his talent, worth, and future, he was losing to someone else. More than losing, he was maltreated as this battle was a one-sided beating. No, this can't be real. It is, replied Wang Wei. This is the first defeat of my life and the only one I fully acknowledged. I lost that battle, if it can even be called such. Jin Mengyao watched this fight with his mouth open. The sect master's defeat was more miserable than the one he suffered in the battle pagoda. He knew the sect master became scarier the higher his cultivation and could not compare to the primordial spirit version he fought. Even then, he did not expect the battle to be so one-sided. After that defeat, what do you think I did? Do you think I wallowed in self-pity, swearing at the heavens how unfair the world was? Cursed that I did not have a better talent? Do you think I gave up and accepted my fate? Jin Mengyao lowered his head before muttering, Sect master, it's not the same. How is it different? I'm sure you spend some time cultivating before defeating your opponent and regaining your lost honor. Meh. I have no chance. You're wrong, said Wang Wei. I recently had an encounter with that person and according to my calculation I have less than a 30% chance of defeating him. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Jin Mengyao looked at him with eyes that were trying to determine if he was telling the truth. He could not believe it. No, he refuses to accept it. It's true, said Wang Wei, lying more comfortably in his seat and sighing. 30% may not sound much. But back then I had zero chance of ever winning. That person was an unsurpassable mountain that would suppress all my hope. But I did not crumble. I climbed that mountain step by step to reach the current 30%. and by the heaven will battle, I will conquer that mountain. As he said these words, his body released a mighty aura. It did not suppress anyone but displayed his unwavering Tao heart to everyone in the room. Failure is nothing but an opportunity for learning. You should have learned this lesson from the Tao Heart Pagoda. Many thoughts flashed into Jin Mengyao, thinking about everything he had experienced since the beginning of his cultivation journey. After entering the Tao opening sect, he tempered his Tao heart through the pagoda. However, his competitive nature overtook him after seeing he did not beat Wang Wei's records. So, he convinced himself the pagoda had something wrong, and the upper echelons tempered with it to keep Wang Wei's heaven-chosen status. Jing Mengyao then focused on cultivating and using his strength to show them their talents. However, after his overwhelming defeat, he could not convince himself it was rigged, no matter how he tried. Sect Master, I want to ask you something, please answer truthfully. Go ahead. Can I conquer the mountain you've set on me? Wang Wei paused for a moment. I will be honest, throughout the endless void since the creation of the lower dimension, there are probably less than 50 people in the same league as me. Wang Wei thought for a moment before flicking his finger and sending a light into his sea of consciousness. A shocked look appeared in Jin Mengyio's eyes as knowledge about the Nine Extremity Foundation entered his mind. You should understand the difficulty? I do. And this is not the limit of my abilities, as I never stop trying to be better than my predecessors. So, although I won't say it's impossible, it won't be easy. An even greater aura of sadness and depression enveloped Jin Mengyao, worrying some elders. Then what am I supposed to do? His voice almost cracked as he tried to control his emotions. You have two options: trying to climb the mountain with a steady, dedicated, and firm heart. You need to have the mindset that even if I don't reach the top and conquer it, the journey will sublimate my mind and allow me to achieve great things in my cultivation path. Indeed, thought Jin Mengyao as his eyes brightened a little. What about the second option? Follow your own path. Forget about me, my accomplishment, or how bright my light is. Follow your heart and focus on your journey of reaching the pinnacle of the Tao and beyond. P&D and Ov 1. Ko-em follow my own path, muttered. The answer is so simple and obvious. Yet he never thought about it. Maybe some other elders said the same word to him, but he never cared. But coming from the man who drove him to this stage, these words seemed to contain magical power. Yes, why do I need to leave under someone else's shadow? Maybe I am not the brightest star in the sky, but I can also shine, muttered Jin Mengyao. I have my own path. He remembered the first time he picked a spear. Some soldiers came to his village when he was a child to ask people for food for a war with the neighboring country. Nothing terrible happened to the village. But he was suddenly curious and picked one of the soldiers' spears. The moment he touched the spear, he fell in love with it and was naturally gifted. On that day I swore to reach the pinnacle of the spear. Although I was nothing but a simple mortal villager, I planted a seed of ambitions. And now I have strayed from that oath, pursuing power and prestige instead. My path is the spear. His aura suddenly changed, becoming straight, sharp, and overbearing, like a spear that dared pierce the heavens. His eyes were no longer listless or dazed but full of confidence and fierceness. Thank you, Sect Master, for your teaching, said Jing Mengyao. No problem. You can use the Samsara Array for your final tempering. The Samsara Array is the one Wang Wei used to create his everlasting Tao heart, and it has become another foundation for the sect. Jing Mengyao bowed again before leaving. His Tao heart was not completely healed. But after using the array and experiencing different lives as a spear wielder, he would not long heal it but sublimate it. The two projects. One of the hidden dangers of the Tao opening sect's political system is the unbalance of power between the three factions and the sectarian side. And in this generation, the balance will further intensify as each of the three families has a great emperor, but the sectarian side remains the same. With the ancestors' existence, the chances of this contradiction reaching the stage of affecting the sect's foundation is very low, but not impossible. If the sectarian ancestors become fed up with the unbalance of power one day, the situation will be aggravated. Statistically, Wang Wei knew the chances were low. However, he also considered outside interference. He has infiltrated other factions before and taken them down from the inside. He was not so arrogant to believe he was the only one capable of such a feat, especially with the example of Dition sleepers infiltrating the sect. Luckily, fate favored him and brought him two talents, Kai Song and Jin Mengyao. If the sect plays its card well, the following 4 generations of emperors will belong to them, and the sectarian faction will acquire 2, bringing back the balance of the sect. The only trouble was the issue of eternal emperors, but he did not have to worry too much about that. Is there anything else? Asked Wang Wei, and the elders shook their heads. So he left. Wang Wei teleported to a secret realm with several of the sect's professionals. Sect Master, saluted everyone. At ease, he replied. How are things going? Not good, I'm afraid, said Li Zixin with embarrassment. In this generation he is considered the most talented weapon refiners, surpassing the previous generation despite only recently becoming a true monarch. What about you? The same, replied Luo Yongyan. He was also embarrassed. He has a similar status as Li Zixin and is considered the most talented array master in this generation. Compared to Elder Yan Liling, we are too far behind. Previously, he and Li Zixin were not convinced, asking themselves why their prestige was not the same as Yan Liling. But after working on this project they understood. Wang Wei checked their progress and frowned. These two were in charge of a project similar to Yan Liling's automatic pill cauldron. Wang Wei wanted a machine that only required placing the material, and an artifact will be created. The same is true for arrays. He wanted to create an array disk containing all the divine runes. And a person only needed to choose the specific array, like Qi Gathering Array or Star Protecting Array, and the disk would use the appropriate runes. His vision is in the future, a person does not need to input a specific array but a specific purpose. The function would be similar to a search function where the cultivator told the disk, I want an array to temper the body, and the disk showed him gravity tempering array, bone grinding array, blood condensing array, etc. The cultivator only needs to choose which they see fit. They can organize arrays to fit their specific circumstances to have better effects. As for a project similar to Talisman, Wang Wei only had a basic group doing the research, and that's due to two reasons. Firstly, there were no genuinely talented talisman makers in the past 2 generations. Secondly, talismans were too similar to arrays. If arrays' core philosophy is to levy or borrow the might of heaven and earth, talismans are to store it in something small and portable before using it later on. While reviewing the progress of these projects, Yan Liling also appeared in this place. And after looking at the progress, she also frowned. Things might be more complicated than originally thought, she commented, and Wang Wei agreed. The main reason for Yan Liling's success was due to her innate talent. The best way to describe it is to have a database and a search and guide function. Yan Liling's knowledge served as the database, so as long as she wanted to create a pill, her innate talent would instantly use the database to generate the pill for her. However, if the pill she wants to create is beyond the means of the database, the search and guide function will activate in the form of intuition and direct her to the knowledge, skills, and resources needed to create the pill. Of course, her innate talent has a limit, as tested by Yan Liling. If she desired to make some outlandish things, it would not work. With her talent as a blueprint, Yan Liling first created a database that she installed in the cauldron. And recently, she's been trying to recreate her talent search and guide function to add to the cauldron. Meanwhile, the group was clueless regarding the weapon refining machine and array disk. Weapon refining has much in common with pills when it comes to purifying ores using flames and engraving divine runes. They are also similar regarding formulas for pills and special alloys. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Co. Ultimately, ores are not spiritual herbs, and weapon refining is not the same as pill refining. A perfect example of this contrast is weapon spirit. Heaven tier and above origin artifacts can have spirit, although the general zeitgeist of the myriad emperor world is to only allow their weapon to have a minimum level of intelligence. However, weapons created and used by the spirit race cultivators always have a soul with intelligence. They hoped once they reached a certain cultivation realm or after their death, their weapon could transform and acquire a human body to become a spirit race. However, the alchemy in the myriad emperor world does not allow the existence of pill soul, except for maybe emperor pills. Of course, there is always an exception based on the pill master. The point is this slight difference between the two professions makes it more challenging to create the weapon refining machine. As for the array disk, things are even more complicated. Runes are not the only basis for an array, it includes the terrain, the surrounding power of heaven and earth, the resonance of law, and so many more. I wanted the sect to create this method to acquire more merit, but I think I have to use another approach, commented Wang Wei. Oh, what were you thinking? Do you want the ancestors to work on this project? They could accelerate its completion, but I doubt they can finish it. Yan Liling understood these two projects would require a lot of human resources, somebody with a talent similar to hers or a great deal of time. No, I plan to make this project a worldwide one, said Wang Wei. Gather all the array masters and weapon refiners of the myriad emperor world to complete it. Sect master, you can't, said Li Zixin, and Luo Yangyan agreed with him. Any one of these projects will grant a tremendous amount of merit. Are you sure it's a good idea to let others benefit? Asked Yan Liling, and all the professionals in the secret realm nodded in agreement with her. There is a high chance the sect would need several generations to finish these tasks, unless someone like you appears, added Wang Wei. However, if the whole world worked together, it could finish in this generation. Are there other reasons you want to do this? Yan Liling asked, feeling it was not that simple. Unity, said Wang Wei. People will not easily accept my reign despite having the power to suppress everyone. However, if the entire world could work together on a project with immense benefit, it would nurture their sense of unity. I will use this opportunity to show them the benefit of my reign. It is a good way to show them you're not only our sect's emperor but the myriad emperor world's emperor, nodded Yan Liling. Plus, these projects are achievements that will forever ingrain in the history of the entire endless void. Many cultivators who pursue fame, glory, and being immortalized will be attracted. Wang Wei agreed with her as he could see the future benefits. When he spreads his tentacles to the world communities, he will access the database of their worlds and add them to Yan Liling and these two's projects. So, once they are accomplished, it would indeed be an achievement that could bring tremendous luck to the myriad emperor world and the Tao opening sect, bringing them more prosperity. Wang Wei could even foresee the undetectable benefit like national confidence. On Earth, the citizens of First World often have a natural confidence compared to Third World countries because of their country's technological achievements, history, and cultural influence. And these three projects will have the same effect once spread throughout the lower dimension. Once the citizen of the myriad emperor world has this natural confidence and pride in their plane, it would greatly benefit their cultivation and confrontation against other planes. So, it's decided, said Wang Wei before looking at the professionals with gloomy looks. You have until the heaven will battle to work on this project, which will give you a great advantage. If you use that advantage, you guys will be one of the main leaders of the final project and have the most benefit. After saying these words, Wang Wei left. These people have such an advantage over all the other professionals worldwide. If they cannot use it to get the most benefit, they don't deserve it in the first place. Yan Liling looked at these people and said, You have to understand, the sect has a grand heart and far-seeing vision. While you guys only see the profit in front of you, he sees the benefits hundreds of generations later and plans for it. Yan Liling left after saying these words. Her vision was better than these people, and she could see the benefit of doing things now and reaping them a few generations later. Nevertheless, she also understood how they felt as she sometimes felt her big brother saw and planned too far in the future. Luckily, she knew to trust his vision and abilities. Meanwhile, Wang Wei teleported to the Supreme Elder Mountain to see Yan Qin, his former Tao protector, and also check on his grandfather. Tao protector and Tao heart. Sect master, you're here, said Yan Qin as he walked out of the cottage. Come in. Pin 0v1 calm, the embodiment of simple and ordinary, thought Wang Wei as he knew some cultivators used this method of abandoning luxury and comfort to temper their minds. I'm sorry, but I was not expecting guests, said Yan Qin before waving his hand to expand the internal space of the cottage. Furthermore, a table manifested before him with a tea set and a sitting mat for Wang Wei. It's fine, replied Wang Wei and sipping his tea. How have you been doing? I am okay, Yan Qin replied, looking at the sect master with mixed emotions. He was happy and proud as he was once the Tao protector of such a heaven-defying genius. He felt a sense of accomplishment as he watched as the latter rose step by step and left a legend that will forever be remembered throughout history. There is no better feeling in his old age than watching the younger generation surpass the previous one. He felt hopeful because he knew of the future this young man would one day create. Finally, he felt sad as his role was too short. Wang Wei grew too fast, making his role as Tao protector useless. A part of Yan Qin always thought he was inadequate in his role. Wang Wei could detect all of Yan Qin's emotions. No matter how fast he grew up and surpassed the need for Yan Qin's protection, the latter was still his Tao protector. He took an oath on his life to die before he allowed anything to happen to Wang Wei. I came here to ask you if you are interested in the position of Fate One. Yan Qin paused his sipping, taking a moment to process this news. Then he shook his head. No need. I'm happy with just being an immortal venerable. He did not have his own Tao, so Yan Qin knew he could not become a Tao ancestor and access the Grand Tao source, unless the Sword Empress let him borrow her Grand Tao source. So, he was content with just being an immortal venerable. Don't waste your time and resources on me, continued Yen Qin. From what I know about you, you should already have a candidate in mind. Not anyone can acquire the Fate 1 position. Although talent and such might not matter much, temperament and ideals are a must. Great emperors will often choose people devoted to the sect and willing to spend the rest of their lives protecting their foundation. If not chosen correctly, the situation of the Great Zhou dynasty will repeat itself. I understand, replied Wang Wei. However, as my Dao protector, you are destined to become an insurgent. Sect master, you don't have to say anything, countered Wang Wei. I know your worry, so I'm here to help you. Don't resist. Wang Wei pointed his finger at Yen Chen's forehead, and his divine sense infiltrated the latter's sea of consciousness. Yen Chen did not hesitate or resist, showing his trust. Wang Wei found Yen Chen's primordial spirit and began his work. He purified it as a way to increase Yen Chen's comprehension. The process was painful, but the old Dao protector could bear such a level. Since Wang Wei was the one doing the purification, it was a major success. But it was not over. He took 5 strings of innate qi from his qi flower talent and used them to nourish Yen Chen's soul. He used soul laws to change the latter's innate origin or his natural-born comprehension talent. The process lasted a few hours before finishing. Last step, said Wang Wei before accessing Yen Chen's law tree. He gently crushed the Dao fruit without affecting the sea of consciousness and the primordial spirit. He ensured no backlash. Yen Chen's aura drastically dropped as he reverted to the Saint realm. However, he was happy. He belonged to the second class of true monarch, the people who do not have their own Dao but also do not entirely follow the ways of their ancestors. Although his class was better than those who followed the predecessor without a hint of innovation, his path was still incomplete and a dead end. He could not enter the quasi-emperor realm and fuse with his Dharma body. But now, with his increased talent, he can comprehend his own Dao and create a scripture. He can enter the quasi-emperor realm and even bear the heaven will after sealing himself. Of course, Yen Qin did not have the heart of an emperor, so he was okay with using the opportunity presented to him in this generation to achieve immortality. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Thank you, Sect Master, said Yen Qin, prepared to give the deepest bow he could muster. Unfortunately, Wang Wei's power prevented him. Despite being the Sect Master, you are still my elders. Wang Wei has no problem receiving bows from the older generation, but some people are different. Yen Qin accompanied him since the beginning of his cultivation journey and held a special meaning in his heart. A new era is coming and you should have a place in it. After saying these words, he left Yen Qin alone, feeling the latter was in a hurry to cultivate. He walked a few meters to another hut where his grandfather was. Not out yet, muttered Wang Wei before preparing to leave, but he suddenly received a divine sense message from his grandfather he would be coming out soon. So he waited for 3 days. Haha, my lovely grandson. How have you been? Said Wang Chang after walking out of the hut. He walked in front of Wang Wei and started pinching his face and arms. Powerful blood qi and yang energy. I see you're as healthy as I remember. Wang Wei's eye twitched. I should be asking how you're doing. He observed the old man and could feel the difference. Most of the hidden depressing aura he tried to hide was now gone. Instead, he was more majestic and overbearing, just like an overlord. Although not completely healed, I am so much better. During his retreat, he used the Samsara array to relive his heaven-will battle over and over, trying different approaches and choices. Finally, Wang Chang realized he lost the battle, not because of his lack of strength but because his opponent had a better strategic mind. Furthermore, he was also a little careless and left his guard down. After having this enlightenment, he no longer blamed himself for the defeat and healed most of the cracks in his Dao heart. And the only reason it was not completely healed was that a stubborn part of him wanted a chance to have a head-on battle with Emperor Nine's sons. Wang Chang knew his Dao heart would be completed no matter the result of the battle. If he wins, he will make up for the regret in his heart. If he lost, he would accept the opponent was worthy of becoming the final winner. Oh, can you tell me your exact situation? Asked Wang Wei. Think of it this way, the previous me could only be a pseudo-emperor. But now I could use third-class power. Wang Wei understood what he meant. Dao heart is vital for Tier 10. Some people with a destroyed Dao heart cannot bear the heaven will and would die if they absorb it. People with cracked Dao heart can only become pseudo-emperors with power on par with Dan ancestors, if not less. Finally, if a person has some flaws, they can become different classes of emperors based on their talents. However, they would only be able to use third-class 5% power. So, the current Wang Chang would become a first-class or pseudo-eternal emperor, but with his flawed Dao heart, he would only be able to use third-class strength. And this rule also applies to normal emperors like Wang Wei. If one day, a flaw or cracks appeared on his Dao heart, it did not matter if he was an eternal supreme. His strength would drastically drop. That's excellent news, said Wang Wei as he knew his plan for his grandfather would work. As long as the old man has a chance to fight on equal ground with Emperor Nine Sons, his Dao heart will be fixed and he can reincarnate. No, he doesn't even have to go through all that trouble. He can just prove the Dao in the upper dimension. However, he was conflicted by this idea. He did not want his parents to ascend until he dealt with the parasites. Sending his grandfather into the upper dimension was already too risky. Boy, what are you thinking about that suddenly made you frown so deeply? Don't worry about it. All right. Anyway, you're a grown man with a wife and responsibility, you don't need my help and I don't think I will be useful. However, remember your family will be your greatest ally. We will always support you unconditionally, no matter what you do or how far you travel in the cultivation journey. I will. Alright, let's go. I've been craving one of your dishes and the weird drinks you created for that beach party. The pastel. I saw you going to Yenchen's hut. What was that about? Asked Wang Chang while flying toward Wang Clan Mountain. Oh that, replied Wang Wei as he explained what happened in his conversation with Yenchen. You did a good job. You should never forget the people who helped you when you were weak, especially after standing above all living things. Wang Wei nodded. He has read many tales of great emperors becoming cold and indifferent after proving the Tao. They looked down on the people who once helped them, abandoned their past friendship and connection, and treated people with heads above the cloud. Wang Wei understood that some alienation is inevitable. After all, when a person has as much power and influence as a great emperor, it's difficult for some of his old friends and acquaintances to treat them the same. With the difference in lifespan, it's in the best interest of some emperors not to be too invested in some friendship unless they plan to help these people achieve immortality. Regardless, Wang Wei would never become one of these emperors. After arriving home, his mother had already prepared dinner. However, Wu Hong did not show up and Wang Wei understood why. His wife is often placed in an awkward position during large family gatherings. Technically speaking, she is the oldest of the group. However, as Wang Wei's Dao companion, her seniority is that of a younger generation. And if you add her status and strength as an emperor, no paragon, things become more complicated. His family members are all intelligent people, so they've guessed her true identity, which can make things awkward, especially when his grandfather is present. After all, the old man should have the highest status in the family due to his age, but he has to restrain himself around his daughter-in-law. With his personality, Wang Wei did not care about the awkwardness and found it entertaining instead, using it to his advantage to make fun of his wife. Of course, he often gets beat up afterward, but Wang Wei always thinks it's worth seeing his wife squirm during these gatherings. Piandian 0vc. Am all right. But father, how are you? Asked Yu Yen, noticing the change of aura in his father-in-law. I have not felt at peace in such a long time, replied Wang Chang with a big sigh. Then he grinned. Where is my stupid son? He's in retreat? Retreat? Is everything all right? According to his calculation, his son should have become a quasi-emperor long ago. So, he would need to enter retreat unless something went wrong. He's all right, he's just tempering his body. Wang Chang was even more surprised by this news. What's going on? His son and the founder enlightened him, replied Yu Yen before explaining the cause and effect of Wang Tian's retreat. Ha ha, laughed Wang Chang boisterously. This is even better news than my successful retreat. For close to 1,000,000 years. I've told that kid he should temper his body, trying to convince him it would not interfere with his sword Dao. Wang Chang could not help but remember the stubbornness of his son. Over the years, it was the only time his son was unfilial and fought with him without giving up. No, there was also when he wanted to marry Yu Yen and still fight her in the Heavenwell battle. If it were not for his insistence, Wang Tian would never have condensed a 5th grade essence flower. Maybe the latter would not surpass the 9th grade. I'm glad he is seeing the light now. Yes, better late than never, uttered Yu Yen. Meanwhile, Wang Wei suddenly thought of something and asked, Grandpa, have you ever considered reviving Grandma? Immediately after saying these words, Wang Wei knew he had made a mistake. Wang Chang's energetic vibe became quiet and somber. Shit, thought Wang Wei as he realized his mistake. Usually he is more observant of social interaction, but he is often too relaxed around his family. Furthermore, he thought it would be a way to make the old man even happier than he currently was. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. And Wang Wei could understand the side-eye his mother was giving him, so he hurriedly explained, I just wanted, it's fine. Wang Chang stopped him before being lost in his memory for a moment. There is no need. Wang Wei acted swiftly and accessed his space ring to use a few spiritual herbs. He controlled the fate of these herbs to turn into something he desired, vodka. Wang Wei has been testing how to use Fate Dao to control the other Supreme Dao, and this is one of his achievements regarding Creation Dao. He handed a gourd of the drink to the old man since it was his favorite during the beach party and said, You never talked about her. Why don't you tell me what kind of person she was? Wang Wei knew little about his paternal grandmother since both his father and grandfather were pretty tight-lipped about her. Most of the time he asked, he always received the answer that she was a wonderful woman, and that's about it. Your grandma was the most wonderful woman I've ever met in my life, said Wang Chang before taking a big gulp from the group. The story began before the beginning of Wang Tian's generation. Wang Chang's mother, Wang Wei's great-grandmother and the matriarch of that generation, kept pressuring Wang Chang to marry someone and continue the bloodline of the Wang clan main branch. The new generation was approaching, and it was the correct time to get married and have children. Typically, cultivators find it difficult to have children, especially between two of them with high cultivation. This is a form of balance from Grand Dao. However, a special technique controlled by a few factions allows them to seal their cultivation and have the fertility of mortals. However, the problem with this method is that the talent of their offspring will be random. In other words, their children cannot inherit their cultivation talent. The child conceived using this technique could be highly talented or just a mortal without a leakless body. Oddly though, between the end of one generation and the beginning of the other, the fertility of all cultivators becomes very high. The laws of heaven and earth change to allow them to give birth to talented heirs, hence one of the reasons most heaven-chosens are born or conceived around a similar time. During that time, Wang Chang was depressed after losing his heaven will battle and was not interested in getting married and having children. He was not even interested in serving his duty as sect master. So one day after a fight with his mother, he left the sect, wandering mindlessly to soothe his mind. When he woke from his daze, he was in a large mortal city. And the first thing he noticed was a long line of people waiting for something. Intrigued, he checked what those people were waiting for in line. It turned out they wanted to see a female together that famous thought the surrounding 7 dynasties. Wang Chang has lived a long time, but to this day he remembers that first encounter. He saw a beautiful woman that appeared to be in her early 30s, dressed in all white clothes. Her eyes contained a sense of detachment from the entire world. She looked at him and said, Eyes are bright, rosy complexion, and body emits a powerful vigor. You're completely healthy, so don't waste my time. Live. Wang Chang was utterly shocked and did not know how to respond. But he did not have time to. No, you might be useful, said Mao Yu. There are not enough people helping carry the medicine. You're an able body so you can help. Based on your luxurious clothes, you should be literate? I am, replied Wang Chang reflexively. Good. You can help mix some of the low-level medicinal soup. You only need to follow the written recipe and I will check. Mao Yu went to treat more patients, while Wang Chang went to help carry more medicine. It was not until after helping with the first batch that he suddenly woke up and realized what he had done. How could he, Wang Chang, a quasi-emperor, the sect master of the most powerful emperor lineage in the world, and a mighty heaven-chosen who cultivated the Tao of Overlord, help people carry medicine? He shook his head at how absurd the situation was and prepared to live. However, after taking a few steps toward the door, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He looked over, and he saw the doctor giving him a look scarier than the final blow Emperor Nine Sons gave before eliminating him from the final battle. What are you doing? Said Mao Yu. Don't you know the more time you waste, the more lives that will perish? I'm sorry, doctor, said Wang Chang sheepishly before becoming red with embarrassment. He returned to his duty of carrying medicine and mixing medicinal soup. On that fateful day, the Overlord was conquered by a simple mortal doctor. The past 2. Wang Chang took a big gulp from his gourd and did not stop swallowing the vodka for 2 minutes. More, he said as he slammed the bottle on the dining table, making Wang Wei's eyes twitch. He filled it again and cast a spell on his space for the materials to keep refining themselves and teleporting to the gourd and ensure the old man never ran out. After the first meeting, everything proceeded rather swiftly, said Wang Chang. Your grandmother soon discovered I was a cultivator, but she did not care much. On the contrary, she only saw me as a way to save more patients. And for some reason I could not stop working there. Wang Wei gulped his drink as he sighed. In the process I learned more about her as we fell in love. Your grandmother was born with an innate disease, and doctors proclaimed she would not live past 20 years old. However, she was brilliant and refused to accept her fate. At 5 years old, she began studying medicine. And by the time I met her, she was in her late 40s. Regrettably, her experience with her illness granted her a unique state of mind of seeing through life and death, a state of detachment to the world. With such a state of mind, she would have been an extraordinary cultivator if she practiced Taoism. So, what exactly happened? Asked Wang Wei as he began drinking. He did not think his grandfather did not try to have her cultivate. And it did not look like she was killed and he had some sort of vendetta. She refused to cultivate, said Wang Chang with sadness. Every time I tried to convince her, the answer would always be the same. She would tell me birth, disease, aging, and death were part of the cycle of life. And although her life will be short, it will also be as significant as any cultivators and their achievements. Her philosophy was life was worth living because of how little time everyone had, so longevity had no meaning to her. She would not even accept my help to increase her lifespan. Wang Chang's eyes were a little red, but he was smiling. She only changed her mind after conceiving your father. Wang Chang suddenly laughed again. Your grandma was a strong, independent, and tough woman. Once, while I was away, I returned to the clinic to find that bandits had stabbed her. I still remember that day. My wrath was uncontrollable. Simultaneously, I panicked. As a cultivator, I should have immediately helped with my origin essence. But I panicked. But she calmly sewed the wound while admonishing me for losing my calmness. I never saw that woman shed a tear, except for the day little Tian was born. Do you know? I wanted to name your father Wang Wei, but she disagreed. I had to fight tooth and nail with her to name him Wang Tian. Wang Chang remembered that naming his son caused trouble since his mother also wanted the naming rights. In the end, everybody compromised and accepted the name Wang Tian, meaning King of Heaven, showing their hope for the little child. Afterward, she agreed to expand her lifespan but still refused to walk the cultivation path. After living for 50,000 years, she passed away with a smile and her loved one by her side. Wang Chang remembered that day like it happened yesterday. Wang Tian was at the peak of the supernatural realm and used the sect's influence to invite all the top 30 heaven chosens from the Academy selection trial that occurred not too long. He challenged all of them at once and used his overwhelming talent to suppress all of them. That fight was the only one he did not even show a hint of mercy to Yu Yan. He was fierce, overbearing, and ruthless. Immediately afterward, he rushed to see his dying mother to show her his achievement. He tried one last time to convince her to cultivate or at the very least, live until she could watch him prove the Tao. Mao Yu kissed her son's forehead before apologizing. She told him how proud she was of him and believed he would one day become an emperor without a doubt. She then looked at Wang Chang and also apologized. She told them to watch out for each other and protect one another in this cruel and lonely cultivation world. There is no need to be sad or mourn me. Death is a normal thing, it's nothing but a new journey, a new adventure, said Mao Yu with a smile before forever closing her eyes. Wang Chang was devastated. He found his world crumbling and adding his already broken Tao heart, he did not know how he would survive. However, he had to continue being strong for his son. He had to ensure he was all right. After his mother's death, Wang Tian swore to guard her tomb for 10,000 years and never touch a sword. And he kept her his promise. He sat cross-legged before her grave with his sword next to him, untouched for 10,000 years. Mao Yu's death is one of the main reasons Wang Chang was not adamant about breaking up Wang Tian and Yu Yan. He understood the desire to find love since the sect tried to pressure him regarding marrying a mortal. Secondly, his son became taciturn and more indifferent after her death. And Yu Yan was the one who opened his heart. Ha ha, laughed Wang Chang. However, it was not a joyous laugh but a self-deprecating one. I've spent many nights thinking why she would make such a selfish choice. Why couldn't she have chosen her family? He sighed deeply. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Now I know I was the selfish one. She has her life, desire, ambitions, and ideals. It was selfish of me to force her to do something she did not want to. Wang Chang sipped his drink. So, there is no need to revive her. It's not something she would want. After so many years he grieved and accepted her death. So, reviving her would simply be an insult to his late wife. Wang Wei agreed with these words since he felt similar after his grandmother's death. But after so much time had passed, he understood his desires were selfish and not respectful to his grandmother's wishes. Grandma, I wonder how you are? How is your new life after reincarnation? Are you with Grandpa? Thought Wang Wei as he also drank more. He increased the alcohol dosage of the drinks and allowed the alcohol to affect his mind. Come. Let's get drunk tonight, roared Wang Chang, and Wang Wei agreed. Meanwhile, Yu Yan could only stare at these two. The story also made her sad thinking about her mother, so she also wanted to drink. However, someone has to look after these two. So, she could only sigh and wait until they passed out, which was about 5 hours later. She stood up from the table and prepared to take them to rest when someone suddenly appeared in the room. P&D and Ov1. And the next day Wang Wei opened his eyes. Where am I? He looked around and recognized a few things. But his head was buzzing and his vision was still blurry. Good, you're awake. Wang Wei mobilized his blood energy and soul power to remove the handover symptoms. Damn, how can this old man have such a high tolerance? According to him, he should have drunk him to death. You drank more than him. I did. He took a moment, and that was indeed the truth. He stood up from his body and stretched his body. Wasn't I not talking to you? You were. So, why are you talking to me? You're not talking to me, not the other way around, Wu Hong replied before handing him the tea she brewed. I guess you're right, he muttered. Can I ask you something? Do you want to know why I never revived my parents? Yes, he replied softly, fearing he would trigger her as he did his grandfather. My mother died giving birth to me, and when I was 3 years old, my father was selected to be used as a meal for some devil race. After that, the village neighbors raised me until the human noble desired my beauty. I have little to no memories of them, said Wu Hong. I once searched their souls in reincarnation. But by then they were a new life. Wu Hong experienced too much in her life, so her affection for her family was not strong. And by the time she saw them again it was too late. So, all she could do was bless them with tremendous luck to ensure their lives as mortals would be fulfilling and without disaster. Boost, not a hindrance. Do you think death is meaningless? Asked Wang Wei. What do you mean? Cultivators have many ways to conquer death and revive their loved ones. Do you think death has become meaningless because of this? Cultivators have so many ways to revive people they lose. If the person has not died for too long, they can summon the soul from reincarnation and heal the body. They can use their world imprint or something as amazing as existence reconstruction. And he did not mention Eternal Emperor's weird ability to revive themselves from a piece of paper with their name in it. With how easy it is to revive people, Wang Wei began to think that death was somewhat pointless and had lost its meaning. If you have such an idea, you will suffer sooner than later, said Wu Hong with a sneer. There are too many ways in the chaos universe to make death permanent. You are privileged to cultivate a supreme Tao that makes it easier to revive people. Existence reconstruction is not a skill that any eternal emperor can comprehend. And even the one with the talent has to spend countless yuan epochs studying. With my help, you don't have to suffer for so long. You are lucky to live in a world where the imprints are kept. In some chaos worlds, heavenly Tao would erase the imprint after someone dies. In some worlds, the path of reincarnation is cut off, so once someone dies they are gone forever. So, you better fix that idea of yours to prevent suffering one day. You have a point, nodded Wang Wei before finishing his tea. He felt refreshed. The rules of the cultivation are not absolute. They only appear like this because someone has not found a way to break them. So, it's not hard to imagine many people have found ways to make death permanent. This idea does not only apply to death but to most things. For example, there is no such thing as the 10 or 11 extremity foundation. However, that's only because someone has not created a method to attain these levels. Even the 9 extremity probably did not exist at some point. Wang Wei theorized someone achieved 9 extremity by accident or on purpose. Then Heavenly Tao acknowledged the existence of such a foundation and made the knowledge a part of its record. Wang Wei believed the first person who achieved 9 extremity cultivated samsara Tao, hence why the orthodox method requires reincarnation, and it's easier for them to achieve 5 root. As long as you understand, said Wu Hong, she understands that such a mentality is dangerous and has seen cultivators who had the same view and suffered because of it. NDNOV, one Wu Hong frowned before asking, do you want to send to a safe location and deal with the issue on your own? Yes. Hide them in a safe place and wait until I have the strength to protect them. Regarding the troubles you will face in the future, there will be no safe place. I can create one. I can make a place that will not be affected, unless something happens to me. What are your family going to do afterward? Accept your death? Mourn you? Or seek revenge? Wang Wei did not answer. Did you ask them and allow them to make a choice? I know what they will choose. And yet, you still want to be selfish and make the decision for them. If the alternative is their death, then yes, I will be selfish, he said with determination. Haven't you learned anything from your grandmother's death? That was different. If something happened to them, I know I would blame myself and it will be rightfully deserved. What about me? Asked Wu Hong. You're different. You're not a burden but a... Wang Wei paused as something dawned on him. You want me to treat them as a boost instead of a burden? Your family is all talented individuals, and their accomplishments will not be lower than anyone. More importantly, they can provide you something that no one in the universe can, trust and loyalty. Wang Wei frowned as he realized she was right. Whether it's his father, mother, or grandfather, Li Jun and Yan Liling are talented individuals capable of becoming Peel paragons. So, they could be as helpful as Qiyuan and the others. Wang Wei has always wondered why these ancestors helped him so much. He guessed they placed their hope on him for something. And after his conversation with Mo Yuan, he guessed these people hoped he could find a way of detachment for them. Detachment, that's the source of the trouble. He could feel once he embarks on his path of detachment, the entire chaos universe will enter a time of chaos and strife. Detachment is a source of trouble and a once-in-lifetime opportunity. I cannot allow my family to miss this chance. Plus, I may need their help as much as they need mine. Wang Wei suddenly felt peaceful after making a decision. You're right. He was glad he consulted her before making a decision. I'm always right, remember that. No need to brag, said Wang Wei before kissing her on the cheek and leaving. He went to a secret realm before meeting his grandfather again. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Ko, boy, why are you here? Do you want to drink again with me? Good. I'm here to take you somewhere. Where? To train. Wang Chang paused before laughing. Yes, the current you is enough to guide me in my cultivation. Let's go. He marveled at how quickly time passed. A little over 100,000 years ago, he was given this brat pointer and guidance with his experience. But now the roles were reversed. Wang Wei activated a token and teleported them to a secret realm he created himself. Your Overlord Dao is pretty and unique and has much potential. His grandfather's Overlord Dao was not the type of Overlord that overwhelmed and suppressed all his peers, but one that constantly evolved and surpassed its limit until reaching the pinnacle of might. It's another form of evolution Dao focused on increasing strength through pain, injuries and life and death trials. Because of how your Dao works, it can only bring its full potential in a generation with countless peerless talent. Wang Chang nodded. This is why he was so belligerent in his generation, garnering numerous enemies. He challenged everyone and made countless enemies to cultivate his Dao. You're not going to ask me to fight all the juniors of this generation, are you? Wang Chang knew his thick skin did not reach that level. He still valued some of his seniority, not to mention most of these juniors were more powerful than him and could easily defeat him. Since waking up this morning he asked Yu Yen about the things he missed, and he was shocked by how many heavy-defying talents appeared in this generation. Not completely, replied Wang Wei. I've designed the secret realm into a scenario to help you. Your memories will be sealed and tempered with to believe something went wrong during a trip to another world communities and you and father were kidnapped. You found a way to escape and have to fight countless opponents. Interesting. With these memories I can experience real life and death. Indeed. The trials and obstacles are powerful puppets that will not go easy on you. I've blessed this secret realm with my life-death Dao and granted you a dozen revival opportunities. You mean I can die? Yes. That's what I'm talking about. Anything else? No. Wang Chang flew inside and Wang Wei calmly watched. He spent many years designing this thing and he recently updated it. He left countless opportunities for his grandfather, including ways to increase his talent. He updated his Overlord Fist scripture to have better body refining effects, including opponent black holes in the acupoints. He took one last look before flying to a special mountain in the sect. Outside the Eternal Ascension world, a magnificent temple stood somewhere in primordial Choas, which is the endless space between chaos worlds. A handsome young man dressed in a purple robe was cultivating at the temple's core. A book with the character for Heaven, as the title floated in front of him. The book was somehow directly connected to the river of time. The young man suddenly opened his eyes, which were extremely profound and appeared to contain all truth in the universe. He frowned before muttering, "Where is this weird feeling come from?" With a single thought, countless secrets, truths and knowledge of the chaos universe flashed in his mind as he searched for the odd feeling he felt. But he found nothing. The young man looked at the book before his mind accessed the river of time, swimming like his back garden. He closed his eyes to search for the answer. A few seconds later, he coughed a mouthful of blood as he muttered, "I missed a time nexus?" He frowned before looking at the book, turning each page. There were only a few words on each page, none even forming a complete sentence. "I haven't even found the protagonist yet, so what's the point of knowing I missed a time nexus?" The young prepared to close his eyes to continue his cultivation. He gambled a lot on this book, even missing an opportunity for detachment by skipping the ultimate taboo. So, his plans have to work. However, he suddenly thought of something. This divination was too easy to get since it involved detached individuals. He squinted his eyes as he used his vast knowledge to deduce infinite possibilities. The all-seeing temple predicted an upcoming strife that enveloped all of primordial chaos. However, paragons are no longer the mast of this universe, half-step detachments are. Only things related to them could affect the entire chaos universe. So, how could the temple predict things related to them? This generation's temple master was only a paragon, so such a divination was beyond his means. "I see," muttered the young man as he figured out something. "I might be playing with fire." However, he only smiled before closing his eyes and continuing with his plan. Fate 1. Wang Wei looked into the distance, and his eyes seemed to penetrate infinite space and time. "Have your path come to an end? Well, you should be proud of your achievements since even I could not do better," he muttered with deep praise in his eyes. Soon he landed on a floating island habited by one individual, Wuxia, Dong Lifen's master from the luck trial. Wuxia no longer looked like an old woman, she now looked middle-aged and quite beautiful, garnering the affection of many elders from the older generation. However, she refused everyone's courtship. She had a small garden next to her small wooden house. Wuxia was watering him when she sensed something and turned around. She stopped what she was doing and walked toward Wang Wei. "Sect Master," she bowed politely. Wang Wei nodded as he observed her. She had a peaceful aura as she naturally blended with the surrounding heaven and earth. She was at the peak of the Saint realm, close to becoming a true monarch. "Sect Master, please come in, I'll serve tea." Wang Wei followed inside, and the house was as simple as Yan Chen's hut. The only difference was the larger space and a few more rooms. However, there was no decoration or any form of luxury or comfort besides a bed in one of the rooms. Wuxia served tea and Wang Wei took a sip. "Great tea," he commented with some surprise. The tea was sweet but not too sweet, had a mellow aftertaste, and a power of the wood element that nourished the body and mind. Long-term consumption of this tea can even increase the lifespan for Saint Realm cultivators. "I cultivate it myself," said Wuxia. She cultivated the Tao of wood and is an excellent spiritual herb planter. She used her skill to help the sect take care of many gardens. That's how Wuxia acquired sect points. Although Wang Wei ordered the sect to provide her with an upper-level disciple level of resources, she did not feel it was okay to accept all these rewards without paying anything in return. Recently, she developed this new tea that can increase the lifespan of saint and below cultivators, and the sect has rewarded her immensely, making Wuxia's mood very happy since she finally felt she could help. "I'm sorry I did come to see you more often," said Wang Wei after realizing how little he paid attention to her. If not for the fact he's recently been thinking about her, he would not have come here. Otherwise, he would have known about such an achievement. "It's fine. I understand the sect master is busy." Wuxia did not mind. She knew very well that the sect took good care of her because the latter made a promise and wanted to keep his words. Nothing more and nothing less. Even back in the Warring Kingdom world, she understood they were from two different worlds. So, she never dreamt of having any relationship with Wang Wei. "That's good. I see you're about to become a true monarch. Do you have your own Tao?" "Almost. I am saving enough sect points to listen to the 3,000 Tao orbs and create my scripture." Wang Wei could tell Wuxia was a unique talent similar to Zhen Bai or Mao Yu that involved temperament or state of mind. While Zhen Bai has a pure heart, his grandmother was detached from life and death, and Wuxia is slow and steady, not affected by external affairs, knowing when to advance and retreat. "It's a form of Taoism's in action," analyzed Wang Wei. These types of state of mind or temperament make it easier for individuals to comprehend the law. So, once they reached the void-shattering realm, they usually began to shine. "You should look into Taoist cultivation," commented Wang Wei. "An elder from the preaching hall told me the same thing, but the sect does not have that many pure Taoist scripture." Wang Wei waved his hand to hand her a space ring containing hundreds of information talismans, all with Taoist scriptures. His Fate Shadow Guard has now perfectly infiltrated many of the emperor lineages, including the Tai Profound Gate and the Five Elements Palace. They have even begun to access these lineages' emperor scriptures. Although they are not the original copy of Tao rhymes, Wang Wei did not need the original with his comprehension level. "Thank you," said Wuxia after checking a few of the jade talismans. She was not hypocritical and rejected him. She understood she owed this man too much karma. If not for him, she would not be able to achieve her dreams of walking the cultivation path and slowly climbing to the peak. If not for him, she probably would have failed her attempt to break through to the divine altar realm, leaving the mortal coil. "Sect Master, why did you come to see me? I'm willing to go to hell and back if you need something." Wang Wei was her benefactor, and Wuxia was willing to go to extreme lengths to repay him. Although such an act goes against her ideals of peace, tranquility, and steady progress, she would not hesitate to repay her karma. "It's not that serious. I am here to ask you about the position of Fate 1. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Co. M Fate 1? Wang Wei then realized this was not the kind of secret someone like Wuxia would be privy to, so he explained the situation to her. "You want to give such an important position to me?" "Yes." Wuxia's heart beat faster. She has pondered her future cultivation and what she will do after becoming a quasi-emperor. Wuxia has no ambition or desire for the emperor's path. This is a path for the ambitious, the bold and the brave, the dreamers, the people with the heart to support heaven and earth. And such a path was not suitable for her. So, she concluded she had two choices. The first was to travel to a great thousand world and see if she could pass the trial and become a Tao ancestor. However, this path was a challenging one. According to her research, the success rate of becoming a Tao ancestor through this method is very low. The second choice is to seal herself and hope some emperor in the future will help her become an immortal venerable. However, once again, this is a path with a slim chance. After all, the sect has too many people waiting for similar opportunities. Who knows when it will be her turn? Finally, a tiny part of Wuxia hoped maybe her disciple would one day also prove the Tao and help her. After all, the sect master once commented her disciple was extremely talented. That is, if the latter did not forget their master-disciple relationship after so many years. As for Wang Wei helping her achieve immortality, Wuxia never dreamt of it. The sect master has helped her plenty, so she did not expect him to continue doing so. Many thoughts flashed in Wuxia's mind as she quickly calmed down, controlling her agitated emotions. "Sect master, you don't need to continue helping just because of a promise. This is not the reason I chose you. The criteria to become Fate 1 is someone who can endure the loneliness of the slow cultivation in the lower dimension. Someone who can dedicate their entire immortal life to protecting the sect and its foundation. Your temperament, ideals, and ambitions make you perfect for this role. That's why I chose you." "What about my talent?" Wuxia knew her temperament cultivated in the backward and barren small great thousand allowed her to catch up to some of the geniuses of this plane, but it did not change her innate talent was very poor. "Your current talent is not considered bad," replied Wang Wei. With the sect's resources, Wuxia did receive a few opportunities to increase her talent. It's just she cannot remove the mindset she was from a low background, and thus she was not talented. Plus, there will be plenty of ways to increase your talent after I prove the Tao. But I don't cultivate Fate Tao. And you don't need to. After becoming Fate 1, you can continue your own Tao. You'll only have access to some of my Fate abilities. Her situation will be similar to Wang Jia's. Although she cultivated Shadow Tao, she will also have access to Fate abilities after becoming Shadow 3. Wuxia had a look of hesitation. "If you worry about whether you're worthy of this opportunity, don't. Since I say you are worthy, then you are. If you are worried about the karma you owe me, repay it by protecting the sect. Pa and D, A no V1, this is a great chance presented before you. Don't hesitate and follow your heart." Wuxia's eyes brightened as she understood this was not a simple offer. No, this was a fortunate encounter to acquire an immortal destiny. As long as she accepts, she will have the chance to escape the shackles of death and continue her goal of slowly climbing the cultivation ladder. "I accept," she replied decisively, choosing not to pass on this opportunity. "I'm glad," nodded Wang Wei before discussing everything in more detail with her. After he finished, he prepared to leave, but Wuxia asked him, "Sect Master, I wonder how my disciple is?" "The sect told me the Warring Kingdom world was gone from its former coordinate. Nay technique. She's doing fine. No, she's doing better than fine, replied Wang Wei, and he was not exaggerating. Dong Lifen's achievement even shocked him and could be described as legendary. If she came to the Myriad Emperor world, she could suppress all the members of the current generation, except for him and Di Tian. Wang Wei would be considered a worthy adversary, a threat only second to Di Tian. However, she is also a little too stubborn and reckless, added Wang Wei as he was not lying. Dong Lifen's recent actions almost got her killed and destroyed her path. Luckily, he asked the sect to look out for her, so an insurgent had to save her. Is she all right? Hurriedly asked Yu Sui. Only injured, but she's fine, replied Wang Wei. If you want to see, I can send someone to guide you. She hesitated for a moment. Is this a good idea? After not seeing her disciple for so long, she feared their affection for each other was no longer there. Although the bond between a master and disciples is often as strong as a parent and their child, this law was not absolute. Especially since Dong Lifen seemed to have achieved so much without her guidance and help. I cannot comment whether your disciple's heart has changed after garnering such power. However, you won't know until you meet her again. Indeed. Some things must be faced directly, commented Yu Sui, and Wang Wei agreed. So, he chatted for a few minutes before calling someone to send her to another world community. As he watched her departure, Wang Wei's eyes squinted. Dong Lifen's accomplishments are beyond my expectations. If I can convince her to become a sect member, we are guaranteed to have another eternal supreme after a few generations. He then frowned. This idea sounds good on the surface, but it was not that easy to achieve. From his observation, Dong Lifen is a very ambitious and might not want to join any faction since she does not need to. Forget joining the sect, she might not even accept my offer to help me with that plan, thought Wang Wei with a frown, calculating different possibilities. It's useless to force her, so I can only hope she's willing to pay the karma she owes me. After shaking his head, he went to see Li Jun, but the latter had already left, searching for the war talisman. So Wang Wei flew out of the sect and opened a portal to the eastern continent. To be precise, he flew to the White Cloud domain at the southern end of the continent. This domain was not controlled by any emperor lineages or even any supreme lineage. Instead, 5 holy lands controlled it, forming a power balance. After arriving at his destination, Wang Wei began to search for information. Unfortunately, this place was too far away and barren for his Fate Shadow Guard to reach. Furthermore, although he was sure no one in this plat could threaten him, even in their dreams, he did not lose his caution. He did a few divinations and got the information he wanted. However, since the purpose of his visits involved Heavenly Tao, he was still cautious despite their good relationship. After disguising himself, he went to the most popular in this place and listened to the information he wanted. Then he walked out of the inn and wrote a talisman in the air before sending it into the distance. Panda and E1 suddenly the void beside him fluctuated, and a sword pierced his heart. At least it tried to. Unfortunately, the blade and the person behind could not move, stuck in the air like time had frozen. Wang Wei calmly looked at the person who came. His eyes calmed as if he expected the person to come. A cultivator does not entirely lose the power of the domain after entering the supreme realm. Instead, the domain changed from an active ability to a passive one. So, Wang Wei can naturally see and sense everything in the surrounding trillion kilometers. Someone from the Shadow Slayer Temple? That's the second time someone from the temple tried to assassinate him. After the first time, he eliminated most of their branches in the central continent while having his guard infiltrate the other branches. So he knew he had a high price in his head, and as the final battle approached, the price drastically increased. And he was not the only one. Any heaven chosen with some reputation has a high bounty in the Shadow Slayer Temple, the Death Order Palace, and other assassination-based factions. But he never expected someone was stupid, no, brave enough to actually come to assassinate him. Furthermore, the person who came was a little Quaso Emperor. Wang Wei would have understood if an immortal sovereign or Dao ancestor decided to break the rules and kill him. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Wang Wei glanced at the assassin and with one look he searched the latter's soul, read his fate line, and searched through his karmic relationships. He guessed this person must have something to rely on to come to assassinate him. And he was right. An innate technique? Muttered Wang Wei as he learned this assassin was lucky enough to find a rare innate technique, born from heaven and earth, called Out of This World. The first levels of this technique allowed a cultivator to hide their aura and breath perfectly. Then they can blend with heaven and earth to hide. Finally, in the last stage, the cultivator's body can enter a unique dimension, separating from heaven and earth to achieve the ultimate level of hiding. In that separated dimension they can hide their breath, soul, luck, karma, and even fate. Unfortunately, this assassin could not cultivate this technique to this level since it requires comprehending spacetime laws. He only forcefully achieved the last level by exchanging spacetime resources from the Shadow Slayer Temple. As for the reasons he wanted to assassinate Wang Wei, it was due to his younger sister. This young man doted on his sister after their parents sadly passed away. After acquiring the innate technique, he became an assassin to give her a better life. Unfortunately, his protective nature for her was insatiable. As the assassin grew more powerful and climbed the ladder of the Shadow Slayer Temple, he wanted more for his sister. He saw Wang Wei's bounty and knew if he succeeded, his sister would have the resources of a heaven chosen from emperor lineage with 3 to 4 great emperors. So he took the risk. Wang Wei was speechless after learning all of this. This guy's technique was not even cultivated to perfection, but he still took the risk. And even if it was and he could hide from his sense, his attack would not even break his skin. Anyway, an innate technique is a good find, he muttered. Since the Null Era, innate techniques have become rarer and rarer, to the point most cultivators in the modern era do not believe they exist. It's quite the ingenious technique and I can learn a thing or two from it. Plus, it's perfect for the Fate Shadow Guard. He looked at the assassin, wondering what to do with him. Do you want to work with me? Asked Wang Wei. With me as your boss, you don't have to worry about resources for your sister or how to find powerful teachers for her. This person's talent was not bad and his luck was remarkable. So, it might be worth it to become one of his subordinates. Additionally, having another pawn in the Shadow Slayer Temple is not bad. The assassin found himself capable of moving, and a great horror flashed in his mind. He understood how stupid of a decision he had made. He took a moment to calm down, processing Wang Wei's words. What will happen to me if I don't agree? Of course you'll die, said Wang Wei with a smile. The assassin's body trembled. Zhang Jing has seen the master. He quickly agreed as he could not fathom what would happen to his sister if he died now. Plus, it's good to have a backer like the Dao Opening Sect. Good choice, said Wang Wei before teleporting this assassin to the Fate Shadow Guard with instruction to Wang Ju to incorporate him and his technique into the group. It's a shame, muttered Wang Wei. He thought this guy was a protagonist template and his sister was a supreme genius. If so, the Dao Opening Sect would have another talent. Unfortunately, from what he saw, his sister's talent was mediocre. Wang Wei then looked toward one of the Shadow Slayer Temple's branches and sneered. Wu Hong already told him she had placed a secret marker in the Dao burial ground. So, after proving the Dao, he can find these rats and eradicate them even if they run and hide. Wang Wei left to find an inn to rest for the day. During this entire ordeal, no one in the street noticed him or the assassin. It was like he was never there in the first place. The next day, Wang Wei headed to the East Lotus Sect, one of the 5 holy lands that rule this domain. Weirdness. Many people stood at the entrance of the East Lotus Sect. 2 people were at the front, 1 woman and a middle-aged man. And behind them stood 5 elderlies with gray hair and aged spots on their faces. Ancestor, why do you think the sect master of the Dao Opening Sect is coming to our sect? Asked the middle-aged man called Pan Zemin, the sect master. How would I know why such a supreme entity would come to this backward place? Replied the oldest ancestor. Do you think he came here to destroy our sect? Asked another. Not likely. We did not offend them or even have any contact. Plus, if he wanted to destroy us, he did not have to send a formal notice of arrival or come in person, said the only woman of the 5 ancestors. His arrival might be an opportunity for us, said another, looking at the young woman next to the patriarch. Don't even think about it. He's already married. It's normal for such a supreme entity to have a harem of dozen wives and concubines. Our sect will rise as long as Feis gets some of his favors. Pan Jingfei lowered her head, not daring to say something. According to information we know, the Wang clan has only 1 Dao companion in the last 3 generations, said the oldest ancestor. No offense to you, Fair, but I don't think you're worthy even to be his concubine. The other 4 quieted down as they agreed with this sentence. If the sect master wanted more wives and concubines, countless emperor lineages would line up to send their best disciples to be chosen. So, it will never be the turn of their East Lotus sect. Pian, Dan 0v1. C0M then, everybody waited quietly. A few minutes later, Wang Wei landed from the sky. I apologize for my tardiness, said Wang Wei with a smile, even though he arrived at the exact time he notified them. No, it's us who arrived earlier, Pan Zemin hurriedly said. You can be at ease since I have no malicious intent, said Wang Wei as he observed these people. The man in the front, who is most likely the sect master, was in the void-shattering realm. The woman next to her had just entered the primordial spirit realm, and the 5 elderlies were in the saint realm. However, Wang Wei can see their foundation was weak and running out of life essence. They probably had between 50,000 to 12,000 years to live. Once I achieve my purpose, I will reward your sect. Thank you, sect master, for your generosity, they said as they quickly bowed. Wang Wei nodded before following these people into the sect. He also took this opportunity to get to know them. The members of the East Lotus sect soon noticed he was easy to get along with. He had no arrogance or displayed any pride or contempt for them. So, they can only sigh that the disciples raised by these powerful lineages are something else. Wang Wei came here for the secret realm Heavenly Tao gave him. The reason for his caution was that he needed to go here to open the hidden realm instead of using the token to teleport inside directly. He feared Heavenly Tao was plotting against him, so he did not secretly come to this sect and enter. After chatting with these people, he dismissed them on the excuse he wanted to rest. He wanted to observe for a few days to see if there were any anomalies, and he did. There is a very well-hidden secret realm with a weird aura in this place. He did not immediately go in but continued searching the sect. A few days later he entered the weird secret realm. He saw a man sitting cross-legged with an eerie black aura emanating from him. Wang Wei instantly felt this man's aura was familiar, and it took him a moment to figure it out. The aura is similar to Yi Lianchang, except less pure. The man opened his eyes and looked at Wang Wei with great ferocity. Who are you? Are you the founder of the East Lotus sect? Asked Wang Wei instead of replying. He searched through all the sect records and made a bold guess based on the gathered data. The East Lotus sect, muttered the weird man with a look of reminiscence. That was a long time ago. Indeed. From the information Wang Wei gathered, the East Lotus sect was only 20 million years old, and their patriarch was only in the Saint realm when he passed away. Yet this man was alive. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. The power of fate and yin-yang flashed in Wang Wei's eyes as he divined the secret of heaven. He wanted to know the origin of this person's weirdness. The abyss gap, he muttered, making the founder frown. How did you know? Wang Wei did not answer him as he figured out many things. Heavenly Tao sensed some danger to the world originating from this place, so it wanted to guide Wang Wei here to eradicate it. This is why I don't like you. You could have just told me and I would have taken care of it, he thought, shaking his head. He then focused on finding more information about the abyss gap, but he could not divine any more power. Is the abyss gap related to Cthulhu and the old ones? Or is there another reason why the aura is so similar? Your arrogance disgusts me, said the founder. Regardless, you exude such vitality. Something tells me I will benefit greatly after swallowing you. Wang Wei was annoyed this guy interrupted his thinking, so he waved his hand. Numerous runes appeared around the founder, and he turned into a bead before he could react. Wang Wei did not want to eradicate him since he could find more information after capturing him. So, he sealed him, including his consciousness, to ensure he did not kill himself to escape. He did not know whether this guy was immortal similar to Yu Zhou or Yi Lianchang. Wang Wei searched his soul and learned a lot of new information. The founder's name is Qin Li, and 20 million years ago, as he approached the limit of his lifespan, he left the sect to find an opportunity to break through. And one of the islands between the central and southern continent, he found his chance. It was an altar to pray to an extraordinary being. According to the information, as long as he asked that great being anything, they would achieve his wish. Qin Li was not stupid, so he knew the possible consequences of dealing with powerful and unknown entities. Unfortunately, he feared death. In desperation, he used the altar and succeeded. The unknown entity granted him longevity and power. The only thing it asked in return was for him to secretly set up a formation at some point in the future. Although Qin Li could guess the purpose of this formation, he could not refuse. He was already in too deep, and his soul no longer belonged to him. Someone is plotting the myriad emperor world, muttered Wang Wei. He's done a similar thing as this altar using his soul network. No, maybe not just us but the entire lower dimension. This plot might be bigger than it seemed on the surface. He waved his hand to create a talisman and contacted his wife. Do you know anything about the abyss gap? He asked directly, making Wu Hong frown as she tried to remember. The only thing I know is it's a forbidden land in the endless void that is sealed. Most emperors from the endless void will reinforce the seal before ascending. But even then, a weird aura will be released to corrode the seal. Even with so many emperors reinforcing it, it still corrodes the seal? Yes. Even your seal? I did not have a chance to add to it, replied Wu Hong. After proving the Tao, her time in the lower dimension was short, and she spent most of it annihilating the devil race. And before her exile to the upper dimension, she did not have the opportunity to add her own seal. Why are you asking about this? Wang Wei explained the situation to her. If the abyss gap is related to a taboo, it would complicate things. You don't sound too worried. Well, these troubles are your problem. Wang Wei's lips twitched before ending the talisman. He looked at this secret realm and used the law of space to take it away. He wanted to see if he could find more clues. He returned to the East Lotus sect. He did not tell these people about what happened but rewarded them. He modified their sect cultivation technique to reach the quasi-emperor realm and help these ancestors to extend their life by another 2,000 years. Finally, he used the token to enter the secret realm from the Null Era. Heaven-shaking battle. The moment Wang Wei entered the secret realm, he felt a terrifying killing intent rush into his mind, trying to affect his mind and soul. This kind of killing intent is enough to affect immortal venerables, he muttered before looking around. The sky was entirely red, and he saw the ground bathed in blood. He scanned the surrounding with his divine sense and found no bodies. There were countless broken weapons on the floor, the primary source of the killing intent. Deep in the north was a small pond of golden blood, shining brightly even after trillions of years. Innate treasure and an extreme one. A broken chaos treasure, this should be a broken emperor artifact, commented Wang Wei as he walked around the secret realm. The ancient era was truly a wonderful time, full of talents and resources, he commented before sitting cross-legged in the sky. He waved his hand and all these broken treasures flew above him. He turned his proving Tao artifact into a cauldron before putting in a broken innate treasure inside, refining it. The process was not as easy as Wang Wei expected. The remnant wills of these weapons from their masters resisted being refined and nourishing another weapon. This might take a little longer than expected, thought Wang Wei before waving his hand to establish a time formation. The time inside the secret realm will be faster than the outside. Then he focused on dealing with the remnant wills. He refined treasure after treasure. He refined all the broken innate and chaos treasures in just 100 years. And through competition with these remnants, he also tempered his mind and will a little. Wang Wei opened his eyes as he looked at the cauldron. His proving Tao artifact had a mysterious aura similar to chaos. The strength had drastically improved, but that was not the main point. He could feel the artifact had become an embryo, waiting for a catalyst to transform into something extraordinary. Grand Tao baptism, muttered Wang Wei. As long as he proved the Tao and underwent the baptism, his proving Tao would become a potent weapon that would give him at least a 5% boost in battle prowess. Excellent, said Wang Wei before standing up. He looked around and there were still many weapons left. However, they were broken emperor artifacts and he did not dare refine them. He waved his hand to put them into his space ring before teleporting before the golden pool of blood. Numerous innate demons and primordial gods' bloodline, perfectly combined and preserved, he uttered with shining eyes. Perfect to cultivate the fiend god 12 revolutions. He absorbed the bones of a dragon after he reconstructed his body. So, he planned to induce bloodline from the bones to cultivate the 12 revolutions. Or hunt the sleeping primordial god in the blood-earth forbidden land. However, things will be easier with this blood pool. So, he waved his hand to put it away. Wang Wei then raised his hand to condense all the killing and slaughter aura in this secret realm. After the cleanup and meeting with Wrath, Wang Wei suggested Li Jun create a weapon similar to Wrath's by condensing the killing aura between heaven and earth. The sect has plenty of slaughter aura, but it's not enough for such an ominous weapon. So he sent the elders and disciples to search and gather more. He told them to focus on the western continent since there was plenty of it. After putting away the slaughter aura, Wang Wei mobilized his time law and used a technique, time record. The secret realm shook before an illusory image appeared in the sky. For people who seemed to be leaders faced each other with countless people behind them. On the right side were a Qilin with red scales and an enormous humanoid creature with 4 wings and 2 horns. On the left side was a human with an intense aura, the power of the 5 elements Grand Tao source. The other on the left was a tiger demon race. He also had the power of Grand Tao source and it was a weird flame-related one. Wang Wei took a moment to sense it and concluded it was a combination of flame, soul, pain, and a little bit of destruction. Infernal Tao? He thought before focusing on the battle. Ill deal with infernal tiger, said the Qilin with hatred in its eyes. Their innate demon race created the demon race to serve them and help them win this war. But they betrayed the innate race and joined the acquired side. Furthermore, he had enmity with the tiger. Deal with me? Are you worthy? Replied Infernal Tiger with a sneer. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Co, MPAND. A no V1. He raised his hand to manifest a little golden sword before sending it toward the winged primordial god, who reacted quickly, mobilized his wind innate law, and created a black wind tornado. The sword slashed through the tornado, but its strength was drastically reduced. So, the winged primordial god punched the remaining sword into obliteration. He frowned because he was slightly weaker in this brief introduction. This was not the first time he fought with Yellow Scarf Emperor, and the latter became stronger each time. During their first encounter he almost killed the latter. But now he lost in a direct confrontation. The growth rate of acquired race is too fast compared to us. They must be annihilated, he thought. Heaven and earth are fair and focus on balance. Innate life forms have powerful bodies and long lifespans, but their comprehension is subpar. Meanwhile, humans are naturally born weak, but their natural understanding is higher than innate life forms. Even the demon race, a combination of innate and acquired life forms, has a higher average understanding than innate life forms, albeit not nearly as good as humans. The Qilin opened its mouth to spew an incredibly powerful white flame. However, the Infernal Tiger replied by spewing a black flame that easily overwhelmed the attack, knocking a few of the Qilin's scale as it groaned in pain. You, roared the Qilin. You, innate life forms, considered yourself the darlings of heaven and earth since some of you only need to sleep to grow powerful. However, is that really true? Said Infernal Tiger with a sneer. When he was a little Tier 9 cultivator, if a senior of the human race did not save him, he would not be here today. However, this Qilin was not his opponent a few million years later. The people behind them joined as soon as the leaders began to fight. The weakest of these individuals was the one-leaf immortal sovereign. Wang Wei could not describe his shock as he watched this heaven-shaking battle. The perfect way to describe the situation is the stars became dim, the world trembled, the laws became chaotic, and the Tao dispersed. The acquired life form had the advantage during the battle until another innate demon who looked like an ox showed up. The Yellow Scarf Emperor sacrificed a 5-elements array to imprison the winged primordial god and the ox, giving Infernal Tiger an opportunity, which he took. The tiger killed the Qilin, but the latter used a secret technique to counterattack before its death, severely injuring Infernal Tiger. Meanwhile, Yellow Scarf could not hold on for long as he, too, was injured controlling the formation. So, they too retreated with their surviving members. Wang Wei exhaled as he finally understood the power of a great emperor. He truly understood why so many pursue that slim chance of proving the Tao. It's not the long lifespan but the unimaginable power. I finally have proof the heavenly Dap path can be on par with great emperor, he muttered, thinking deeply. This could mean that people like Ao Shen and Huafeng Huang with innate law could acquire the power of Tier 10. He frowned for a moment before smiling brilliantly. The future will truly be interesting. My era will not lose to the ancient time. Wang Wei took out a talisman and recorded this great battle. He plans to use it to brainwash the next generation of demons and the human race, telling them how our ancestors used to fight side by side for a common goal. Finally, Wang Wu purified the remaining baleful aura in this secret realm and left for the East Lotus sect. In a few years, this place will turn into a holy land for cultivation, and once they discover it, their sects might rise in the future and even one day become an emperor lineage. Wang Wei left the secret realm without alarming anyone. Before entering, he had already made it look like he had already departed. He calculated the time and found out that only a year had passed outside. So he opened the space and teleported away. His destination was not back home but the Chrono Chaos realm. He wanted to verify something had been putting off for quite some time. Verification and backhand. Wang Wei teleported to the entrance of the Chrono Chaos realm. He took out his innate time treasure and used his time law to protect him. After all these preparations he entered. The environment was the same since the last time he visited, full of chaotic time energy. As he previously did, Wang Wei did not enter deep into this realm and stayed in the periphery. He sat cross-legged and set up protection around him before cultivating. He began to purify the chaotic time energy as 360 illusory figures appeared behind him. All of them looked gentle, with golden Buddha light emanating from them. They were holy and noble. Time passed and the 360 once appeared. Wang Wei ignored the outside as he focused on refining the chaotic time energy. After an unknown amount of time, he opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. As expected, he muttered. He looked behind him and there were 365 future Buddha self. Furthermore, no matter how much time energy he used, he could not increase more. My application of the future Buddha self is too broken, so it's normal for true heavenly Tao or grand Tao to nerf it, he thought, since he had long expected this outcome. His other incarnations could not condense future Buddha selves and could only use the ones he condensed. Furthermore, only one person at a time could use it, meaning if the luck incarnation was using it, the karma incarnation could not also utilize it. Finally, the other incarnations could not even condense the last 5 future Buddha self. Otherwise, the spacetime incarnation could gather more time energy and have already succeeded. I wonder why 365? Wang Wei wondered. The number has a few significance. For example, 1 year is 365 days. On Earth, the time planet Earth takes to travel around the Sun determines the length of a year. But in the myriad emperor world, 1 year also equals 365 days. And as Wang Wei knows, most other heaven wills are the same. So, he concluded the concept 365 days equals 1 year was one of the fundamental truths of the entire universe. Some strange worlds may deviate from this rule, but most follow it. Additionally, the number 365 has some other meanings corresponding to stars and astrology, meaning a cycle of renewal, change, and transformation. The universe is truly a wonderful thing. Anyway, 1 year for everybody equals 365 years for me, that's more than enough advantage, Wang Wei reassured himself even though he was still unhappy because of his greed. He understood the implication of having 365 times more time than everybody. After proving the Tao, cultivation takes yuan epochs to have any effects unless cultivators used other methods like faith. However, Wang Wei can cultivate for 365 yuan epochs in just 1 yuan epoch. That's terrifying and gives him too much advantage. With my plan for the era, I can cultivate until the Empyrean realm in the shortest time possible. And with the future Buddha self, the same will be true for the Paragon realm, thought Wang Wei with a frown. The only thing I have to worry about is whether this technique will become useless after proving the Tao. This is very unlikely since the past, present, future Buddha scroll is an emperor scripture. However, even if there are complications, Wang Wei can update it to have the same effect. Wang Wei stood up before stretching his body, creating creaking sounds. He looked in the distance, deep into the core of this forbidden land. The next time I come here, he'll finally discover this place's hidden mystery. Once he deals with the secret of the chrono-chaos realm, he will refine it into a time-secret realm. Without wasting time, he exited this place. He had one last thing to do before entering seclusion and devoting himself to increasing his strength to the best of his ability. Wang Wei opened a portal and instantly traveled to the western continent. He appeared on top of a mountain but did not know exactly where he was. But that did not matter. He sent a communication to the void and waited. A few minutes later, a young man with an indifferent face and black and white hair appeared before him. "Do you know you're very annoying?" said Di Tian. "And you're not very sociable," replied Wang Wei with squinted eyes. He could tell the one in front of him was nothing but a clone. "I don't have time for your nonsense. What do you want?" "I'm here to make a deal with you." "This again?" he said with great dissatisfaction on his face. "No, not the same deal. I just need you to kill 2 people for me. You can negotiate the price." Di Tian wanted to immediately deny this request and leave. However, he suddenly had an idea, so he restrained himself. "Is there someone you can't kill?" "It's not a matter of strength. My Era Sun title restricts me." "Are those people the traitors from the upper dimension you were talking about?" Wang Wei was not surprised Di Tian knew about these people. People can figure out the truth as long they have decent intelligence and the correct information. "Yes." "Show me." Wang Wei displayed the image of 2 people. "Do you have proof they are traitors?" "No, but I do know one of them is definitely the traitor." Di Tian frowned. Killing the heaven chosens of this generation has a high chance of getting him on heavenly Daos' wrong side. However, killing 2 people should not be a problem if he prepares beforehand. More importantly, the deal has to be worth it for him to take the risk. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. I agree with your deal, said Di Tian. In return, I want your ideas on how to revive my wife. Wang Wei was not surprised by this request since this was the request with the highest probability based on his analysis of Di Tian. And he would bring it out as a bargaining chip to convince him if he did not bring it up. Do you want to revive your wife or the perfect version? Boom. The sky in the surrounding 100 domains turned bright red as D. Tian's clone released a terrifying killing intent. Hundreds of millions of devil cultivators in the supreme realm and below suddenly felt a tangible pressure suppressing them on the ground. Only a few elites could remain unaffected. Don't play your useless mind game. You know exactly what I mean. All right, calm down, replied Wang Wei nonchalantly before taking out a contract and putting his seal on it. D. Tian read it and added a few more clauses. Wang Wei reviews it before accepting. Now can you speak? Although he appeared calm on the surface, Wang Wei could detect his hidden emotional fluctuations. There are a few ideas I can think of to revive your wife. To be exact, reviving her is not the main issue, it's dealing with Grand Dao. D. Tian agreed with that statement. Without Grand Dao's strict rules regarding perfection taboo, he could easily revive his wife. The first idea is to use a paradox to hide from Grand Dao. Are you talking nonsense? D. Tian frowned as he felt Wang Wei was not treating this deal seriously. I'm not. The Spirit Genesis sect from the Battle Spirit world achieved a similar method and successfully hid from true heavenly Dao. You must reach a high enough cultivation realm and apply this technique to Grand Dao. D. Tian frowned as he pondered for a moment. He quickly realized this Wang Wei planned to use him as a spear against the Spirit Genesis sect. Although he did not know their conflict, he did not care. He would visit them as long as it could help him. Of course, he will also investigate beforehand. This idea is not enough, it takes too much time. You better not expect a quick and easy solution, said Wang Wei with a frown. You're dealing with an entity that is near omnipotent and omniscient. You're right, but I know you have more ideas. Fine. The second idea is for Deception Dao to deceive Grand Dao. However, like the previous method, you'll have to be at high realm to succeed. Wang Wei did not wait for him to talk and continued talking. The third idea is to find a place where Grand Dao's power cannot reach and revive her there. Pan DN0 VE1 CM, the universe is vast and anything is possible. After all, Grand Dao is only near omniscient. D. Tian pondered briefly before secretly shaking his head. This method is suitable except for the limitation he probably could not leave this no Grand Dao zone. And that's only if he could find it. I'm feeling generous, so I will tell you my best idea. Merit. As long as you gather enough merit, you can ask Grand Dao to allow your perfect wife to exist between heaven and earth. D. Tian's eyes lit up. This was indeed the best idea, and he blamed his stupidity for not thinking about it. Although he could guess the amount of merit required would be mind-numbing, it was better than searching and hoping to find another rare treasure like the Limit Breaker. Although he was not the kind of genius that could come up with inventions, he could cultivate such genius and found them. Better yet, he could create a large organization to serve the people and gather merit. If desperate, he can even copy the Buddhist monks and artificially create catastrophe before coming to save people and collect merit. No, isn't there a supreme genius before me with great intelligence and cunningness? With him under control, he'll have plenty of methods of gathering merit. He took a deep breath to calm down his excitement. Give me a month and it will be done. D. Tian disappeared. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had his usual cunning smile on his face. Done, he thought. He planned to hit many birds with one stone. One of these birds was to reduce the karma he owed to Qiao Ning for the perfect foundation method, and he succeeded. And the second is to ensure his survival in case he loses the Heavenwell battle. As long as D. Tian found him helpful, he would restrict himself and not kill him. Of course, Wang Wei knows this guy is planning to capture him. His only objective is to use D. Tian's hesitation and desire at the last moment to escape. Then he will have the sect entirely leave and hide from the myriad emperor world while D. Tian is undergoing his transformation. Although I have confidence in myself, absolute confidence is only for fools. Wang Wei sat cross-legged on the mountain, waiting for his stone to hit another bird. The Four Rats. Dao Burial Ground. 4 people stood facing each other. Behind each was a black coffin with countless runes engraved on it. The 4 people formed a strange group. There was an elderly man with gray hair and wrinkles, a middle-aged man with snake pupils, and young child with red and fierce eyes, and a handsome young man in his middle 20s with green hair. Anyone who witnessed this meeting would be shocked beyond words. And that's because all 4 had the aura of eternal emperors. A few people speculated the Dao burial ground had 1 eternal emperor, but little did the world know they had 4. These people did an extraordinary job at covering their tracks. When first-class emperors visited this place, they did not annihilate them but ensured they escaped, showing the world there was a possibility of an eternal present. Simultaneously, only one displayed eternal strength, while the others always hid. First child, I think this is a perfect opportunity for us to gather flesh, blood, soul and negative emotion, said the elderly, looking at the young man with green hair. I agree with second child, said the middle-aged man. Heavenly Tao sealed the lower dimension, meaning we don't have to have so much restraint. As long we work together, we might be able to break the sealing formation of the human preservation array, said the child, who was the fourth child. You're wrong, said first child, removing a string of his green hair that blocked his eyes. If it was only the human preservation array, we might have a chance. But now the Tao opening sex bastard used all the racial arrays to seal us. Not to mention they also have an eternal level powerhouse controlling it. How about using the backends we left on the outside? Although they only have Tao ancestor strength, they are more than enough, said the second child. That's useless. These emperor lineages would quickly kill these things, which would only reveal our secrets. The best result would be to pretend to be devil cultivators that went mad to gather flesh and blood, but the D clan would clean them up. First child, I know your cautious nature has kept us well hidden so far, said the fourth child. But we have not conducted a red wave in a while, and my realm has shown signs of destabilizing. I might lose my eternal status if we don't act soon. The first child frowned. Fourth child is new and indeed requires more energy to stabilize. However, I feel it's unwise to make a move in this generation. The first child knew Heavenly Tao cared deeply about this generation's heavenly battle. And from the information he gathered and deduced, there is a high chance true Heavenly Tao was the same. Of course, this was not the main reason for his reservation. It mainly stemmed from that woman. Although many people believed she was only the descendant of Empress Wu, the first child knew it was not simple. He guessed she was most likely a clone or a reincarnation. He would not take action as long as there was a 0.1% chance it was her. His cautious nature is why his plans have proceeded smoothly since his death in the upper dimension after the Null Era. Since we cannot leave, why don't we sacrifice some of these people to stabilize fourth child's conditions, said the second child as he gazed at another space in the Tao burial ground. Countless coffins of different colors lay next to each other, exuding powerful auras. The weakest individuals were immortal venerables, and the group included a few emperors of different classes. No, some of them have already suspected something, refuted the first child. If we take action now, they might find something. Then what should we do? Fourth child, you'll have to suffer for a while. Enter deep seal to preserve from falling in realm. Well, wait for a few generations before taking action? A few generations? Asked the third child. Maybe not. If the bastard from Tao opening sect wins in this generation, I feel the next few generations will be prosperous and full of changes. We cannot show ourselves. But if it's the D clan's heir, we will take a little risk and conduct a red wave as soon as he leaves. We will be quick and fast and only gather enough essence for fourth child to stabilize. The first child understood the arrival of the myriad emperor world's prosperous age was destined to arrive. However, if D Tian wins the final battle, fate will change as the prosperous age is delayed. And this would be the best time for them to take action. First child does not want Wang Wei to win. Ever since he learned of that bastard's rise, his intuition has warned that something terrible would happen soon. So, he's becoming increasingly more cautious. He has already decided to hide even before the final battle begins. That may be the best choice, said second child with a sigh. He, along with the others, did not blame the first child. Their plans have been going smoothly for countless eras because of the latter's extreme caution. The outside world calls him a coward and a rat, but only the four know the true capability of the fifth child. Piandian 0 C. Oem, the people from the upper dimension? Your Excellency has heard of us, said Parasite. That will make our conversation much easier. His tone was very polite and respectful. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. How did you get in? Asked first child. Not only did he place his own seal, but the racial preservation array prevented people from entering and exiting this place. Since your Excellency knows my origin, you should understand this is not a major thing. Paragon thought first child. He once ascended, so he knew the power of paragons. Although they are restricted in their intervention of the lower dimension, but the means they can use within the limits of the rules is not something ordinary people can fathom. Why are you here? I came here to invite Sir Heretic to negotiate a transaction. Heretic? That's a name I've not heard in a long time, thought first child with a frown. His name has been lost to the annals of history, but these people dug it out. They're not as useless as they appear in front of that bastard, first child. who had an incomprehensible hatred for Wang Wei. As for the reason, he simply felt the bastard would cause him trouble, and that's the thing he hated the most in the world. Be more specific, he said. I know your excellency does not want to show yourselves too much. So, I only ask you to quickly exile the newly ascended emperor immediately after proving the Tao. If you strike quickly, it should be possible. The heretic emperor did not say anything and continued to stare at him, so Parasite hurriedly explained, our action is only if Wang Wei proves the Tao. Furthermore, we will help you. He showed the emperor a map of an unfinished formation. This formation temporarily allows you to boost your power by a large margin. The only requirement is the sacrifice of a few other emperors or tier 10 immortals. The task can easily be achieved with its help. Heretic still remained quiet, staring at Parasite. Although he did not release any aura, Parasite felt tremendous pressure. Luckily, he has faced the aura of Empyrean and Paragons, allowing him to remain calm in this situation. Upon succeeding, your excellency can absorb as much flesh and blood you need from the myriad emperor world. That's it? I do your dirty job for you and that's your only offer? Parasite frowned as he pondered deeply. He seemed caught in a dilemma. At least that's what his facial expression indicated. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, we have many companions in other world communities. After you succeed, they will help you gather flesh and blood. Your entire reward is on the assumption your people will prove the Tao in other world communities. But what if they don't? That's impossible. Says who? You? Replied Heretic with a sneer. Your Excellency, there is no need to make things difficult. If you don't want to negotiate, say so, said Parasite calmly. We have already shown our sincerity. Even if there were no other rewards, the formation I presented to you is plenty enough. You have a point, uttered the Heretic Emperor. So you agree? Asked Parasite. This is not something I can just decide on the spot. Give me 3 days and I'll tell you my answer. Parasite secretly sighed in relief. There was hope as long as the Heretic Emperor did not immediately reject him. In that case, he'll return 3 days later. I hope to receive good news. Parasite cupped his hand to salute before mysteriously disappearing. Not long afterward, the other 3 others appeared next to the Heretic Emperor. First child, what's your decision? Do you want to work with him? Asked the second child. Slaughterheart. Of course not, replied the first child. He observed the intruder's behavior, and the conclusion is the latter's acting was too subpar for an old monster like himself. Moreover, although the latter addressed as him your excellency, the first child could sense the disdain and pride hidden by Parasite. Why not? Asked the third child. He thought having some powerful backers in the upper dimension was not that bad of an idea. Our actions have already angered so many people in the upper dimension that I cannot imagine how many people are waiting for my appearance to kill me, said the first child, who understood his situation quite well. So, he will leave the eternal ascension world as soon as he accomplishes his plans and enters primordial chaos. The situation of these people is not that much different than us. Their fate will be terrible once their reigns end and all the other paragons come back. The first child did not know why these paragons disappeared. However, this did not change his analysis. So, these people are a sinking boat, said the second child. Our death will come sooner if we associate with them. Exactly. So, why did you not directly reject him? I don't know what methods he can use, so I need to buy us time to run away. 3 days later, Parasite returned to this place and discovered the Tao burial ground. He immediately knew the Heretic Emperor had played him. His eyes turned red with anger, but he had to swallow this breath. Heretic, you coward rat. I'll make you pay one day. Parasite returned to a calm state before heading to another place, the Nether Hell. He used the special talisman the Paragon left for their group and entered the core of this forbidden land. He bowed even more politely than when he encountered the Heretic Emperor. After all, he was meeting with an Empyrean. Even in the Eternal Ascension world, Empyreans are top cultivators capable of walking proudly and without much worry. Your Excellency Nether, boom. A palm crushed Parasite, not leaving a single atom. Why are these wastes bothering me? Said a voice that seemed extremely ancient and had seen the world's ups and downs. I have been trying for so long with no success. But recently I felt my chance was approaching. Let's see where this intuition is coming from. Somewhere deep underground, surrounded by numerous formations, Parasite opened his eyes and spewed a mouthful of blood. His complexion became paler than white powder. Why are all these people so unreasonable? he groaned with gritted teeth before shoving a bunch of pills in his mouth to alleviate his injury. He was cautious and never met these immortal entities with his real body. But even only destroying a projection also affected his main body. Typically it would cost nothing to lose a projection. Unfortunately, an Empyrean took action. I can't stay here in case that lunatic comes after me. Parasite knew there was a potent seal in the Nether Hall, but he never underestimated the capabilities of an Empyrean. Plus, I must delay my visit to the Blood Earth. Parasite frowned after thinking about the Blood Earth. The plan is to wake up the sleeping 6-star Primarch inside. However, he knew the Blood Earth was the least likely to succeed, even above the Nether Hall. The main reason is that Primarch hated humans or acquired life. So, he would face the same fate as in the Nether Hall if he showed up and woke it up. I'll wait until my injury stabilizes before I try. Then he left this hideout for another one. Western Continent. A week after his conversation with Di Tian, he received a talisman notifying him about the disappearance of the Dao burial ground. The new assassin he took underneath also received news from the main branch of the Shadow Slayer Temple to disband and integrate into society. I wonder what made those rats run away so soon? Did something happen? He muttered with a frown. He lacked too much information and could think of too many possibilities. Forget it. Anyway, they can run. He closed his eyes and waited. He did not know what happened in the Nether Hall. But that's normal since only 2 people knew what occurred. 2 weeks later, the void before Wang Wei opened and Di Tian walked out. His aura was agitated, indicating he was not in the best mood. How is it? He asked with a frown. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. M failed, he said with a groan. I killed one and the other escaped. Did you try your best? I did. I used my full strength and even sneak attacked him to ensure success. However, he had a weird life-saving method where he turned into a bunch of insects. I tried to eliminate every single one but a few escaped. Wang Wei became annoyed even though he knew this was a possibility. These upper dimension traitors have become cockroach villains, and he hated nothing more than a villain that refused to die. This is for you, said Di Tian as he took out a red orb. A slaughter heart, said Wang Wei with brilliant eyes. This is a rare resource born by condensing slaughter aura. It requires a specific environment to give birth to. I did not fulfill my end of the bargain, so I'll use this to compensate for my part. Di Tian did not want to owe karma debt to Wang Wei, so the latter could not use it against him in the final battle. Although he also mastered karma law because of his samsara Dao and his past as a Buddhist monk, karma was not the main focus of his Dao, so he could still lose in a direct confrontation with a master like Wang Wei. As such, he concluded the best choice of action is to repay the karma in a way that would not directly help Wang Wei. Di Tian knew the latter sent disciples to gather slaughter aura in the Western Continent, most likely for Li Jun, so he devised this reward to repay the karma. After handing the heart to Wang Wei, Di Tian disappeared. Meanwhile, Wang Wei squinted his eyes. Both times he showed up, he never revealed his main body. It's almost like he did not want me to see his current body. Wang Wei did not think the latter feared him, so there must be a reason he did not want to see him. Did he really find a way to achieve 10th extremity? He remembered how he did not want Chu Luo to see his full power to not learn from it. So, he concluded Di Tian was doing something similar. I must accelerate things, he thought as he quickly checked the science and technology world. Their research accelerated with an emperor body. Finally, he looked at the slaughter heart, feeling its vast energy. So pure, he commented with a frown. This thing is perfect for Li Jun to absorb but not to use on that weapon. The weapon must be wild and ferocious to ensure its power. So, such pure slaughter aura is not suitable. This guy is worthy of the title of richest cultivator, he even has such a thing. He shook his head. From the oracle mirror, he knew Di Tian's proving Dao artifact was probably even better than his that he had recently upgraded. He prepared to put it away when he sensed a talisman inside his space. The sect's emergency contact talisman? What happened? He hurriedly checked. Immediately afterward, a wave of great anger flashed in his eyes. These people are truly courting death. He wanted to be peaceful, use the time he had left with his family and cultivate. But some people wanted to try his patience. Wang Wei teleported and returned home. Mechanized puppet world. Qin, the sect master of the Origin Weapon Mountain, walked into a room with 7 people, with 6 people standing in specific spots of the room. An array was engraved on the floor, along with a silver puppet lying at the center. Qin looked at the puppet with excitement. He finally had an opportunity to rise. Sir, are you sure this is a good idea? Said the seventh person. He was responsible for managing the formation. I am. But this is a taboo practice for a reason. The previous people failed because their bodies were frylied, commented Chin Chin. Although I'm not a body refiner, my body is much stronger than your typical puppet master. Pan Dien 0 VE1 CM, you don't have to say anything else, interrupted Chin Chin. I've decided and prepared. He finally found a chance to rise and become one of the top heaven chosen who broke the barrier between mortal and immortal. Tong Ruobing, wait until we meet again, it'll surprise you. Chin Chin used to be the peer and rival of Tong Ruobing. But at some point he became mediocre while she rose like a comet. He previously accepted this fact since he could not make up the gap. But now he had finally found an opportunity. Let's begin. The array master sighed and no longer convinced him. Chin Chin entered the center of the array, next to the pure silver puppet. Light flashed around as the array activated, then he screamed in agony. The array master frowned as he had a bad feeling. But it was too late to do anything now. He could only wait to see the result. Behind-the-scene battle. As soon as Wang Wei returned home, he teleported to the secret realm where the ancestors waited for him. What's the situation? Do we have more information? So far, we only know someone attacked our business stalls in the commerce. More than 100 disciples there died, said Origin 1, trying to control his fury. They always bully people. When did they ever suffer such an injustice? Many disciples of the sect die every year for various reasons. But as long as they were not bullied by cultivators using higher realms or the disciples sought death themselves, the sect would not interfere. However, they will never allow any factions to bully or wrong their disciples. However, this attack was a blatant provocation. Have we settled the compensation for these disciples' death? Asked Wang Wei, also controlling his emotions since he knew this was not the time to be irate. Yes. The sect has requirements for the disciples who dies in the line of duty for the sect. Do we have any proof who did it? Who else could it be besides the Spirit Genesis sect? Said Sword One with a sneer. We still need some proof. Some people might be trying to blame them, added Wang Wei, who also felt it was them. The situation is similar to how they operate in the shadow. Miscellaneous just did a divination and found absolutely nothing, adding Origin 1. Wang Wei immediately understood what he meant. The divination would have detected even a hint if another faction tried to frame the Spirit Genesis sect. But they found nothing. Only the Spirit Genesis sect has a way to perfectly hide from the yin-yang calculation of miscellaneous. Sometimes appearing too clean is also suspicious. What did the Commerce Hub's president say? The Commerce Hub had a president who wielded tremendous political power and controlled extensive resources. Many top emperor lineages control the hub, and the group with the most powerful emperor will be in control in every generation. And if no one in that large group produced an emperor in the generation, they'll compete with each other to decide. Many people sought after the president's post, including the Dao opening sect. Unfortunately, they've just joined, and according to the rules, they must wait for at least 10 generations before becoming eligible to acquire the president's post. Of course, Wang Wei will not wait for 10 generations. He's prepared to take the whole thing by force and expand it beyond its limit of a few hundred world communities. He apologized to us and promised a 10-fold reimbursement, support to integrate better, and reduce our wait time to 5 generations, said Origin 1. What did he say about the Spirit Genesis sect? Asked Wang Wei. He said there is nothing he can do since there is no proof, added Sword One. The official event or explanation was that one customer was unhappy with one of the sect's products and went on a rampage. The customer had a weird talisman that could delay the entire detecting system of the Commerce Hub. What's weird is that even the customer's identity could not be found. He's a businessman, commented Wang Wei. And offending the Spirit Genesis sect for such a simple thing is not worth the price. PNDN of 1. They have an immortal sovereign and we have Sword One. Plus, we definitely have a chance as long as Desolate One succeeds, argued Hell One. Things are not that simple, countered the steward. Recasting the foundation is not easy, and it will take time even with time formation. Emperor Qiyuan's origin Dao involved time, so he left a time acceleration formation usable by immortals and a few secret realms. However, he did not minor array Dao, so there are limits to the formation in secret realms. Miscellaneous improved upon it later, but it was still limited. Plus, we don't know if they have a second immortal sovereign. Sect Master, what is your decision? asked Origin 1. We can't go to war, but we also can't swallow this breath, said Wang Wei with sinister light in his eyes. Do you want to attack their shop? That would be pointless since they would watch out for this. Origin 1 shook his head. I have a plan, and I need you guys to use whatever means you have to ensure I won't be discovered. Leave it to us, said Origin 1, and the crew began. Origin 1 gathered the abilities left by Emperor Qiyuan and hid Wang Wei's origin. Miscellaneous 1 used Yin-Yang, invisibility, and darkness to bless Wang Wei with another form of protection. Turtle 1 gave him a special defensive shield that blocked tracking, calculation, and divination. Hell 1 hid his soul and aura. Shadow 1 and 2 used shadow to further enhance his hiding capabilities. Rainbow 1 gave him a speed blessing to run away swiftly in case he's detected. Finally, Sword 1 used her power to elevate all these blessings and techniques to another level. Wang Wei felt these guys may have gone a little overboard. However, in this situation too much caution is not a thing. After finishing all the preparations he started. He used his Spirit Flower ability, Soul Network. Without wasting much time he landed in the Battle Spirit world, accessing trillions upon trillions of souls. He searched for people who were desperate and had nothing to live for. The only thing driving them forward was their desire for revenge. And as soon as they accomplish it, they will leave the mortal coil. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Co. And then Wang Wei came in like a devil, whispering sweet tempting words to them. He will give them the strength to avenge their hatred, and they need to do one thing for him afterward. Finally, he set up the stage before the grand finale. Battle Spirit World, Spirit Genesis Sect. He calmly looked at his father, Patriarch Jia, and the disciplinary head. His injuries healed long ago and he was back in peak shape. What was the president's response? He asked. He warned us and made us pay a hefty price, said Patriarch He. Even with no evidence? Yes. Could we contest it with the council? Asked He. The president did not have absolute power in the commerce hub since a council balanced his power. The Spirit Genesis sect has a seat on the council and has a great deal of power. The other members seemed very dissatisfied with us, so they have already supported him. He remembered many people referred to this generation's president as a business sage, expanding the profit of the commerce hub beyond nothing they've seen in countless generations. As such, many people in the council support him, and they have even been rumors of supporting him for a second term. Such a thing would be unprecedented. It's fine if we pay, said He with a relaxed tone. The main objective is to give a blow to the Dao opening sect and slow down their development into the endless void. Whatever price they pay is worth it since it weakens their enemy. Wang Wei, you wait, thought He, remembering that terrifying punch. He is confident he will avenge it after he proves the Dao. He closed his eyes to access his sea of consciousness and watched as 5 lights floated. 4 were bright, and the last one was dim and appeared to be still brewing. I have the confidence to avenge that punch. Patriarch, said a hurried voice from outside, interrupting He's thinking. Come in, said Patriarch Jia as the group watched an ordinary elder walking in. What is it? An emergency talisman came in. The 4 immediately had a bad premonition. What is it? Asked Patriarch He. We just received news someone blew themselves up in one of our pill shops, killing all our disciples and ruining countless resources. What? Is the news true? Asked the disciplinary head. The elder opened his mouth to respond before suddenly stopping. He took out another talisman and his face suddenly turned ugly. Then more talismans began to light up. What is it? Asked He, trying to remain calm. Most of the profession shops suffered a similar attack. A customer suddenly blew themselves up, said the elder. What is the damage? More than 2,000 public shops were attacked, and more than 1,800 succeeded. He and the patriarch's faces turned ugly as they already understood this was the Dao opening sect's revenge. Although only a small part of their publicly known shops was attacked, it will still cause them a lot of resources and lives. Before they could process and analyze the situation, another elder rushed into the room. Sect Master, bad news. One of the ore veins was attacked. One of the miners revolted and blew herself up. Impossible, said Patriarch Jia. How did they infiltrate our world without even noticing? Such a coordinated attack requires a powerful force with well-trained dead soldiers. And the miner in the sect's vein would be a spy. But they could not fathom how the Dao opening sect, who had isolated themselves from the endless void, could have cultivated such a force under their nose. Furthermore, the news did not stop coming. Chapter 722. Lu Cheng's situation. Wang Wei calmly looked at everything that occurred. He planned an attack on 3,000 locations, 2,000 from public shops and the rest from mines or unique resource spots. Wang Wei did not choose anymore because the chance of the Spirit Genesis sect detecting something and interfering increased. After the plan began, his cautions proved correct. Only 1,800 attacks on public shops succeeded, and a few of 300 of the special resources locations succeeded. As for the others, the Spirit Genesis sect detected something and prevented the attackers from succeeding. Per Wang Wei's instructions or meticulous planning, none of the attackers survived, so the sect could not find any information. This is just the beginning. The next step is for you people to squirm, thought Wang Wei with a sneer, as he could predict the Spirit Genesis sect's next step. They will suspect the Dao Opening sect has a secret force in their world and even infiltrates their home base. So they will do a rapid internal cleanup, capturing and killing countless foreign faction spies. However, things will become interesting after not finding any connection to the Dao Opening sect. They will become suspicious and even kill many of their own disciples. As long as there are any suspicions, the disciples will be either severely interrogated or killed. Unfortunately, they will still not discover anything. Typically, ordinary people should give up. However, intelligent people often have a problem: they think too much. And that's when things will become interesting. The Spirit Genesis sect's political system is similar to the Dao Opening sect, with families and a sectarian faction. The only difference is their sect is more balanced between the clans and the sectarian faction. Nevertheless, there is bound to have competition and disagreement between the three factions. So they will begin to suspect and accuse each other after not finding the hidden force of the Dao Opening sect. Of course, Wang Wei knew it was impossible to take down a sect with such a long and powerful heritage with this minor dispute. He knew the ancestors would step up if things become out of hand. His purpose is to tone down the Spirit Genesis sect's arrogance while keeping them busy so they don't do any more stupid and reckless acts. I always knew Dao Lords and Overlords were scary, but it's the first time I've experienced it personally, said Sword One, who watched the entire event through the Soul Network. Indeed, added Origin One, thinking about the benefit of this method instead of a direct battle. From now on, the Spirit Genesis sect will always be on the lookout, wondering whether their enemy will attack them. They always have to watch out for their backs since the enemy is in the shadow and they're in the light. This revenge plan surprised all the ancestors except for the steward, since he knew about the demon supremacy world from Wang Wuqing. The sect master destroyed an entire civilization in a few months and gave humans the opportunity to take the status of the world's protagonist from the demon race. So he was not surprised. All we have to do is wait to see if they will respond, commented Wang Wei. And Wang Wei did not have to wait long. He noticed something the next day. What is it? Asked Origin One when he saw the frown on Wang Wei's face. I can no longer access the souls in their world community, he replied. What does that mean? It means they might have used something similar to the human preservation array and completely isolated the battle spirit world. Since our world can have such worldwide array, it's normal for others to do the same, said the steward. Now, we know one of the hidden trumps cards, and that's more than enough. Indeed, nodded Wang Wei. He also wondered whether the battle spirit world would be like the Myriad Emperor world and have different formations from different racial groups, or maybe one formation for the entire world. I cannot find these answers anytime soon, so there is no point in thinking about them, thought Wang Wei before leaving the secret realm. He saluted the ancestors before exiting to see Yan Liling and give her the slaughter heart. He wanted to enter seclusion immediately, but he had a divination that his father's battle with Ji Lanfang was approaching, so he decided to wait. Origin Pill Dao Sect. Lu Qing sat cross-legged, deep in cultivation, surrounded by a mysterious formation floating above his head. He was sweating profusely, which was odd since cultivators no longer needed to expire after the Divine Sea Realm. Lu Qing's face became pale as his aura leaked, showing his cultivation in the Quasi-Emperor. No one knew the person in this generation with the highest cultivation was the sect master of the Origin Pill Dao Sect. He suddenly opened his bloodshot eyes before exhaling loudly. The simulation failed again, he muttered with a sense of loss. Ever since he received the Proving Dao Pill formula and the Flame Emperor's inheritance, he used his innate talent to become one of the best pill masters of this generation. He took control of the Origin Pill Dao sect so he would have no problem with resources for his cultivation and to prepare for the future. Then he focused on refining this heaven-defying pill. The Flame Emperor knew it would be risky for Lu Qing to attempt refining the pill without practice and experience. So, he left a special formation that allowed him to do simulations in an illusion world. As long as he succeeds in the illusion, he can also succeed in real life. Unfortunately, it was highly challenging to refine this pill. To be precise, many parts of the formula seemed like speculation or unverified theories, thus drastically increasing the success rate. And this is just one of the many problems, muttered Lu Qing under his breath. He shook his head before walking out of the cultivation. He decided to relax and drink some tea. He did not like to drink tea. But ever since that person took over his body, he unconsciously developed the hobby. A few minutes while resting, Lu Qing sensed someone coming into the room, and a rare smile appeared on his rigid face. "Senior sister," he said with a smile. "We are married. Why do you insist on calling me senior sister?" "Asked Lan Ling because I like it," said Lu Qing, thinking about the past. The truth is, Lu Qing does not feel his current life is real. He achieved his dream of being a renowned alchemist, and the senior sister he could only dream about was now his wife. And Lu Qing did not know whether to thank that person, the infatuation flower, or fate. In general, he has a lot of complicated feelings toward Wang Wei, especially regarding his fifth senior sister and his rise as a pill master. The latter did not succumb to the aphrodisiac in that cave and did not sully the fifth sister's innocence. If he did not, their relationship would be even more complicated. After all, Lan Ling is a reserved and old-fashioned person, so she would have accepted his offer of taking responsibility after the event and marrying him. However, he did not know how he would feel if that was the reason they became Dao companions. As for the infatuation flower, he immediately told her about it after Wang Wei left, not wanting her to be influenced. However, the fifth sister did not mind and said it was fate. Afterward, their master placed more seals on the flower, lowering its effect. Then the two got to know each other until they fell in love and became Dao companion. Finally, Lu Qing felt complicated regarding his rise as an alchemist. The source of his fame and glory evolved around his innate talent, precision. However, he knew for certain he could not develop it to the extent Wang Wei developed it. Maybe he would not even acquire it in the first place if the latter did not occupy his body. Innate talent is unique to every individual. And during that period, Wang Wei was Lu Qing, but Lu Qing was not Wang Wei. He may have acquired such a promising talent because of Wang Wei's existence. Then there is the more complicated issue with Flame Emperor. He's the latter's heir, but could he have become one without Wang Wei? He did not know exactly since the Flame Emperor chose him instead of Wang Wei. However, Lu Qing is also intelligent to know it might be because he is an easier pawn to control, hence why the Flame Emperor chose him. Over the years, he has grown and is no longer the naive young man who only knew how to refine pills. He experienced too many political intrigues and assassination attempts, so he had to grow rapidly to reach his current state. As such, he could analyze and understand many things his younger self would be entirely ignorant of. "What are you thinking so deeply about?" asked Lan Ling. Chapter 723, Lu Cheng's situation. "Oh, nothing important. I was just reminiscing about the past," replied Lu Qing before motioning for her to sit in his lap. Lan Ling blushed in embarrassment before shaking his head. "There is no need to be embarrassed. We are married and there is no one else around," persuaded Lu Qing with a smile. He liked she was so reserved and easily embarrassed even after so many years. He also liked to challenge her out of her comfort zone. Lan Ling looked around and checked to see if any servants were nearby. Finally, after hesitating for a few seconds, she sat on his lap and laid her head on his firm chest. "How was your attempt this time around?" she asked. "Another failure," replied Lu Qing with a sigh. "I wish I could help you," she muttered with some sadness. Lan Ling wanted to help her husband, but her alchemy talent barely allowed her to be an assistant. "Don't say that. Remember, you are the driving force. Without you, I would have long given up on this pill." Lu Qing was not lying. After figuring out he might be someone else's pawn, he often contemplated abandoning this recipe and not refining it. After all, he never had any emperor's dreams or ambitions. So, besides the alchemy achievement of refining this pill, he did not care that much. However, everything changed after an assassination attempt injured Lan Ling. Lu Qing realized the importance of strength, brewing a desire for power. He swore to gain the power to protect his loved ones and ensure they could live a long and eternal life. And the pill is the answer. If he proves the Tao, he can follow in the footsteps of the Yin-Yang companion emperor and cultivate the flower into a Yin-Yang love flower. If the legends are true, Lu Qing can allow his wife to also become an emperor. Lan Ling smiled as she liked to hear these reassuring words from him. Nevertheless, she still hoped she could directly aid him. Don't think about these unnecessary things. Was the news about the eternal seed true? Asked Lu Qing. Yes, but by the time our people arrived, someone already took it away. Lu Qing groaned. He encountered many problems in preparation for this proving Dao pill, one of which was the materials. They were all rare and difficult to find. The eternal seed was one of the core materials that he's been searching for the last 20,000 years. Do you know who got their hands on it? Our information is unclear, but there is a high chance it's the Association of Commerce. The eternal seed is mainly used to extend life, so if it's in their hands they probably want to have their alchemist refine some potent life-extending pill, commented Lu Qing. Maybe I can negotiate with them. He's currently one of the best alchemists in the world. So the association might be willing to owe them a debt. Ha! Muttered Lu Qing as he sensed something from his wife. If you have something to tell me, don't hesitate. Lan Ling opened her mouth before closing it. She hesitated for a while before saying, I think it's time you began to rely on the sect's manpower more. Absolutely not, he answered immediately and decisively. If we had more people looking for the material, we would not be in the situation we are, convinced Lan Ling after biting her lips for determination. She does not like contradicting her husband, but sometimes she must be tough. You should understand the difficulty of gathering these rare and possibly extinct materials. You'll never succeed if you only use your personal power to search. You need the sect's influence and connection to have a remote chance. And you should understand my worries, countered Lu Qing. That guy impersonated me and infiltrated the sect. I know for a fact he has numerous spies in the sect watching my every move. Lan Ling looked at his determined face before looking at the few strings of white hair on the side of his head. She knew they existed not due to lack of lifespan. After all, they were still young and full of vitality. These white hairs were the result of immense stress and worries. In the past few years, she saw how her husband became increasingly paranoid that he did not even tell their masters about the pill. Have you considered coming to an agreement with him? Are you serious? He asked, wondering what's got into her today. Have you thought about the situation properly? What do you mean? Can you refine the pill before this generation's heaven will battle? That's impossible. I doubt we could gather even 1/8 of the material, replied Lu Qing with a wry smile. Then what will you do after he proves the Tao? Do you think you'll be able to hide from him then? Lu Qing did not answer. He did not know how to respond. Once he finds it, he can just take the pill away from you, she continued. The only opportunity we will have is if the Flame Emperor appears to help. But even then, will that really be a good thing? None of them completely trusted the Flame Emperor since they did not know his primary objective and plan. There is a possibility that the day Lu Qing refines the pill is also the day he dies at the hands of the Flame Emperor. So, of the evil, Lan Ling preferred the lesser evil of Wang Wei. Maybe, allying with him might protect them from the Flame Emperor. I believe in the Flame Emperor, argued Lu Qing. He can only convince himself that such an entity who reached beyond the realm of the great emperor does not need to plot someone as lowly as him. Okay, let's say you're correct and the Flame Emperor does not plan to harm you. What will you do if Wang Wei comes to ask you for the formula? Even if you succeed and become an emperor, do you think you will be more powerful than him? Lu Qing groaned as he caressed his temple. If you make a transaction with him now, you will have the support of the entire Dao opening sect to help gather the material. Secondly, you can have Yan Liling's help to ensure success. Lu Qing pondered for a moment. Your analysis is only right if he's the one who proves the Dao. Our situation would be even worse if other people were the final winners, said Lan Ling with a frown. He knows us and has some karmic connection. So, he might spare us and even allow us to keep a copy of the pill formula. But other heaven-chosen will not have such compassion or scruples. Most will not hesitate to raise the sect to the ground for that formula. Lu Qin was aware of this, so he only told his wife about the pill. He did not even tell his master Yi Lao. And he would not have told her if she did not sleep every day next to him. He could imagine how many people would do anything to get their hands on this pill formula, including wiping out the origin pill Dao sect. If such a day ever arrived, Lu Qing knew he would be the greatest sinner of the sect since they would not survive. Countless emperor lineage would band together to wipe out the origin pill Dao sect. I will think about your suggestions, he said, ending this conversation. Lan Ling secretly sighed. Her husband was kind and gentle about most things. But when it came to that pill formula or Wang Wei, he was more stubborn than a mule. Can you at least tell the master? He's trustworthy and can help us in many ways. Lu Qing wanted to refuse immediately, but he realized he needed to do something different if he wanted to have a chance to refine this pill. His current method has proven unsatisfactory, as shown by the slow progress after thousands of years. So, telling his master the truth might be a good move. Although his teacher is not powerful strength-wise, he has years of experience and extensive connections. Maybe the teacher can find a way to help me. Although Lu Qing felt this was a good idea, he was still worried about the news leaking. He trusted his master, but if the latter made a mistake, it would be a catastrophic result. You have to trust everything will go all right with the master. Just like it did with me, reassured Lan Ling as she held his hand. Lu Qing looked at his wife's brilliant smile and felt relieved. You're right, he nodded. Let's tell the teacher the truth. Just by saying these words, he felt a heavy burden lifted from his shoulder. The two walked out of the room heading to Yi Lao's mountain. Lu Qing did not go far before a disciple arrived with important news. The Dao burial ground disappear? That's not important for now, he thought after dismissing the disciple. Then he met with his master and told him the entire truth. Ultimate Swordsmanship Showdown I. Martial Hegemony World, a Martial Beast Emperor's Secret Realm. Ao Shen and Zhu Tao worked together to fight a bunch of puppets. There were so many of them and of significant strength, resulting in these two having wounds all over their bodies. In the end, Ao Shen transformed into his real body to fight. Zhu Tao was not surprised by his appearance, not because he had already seen Ao Shen's true form. Ao Shen used a bloodline secret technique to make his real body resemble a flood dragon with a little bit of innate bloodline. Zhu Tao has seen and even killed Flood Dragon in the Pursuing Longevity world, so he was not surprised about the latter's transformation. All he cared for was the strength Ao Shen displayed, which would allow him to pass this trial and receive the final inheritance. The two worked together for the next few days to fight this endless horde of puppets. They thought it would be easy to acquire this inheritance, but the reality was much crueler than they imagined. They often came close to dying, forcing them to use their trump cards to survive. Finally, after a month of constant study, they finally passed the trial. They entered a room with a scroll floating in the middle. Strange and mysterious Tao rhymes emanate from the scroll, soothing people's minds and making it easier to comprehend this emperor's scripture. That's it? Thought Ao Shen, who believed there would be more to the martial beast emperor's inheritance. Meanwhile, Zhu Tao was excited since he had finally accomplished his goal. Let's comprehend together, he said, unable to control his excitement, and Ao Shen agreed. They sat before the scroll and let the Tao rhymes nourish their mind. My name is the Martial Beast Emperor, said a deep voice deep in their minds. I suppressed a generation with my companion, Little Wolf. I hope future generations can appreciate my Beast Unity Tao and continue my legacy. The sounds of Tao reverberated into the room, making it easier for Ao Shen and Zhu Tao to comprehend the mystery of this emperor's scripture. After an unknown amount of time, they finally awakened, each with a different expression. Ao Shen was a little disappointed. The scripture gave him many ideas on excavating his bloodline's power to the limit, just like the martial beast's wolf did. Additionally, it contained a few unique and creative methods to temper the fleshly body. However, this scripture's core concept requires two people, one human and one demon, to cultivate, making most of it useless to him, especially since he has no good feelings toward humans. Ao Shen predicted this outcome, so he expected the martial beast emperor to leave some other rare resources for his inheritor. That's the primary reason he wanted to come to this secret realm. Meanwhile, Zhu Tao was excited, unable to contain his smile since waking up. He found the path forward for Qi cultivators, law resonance. He also called this method Qi resonance or energy resonance. The idea is to follow the technique of swordsman or profession Tao and create a way for pure energy cultivators to use their Qi/energy to resonate with the laws of heaven and earth. For example, a person who used fire Qi would resonate with fire laws to increase their destructive capabilities. I have already created a prototype of this technique, thought Zhu Tao. All I need to do is complete it after I return. Then, after proving the Tao, I will spread it until it becomes more common amongst the cultivators back home. Zhu Tao could already foresee the sect's elders would try to prevent him from spreading such a technique that has the potential to become an insurgent. However, he did not care. He had his ambitions and goals, and no one could stop him. Not even the mountain and sea sect that raised him since he was a child. Brother Ao Shen, let's go now that we have what we want. Indeed, replied the dragon as he took one last look before leaving. It was my pleasure to work with you, said Zhu Tao after reuniting with the ancestors of his sect. According to their agreement, each could bring one ancestor, so Ao Shin also had someone present. The pleasure was mine, replied Ao Shin calmly as he watched Zhu Tao leave with his elders. Lord, how was the result? Disappointing, he shook his head. The gain was nowhere worth the risks he took. Is that so? Asked the elder, not hiding the disappointment in his voice. There may be a way to turn the situation, suddenly said Ao Shin with ruthless eyes. He suddenly thought of twisting the core of this scripture and creating one where a demon race enslaved another human being, then absorbed all their cultivations to increase the demon's power. If I want to do this, I have to be careful not to be discovered by the humans. No, they will find out eventually, so it's best to use devil cultivators so the discovery will have little to no effect. He allied with the Dao opening sect and could use it to protect themselves once the news was released. Although this is risky, it's a great way to make up for the foundation of the demon race in a short time. With this method, the demon race can give birth to many more quasi-emperors and maybe even a few more powerful Dao ancestors and immortal sovereign. After all, there are loose immortal Dao ancestors and immortal sovereigns. The demon race will significantly benefit as long as they capture them and use the new technique. Let's go, said Ao Shin as he did not want to waste time. The rise and fall of the demon race counted on him. Someone or something suddenly appeared inside the secret realm after the two left. It was a middle-aged man dressed in animal leather coats and boots. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Co. MPN DN0VE1 CM. The spirit was a little disappointed. That's why he only left the scripture for these two, not the resources part of the inheritance. Not to mention they are foreigners. After complaining, the spirit waved his hand to create a few more tokens before scattering them in different parts of the martial hegemony world, waiting for a destined person. His master gave him a mission, and he could not leave until he accomplished it. Regardless, the spirit was patient. He would take however long he needed until he found an excellent inheritor for his master. Myriad Emperor World, Dao Opening Sect. A few days had passed since the events with the Spirit Genesis sect. Then he received a communication talisman that his father had finally left his seclusion. So he rushed to see him. As soon as Wang Wei saw his father, his eyes lighted up, and he punched the latter, making Wang Tian's eyes twitch. Bang! The Wang Clang manor trembled as Wang Tian caught his son's fist. His action was fast and effortless. 7 Primordial Dragon Force. Not bad, commented Wang Wei looking at the white mark on his fist. Plus, your fleshly body is a sword and people will get hurt when directly attacking it. Wang Wei's flesh body has the natural property to rebound attacks, primarily physical and energy, while his father's property is to cut anything that touches it. I've always wanted to regain my status and pride as a father, said Wang Tian with a terrifying intent in his eyes. Now I have the chance. Do you dare fight with me without using the power of your incarnations? You get a little power and you're suddenly swollen, replied Wang Wei with the corresponding battle intent. I will be more than happy to put you back in your place. Don't worry, I'll seal my strength to the peak of 7 Leaf just like you. Fine by me. Then the two disappeared, heading to a secret realm for their battles. These two, yelled Yu Yen, but it was already too late and they already disappeared. I'll deal with them when they return. Unfortunately for those two, they returned 3 days later. Wang Wei was in good shape, but Wang Tian was slightly pale. However, their complexion became like ghosts when they saw the scary look Yu Yen was giving them. Our family was finally reunited after so many years. But instead of taking this opportunity to bond and converse, you two went to fight for 3 days. Well, look at my well-raised son and responsible husband. Sweat fell behind these two backs. Then Wang Wei acted swiftly. Blame father, he's the one who provoked me. You. Isn't it true? I'm not fallen for that this time. You've grown up and should know better. Grow up? No. It doesn't matter how old I am, I will always be your child, said Wang Wei as he embraced his mother. Yu Yen protested for a moment before being unable to resist and held him in her embrace. I'm not done with you, he said to her husband, making Wang Tian smile wryly. So who won anyway? Asked Yu Yen. Of course it's me, said Wang Wei. Only because of more experience, battle tactic, and a higher recovering method because your body is more powerful. A win is a win. You should be proud you could fight toe-to-toe with me in the same realm, commented Wang Wei. Forging sword body? The battle was quite interesting and Wang Wei learned a great deal. His father used the sword Dao to the extreme, cutting off all his fate or any conceptual attacks. So Wang Wei had to change tactics and use the advantage of his fleshly body to tire his opponent out before winning. Regardless, he learned why swordsmen are the strongest attackers in this battle. With a stronger fleshly body, his father's attack method drastically increased, making him even scarier than he used to be. In this battle, Wang Wei finally realized how much the environment and luck affect a cultivator. His father's talent is no worse than the Sword Empress. However, he suffered because he was born into the wrong generation, and his heavenly luck was insufficient. He knew his father was the kind of talent that could become an eternal emperor without any help or even entering the Dui realm. Of course, it's different for an eternal supreme. This kind of realm or stage requires luck, talent, and opportunity. Otherwise, no matter how talented a person is, they cannot become eternal supreme. "How was your retreat?" asked Yu Yen. "It went well," replied Wang Tian with a smile. "I benefited a lot." Wang Tian explained his experience and gains during the retreat. "Let me see your body refining technique," asked Wang Wei, and Wang Tian agreed and gave him a technique with a simple tile, forging sword body. The technique followed a similar system as the ancient desolate body refining scripture, tempering the skin, muscles, bones, and organs. However, this body tempering technique does not require spiritual materials but uses the unique sword qi Wang Tian used to recondense his primordial spirit. As such, every blood and cell in his body contains sharp sword qi. Wang Tian even opened his acupoints and stored potent sword energy in them. "It's a waste to store sword energy in your acupoints," commented Wang Wei. "You should store actual swords, innate swords to be exact." "I thought about that," replied Wang Tian. However, having more than 1 million innate swords is unrealistic. Even with the Tao opening sect's deep foundation, he could not get his hands on such a large number of innate weapons. "You don't have to use innate swords," countered Wang Wei. "You can use the pseudo-innate pill method to create pseudo-innate sword embryos in your acupoints. Then, when I return the environment to innate, you can absorb innate qi between heaven and earth to transform the embryos into real innate swords." "That's a great idea," said Wang Tian, thinking how much more powerful his fleshly body would become after he succeeded. "And in return, his swordsmanship will also reach a higher level." Pand A, N0V1. "Calm, you have plenty of time to learn," commented Yu Yen. "Plus, you can have someone refine the sword embryo for you, you only need to use your blood and soul mark in the process." "Mom's right," said Wang Wei. "So, don't worry too much about it." Wang Tian nodded. "Then it's decided." "One last thing," added Wang Wei. "Are you going to fuse the forging sword body into your absolute cut sutra, or leave it as a separate technique?" "Both," he replied. "I want future generations who cultivate my technique to not make the same mistake as me and cultivate their bodies. I also think it can be used as a unique body refining technique for the sect." "It's a good idea, but you should reduce the difficulty of cultivating this technique." "What do you mean?" asked Wang Tian. "Do you think anyone is you and can condense your unique sword qi?" explained Yu Yen, and a look of realization dawned on Wang Tian. He did not use regular sword qi that most swordsmen can use by imbuing the sharpness of swords into their qi/energy. His sword qi originated from cultivating more than 1 trillion different swordsmanship, taking their essence and condensing them into sword qi. His method requires extremely high swordsmanship talent and a lot of time. Wang Tian took more than 2 generations before he succeeded. "You guys are right, but I'm not happy. If a person is not talented enough, they should not be cultivating my technique," complained Wang Tian. "You should think more about the sect," added Yu Yen. "The ancient desolate body refining scripture is one of the sect's most powerful and unique scriptures, but few people can cultivate it. I'm sure the desolate emperor regretted not leaving a weaker version that was easier to cultivate." "I agree with her." Wang Wei was in the same situation as his father since he could foresee that few people would be able to cultivate his transcending fate sutra. So he left more accessible versions and things anyone could learn from, for example how to open the chakra and develop a more potent divine body realm. "Don't nag, I will do it," replied Wang Tian, his face immediately pale as soon these words came out of his mouth. "What did you say?" asked Yu Yen, her eyes even scarier than Grand Dao. "So, you got a little power and now think you can do whatever you want. Please visit Panda, N0V1. No, wife, I did not mean that, it was a slip of the tongue," hurriedly explained Wang Tian. Unfortunately, his attempt was useless, so he looked at his son, hoping for assistance. Sadly, the latter looked like he did not see his signals, making him clench his teeth. Do you have any ideas to make this technique easier? Asked Wang Tian, trying to change the subject. I'll deal with you later, Yu Yen told him through divine sense, making Wang Tian's heart skip a beat. He knew he was done. You can use metal qi for cultivation, suggested Wang Wei. Sharp metal qi from swords would be ideal. Any metal or spiritual or can release metal or gold qi from the 5 elements. And the ones released from weapons like swords have certain properties which are perfect for cultivating the forging sword body. I'll add the lesser version, said Wang Tian, agreeing with his son that this method would indeed lower the requirement. The sect has a secret realm full of swords from past swordsmen. Disciples can enter to comprehend their sword will. In the future they can also enter to temper their bodies with his technique. By the way, I sense my father was not in his hut. Did something happen? The old man left his seclusion and most of his Dao heart was healed, said Wang Wei. Really? That's good news. Wang Tian has been with his father for many years and he knew the latter was holding on by a thread. Things got worse after his mother's death, but Wang Tian never noticed until way later. For many years, he lived in fear that he would wake up one day and his father would tell him he decided to join his mother in samsara. One of the driving forces behind his desire to prove the Tao was to find a way to cure his father's Tao heart. Unfortunately, fate was not on his side, and there was no heaven-will battle in his generation. Alas, he had to leave everything to his son. Many thoughts flashed in Wang Tian's mind. He remembered how he did not fight or argue against the name his father chose for his son, Wang Wei meaning Great King. His name meant King of Heaven, so his son should not have such a common name. However, he did not dare take away the joy of naming his grandson from the old man for fear he might be driven to the edge and do something irrevocable. So, he and his wife decided to let him choose the name no matter what it was. I'm glad he's alright after so many years, said Wang Tian with great relief. Yu Yen lay on his shoulder, caressing his back. Where is he now? I send him to the secret realm. It's good for him to increase his strength and foundation, nodded Wang Tian, who knew and participated in creating Wang Chang's secret realm. He will have a much higher chance of defeating Emperor Nine's sons. What's your plan? Asked Wang Wei, who felt his father might have been lost in the past if he did not change the subject. He did not want to make him sad like the old man, forcing him to get drunk while reminiscing about the past. I have a battle rendezvous with Ji Lanfanf, said Wang Tian with brilliant eyes. He should be coming in a few weeks. Really? Excellent. Why do you sound more excited than me? Asked Wang Tian. Who doesn't like a good battle? Not to mention 2 geniuses swordsmen who walked the same but different path. Indeed, I'm also excited. Do you want to make an event out of this battle? There is no need, replied Wang Tian. Anyway, we won't be able to hide it. True. A week later, Wang Tian left the sect to a deserted domain in the central continent. Ultimate Swordsmanship Showdown. Wang Tian sat next to a boulder, waiting for the appointed time. He was dressed in all white, showing the demeanor of a peerless swordsman unstained by the dust of the mortal world. Despite his middle-aged appearance, his looks could only be described as godlike or a face that even the heavens would be jealous of. His black danced with the wind, displaying his peaceful nature as he blended with the surrounding. Wang Tian conquered an entire generation not only because of his unmatched strength but also because of his handsome face. In his generation, he could not think how many saintess, young lady, sect madam, and empress felt for his peerless look. Many of these peerless women wanted to kidnap him and place him under house arrest so he could become their companion or plaything. In some ways Wang Tian had to become powerful. Otherwise, his fate would have been worse than death. Despite how popular he was in his generation, Wang Tian was glad he ended up with his current wife. Influenced by his father, he never considered having more than one companion. However, most of the women in his generation only saw his peerless look and talent. And Yu Yen saw beyond the surface and saw his core. A simple or straightforward sword lover with a lot of emotional baggage. During his cultivation journey he interacted on many occasions with Yu Yen, and they always had a connection. However, they restrained themselves until they almost died inside the blood earth. During that moment of desperation, as they entrusted each other's lives to an enemy, they could no longer suppress how they felt and admitted their feelings. Wang Tian remembered that day as if it was yesterday despite nearly 1,000,000 years almost passed. On that day he liberated his mind and, in turn, his sword. His swordsmanship reached another level, allowing him to forge a blood path from that dangerous forbidden land. After exiting the blood earth, Wang Tian realized his sword was no longer lonely. He no longer was practicing the sword only for himself. He had something to protect. A few hours passed as Wang Tian awaited his opponent's arrival. He did not mind the wait since he could take the time to organize his mind and ensure he was in the peak shape for this battle. Then he sensed something and looked in one direction. Ji Lanfang, dressed in a blue robe with an alcohol gourd in his hand, rode on a giant sword, flying toward Wang Tian. Ji Lanfang was no longer as sloppy and unrepresentable as in the deception trial. Instead, he looked handsome in his blue Taoist robe, exuding a more noble and sword immortal vibe. The only thing that destroyed his image was the strong smell of alcohol. Fellow Taoist, I'm sorry for my tardiness. Traveling in the endless void is not easy, Ji Lanfang said as he put the flying sword away. It's fine. I'm just glad fellow Taoist was willing to travel from so far away, replied Wang Tian. Although they've become close over the years, installing a transworld transmission array was inappropriate. Plus, it was too expensive, and the current Myriad Emperor world was in a semi-closed state. As such, they discussed and agreed for Ji Lanfang to come here for the battle since he did not have to worry about his fellow competitors gathering information on him. Then, the drunk swordsman frowned as he looked at Wang Tian. Such vitality, you've tempered your body? Yes, replied Wang Tian, not hiding the truth. What? I thought we walked the same path. Ji Lanfang did not hide his disappointment. He thought he had found a peer after so many years, but now he might have been wrong. But I learned our previous path was wrong. That is a bold statement, said Ji Lanfang with squinted eyes. The path of pure swordsmanship has existed since the beginning of time. So, he did not know whether his new friend was arrogant or he truly transcended that path and found a better one. But it's the truth, calmly added Wang Tian. Even if what you say is true, do you think body refining is the proper way for swordsmen? You won't understand until you experience it yourself, added Wang Tian, not wanting to argue. He wanted to use actions to show his friends he was walking on the wrong path. Yes, as the sages said, actions speak louder than words, nodded Ji Lanfang. Before we begin, can you tell me your maximum power? Ji Lanfang hesitated for a moment before replying, 5-leaf peak. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. I have 7-leaf peak, so I will seal myself to the same strength. Ji Lanfang readily agreed. This was the best method to determine whose swordsmanship or path was the best. He took out a black sword and gently caressed it. The sword is called Black Lotus and it's my Proving Tao artifact. This was the first sword I ever touched when I was 5 years old, and it has accompanied me throughout many battles. In my world, it is known as the Swordsman Reaper. Wang Tian was envious as he heard Ji Lanfang's description. He wished his first sword could accompany him throughout his life. Unfortunately, he had to cast a new one in the Divine Body realm as he cast his Proving Tao artifact. He kept that sword and hoped to pass it to his son as a form of a family inheritance. Unfortunately, his son crushed his dream when he chose not to be a swordsman. Wang Tian waved his hand, and a blue sword appeared in his hand. Following Ji Lanfang's example, he explained the name of his sword. This sword is called Life Cycles, named in honor of my mother. He reminisced for a moment before continuing, I have traveled all over the 5 continents, defeating all the swordsmen of my generation and the previous, substantiating my status as the greatest swordsman. And one day I will have the entire endless void acknowledge this title. I never knew fellow Taoist was so ambitious. I have to hide my edges because I know this is not my era, replied Wang Tian with a smile. But now my son has grown up and his light is already shining brilliantly, so there is no need for me to hide anymore. Ji Lanfang nodded even though he could not relate on a personal level. He had no children and was the brightest star of his generation. Just like Wang Tian, he suppressed all his peers to the point of suffocating them. The greatest swordsman of the lower dimension. That's an interesting title, commented Ji Lanfang. Although he had never thought about such a thing, he suddenly had the desire to have this title. However, he still said, this is not an easy title to acquire. He was not only referring to the strength required to gain such a title but how feasible the entire idea was. There are 3,000 world communities with billions of worlds and trillions of swordsmen. So, a swordsman would need to defeat many people for this title to be acknowledged or accepted by heaven and earth. Unfortunately, it was not feasible to get so many swordsmen together. I have my way, said Wang Tian, who was not lying. One of his son's plans inspired him, so he had an idea on how to acquire the title of strongest swordsman after proving the Tao. It's good to be ambitious and take steps to achieve one goal, said Jilanfang. However, you must first get past me before you can talk about being the best. As he said these words, he gathered his sword will before floating in the air. No problem, replied Wang Tian with a smile, following him in his actions. As these two gather their sword wills, countless swords flash from different directions of the central continent, floating in the void outside the domain where their battle took place. The masters of these swords tried to prevent their swords from flying away, but it was pointless. Swords after sword left their masters, floating in the void as they wished to experience this ultimate battle of swordsmanship. And this phenomenon did not only occur in the central continent. The east, west, south, and northern swordsmen and sword users experienced the same thing. Their swords flew from their control and fled to the central continent, floating in the void. Most of these swords left their master's sea of consciousness. Only a few rare swordsmen could stop their swords from flying away. Regardless, they still had to fight the restlessness of their swords, trying to prevent them from leaving. Pian, Dan 0v1. C0M. They became in awe and immediately realized this was an opportunity, especially for swordsmen and sword users. They will learn a significant amount by watching this peak battle. Ultimate Swordsmanship Showdown, L. The two brewed their aura and sword will to the peak. They observed each other closely, monitoring every aspect of their opponents, including breathing, eye movement, and muscle contraction. Then once their momentum peaked, Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang moved. In an instant they met in the air and fought. Fwick, fwick, fwick. Their swords clashed, creating brilliant silver light in the air. Whether it was Wang Tian or Ji Lanfang, none used the energy inside their bodies or the laws they cultivated. Their clash was pure swordsmanship, relying on the fundamentals of the sword like cutting, stabbing, parrying, and other moves. Their battle was like two mortal swordsmen battling without relying on cultivation or supernatural powers. The sound of metal clashing echoed throughout the sky. These two swordsmen reached the pinnacle of their craft. However, like every person who dares call themselves a swordsman, they started by learning and practicing the basic of the sword when they were nothing but children. With their talent, it only took a few days to master the basics and learn more advanced swordsmanship that involved more variations and application of power. However, these geniuses never stopped practicing the basic. Whenever they had time, when they encountered a bottleneck in their swordsmanship, when they felt sad, happy, or myriad of emotions, they would always return to the basic. And today they displayed that solid foundation. Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang only used the most basic of swordsmanship that children first learn once they begin their journey with the sword. However, every one of their attacks contained Tao rhymes, showing how they resonate with heaven and earth. Many swordsmen watching this battle entered a state of enlightenment just by watching these people's display of basic swordsmanship. After fighting for nearly 2 hours with no victor, the two suddenly separated. And without saying anything, they attacked each other from afar with sword slashes. They began with the first level of sword slash, which simply involved converting the energy inside their bodies into a sharp attribute and transferring them out through their weapons. Swoosh, swoosh. Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang slashed 9 times, canceling each other's attacks. Their eyes brightened before they decided to elevate the skills of this battle. So they used second-level sword slashes. They waved their swords and created moon-shaped slashes to defeat each other. They attacked 18 times and were still equal. The second-level sword slashes did not come from the energy from their bodies. They came from pure skill. The slash resulted from them controlling the airflow of the surroundings to control the wind and generating wind slashes. This level of sword slash required extreme control and understanding of the sword. After the tie, the two did not hesitate or waste time. They tested the third level of sword slash. This level involved using the sword to resonate and control the spiritual chi between heaven and earth. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang used 27 third-level sword slashes, but each attack cancelled the other out. Nevertheless, their aura of momentum continued to rise as they pushed themselves to the limit of their skills. 4-level slash. When the sword skill is so refined and superb, the swordsman can use the very fabric of space to cut the opponent. Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang held their swords and slashed each other. The two seemed connected to their swords as if they were an extension of it, the fabric of space bending to their will as they slashed their opponents. No energy, soul, or law fluctuations emanated from their bodies. After 36 attacks, the two stopped since the result was the same as the previous contests. However, they knew the battle had just begun. Wang Tian suddenly stopped using his swords and used his index and middle finger together as a sword before making a slashing motion. Ji Lanfang followed his example and did the same. Numerous sword slashes and energy manifested in the sky. And this time they were not only moon-shaped but took multiple forms. There were wave-shaped sword slashes, tornado-shaped and spiral-shaped. Pei, ND and OV, the two made 45 attacks before stopping this confrontation, changing to another category, Sword of the Soul. Each attack directly targeted the other's primordial spirit or true spirit. Before cultivating, the soul is both a real and non-existent thing. It exists in a spiritual plane where reality and fantasy meet. However, these two swordsmen, using only their skills and no cultivation, can touch this place of existence and non-existence with their swords. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Co. M. After 54 attacks and still being equal, they elevated their skills to another level, focusing on using the power of heaven and earth. On Wang Tian's swords, 63 massive blue swords appeared between heaven and earth. Ji Lanfang was not intimidated nor backed down. He mobilized the power of heaven and earth and created the same quantity of black swords. Bang! A maelstrom of sword energy devastated everything in the surrounding billion of kilometers, damaging the already deserted domain beyond repair. The sky separated into two, appearing as if two supreme swords were confronting each other. Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang looked at each other with excitement while ignoring the devastation of the surrounding environment. Their momentum kept rising as their understanding of swordsmanship increased at a noticeable rate. And they were not the only ones. Any swordsmen or sword users watching this battle learned a thing or two. However, the two did not care about these other people as they focused on each other. Wang Tian waved his sword to create 269 trillion sword chi. No, these were sword essences, condensed from cultivating different sword techniques, taking their core and creating sword chi. The sword chi fused to form 72 different swords floating before Wang Tian. Ji Lanfang squinted his eyes after seeing this before sighing. He followed the same and created 269 trillion sword chi too. Unfortunately, only 300 billion were unique, while he condensed the remaining ones with speed essence. Boom! The 72 swords clashed, generating a terrifying power that could easily wipe a quasi-emperor into oblivion. The two floated in the sky, intact and untouched, their aura not diminishing in the slightest. Nevertheless, Ji Lanfang secretly shook his head as he knew he had lost despite the equal outcome of the 72 swords. In this stage of their sword realms, his opponent went deeper than him and had a more profound foundation. Regardless, it was not over since the battle had just begun. Ji Lanfang regained his composure and focused on this battle. He gathered and condensed his sword will. As the name implies, sword wills are the manifestations of a swordsman's path. It is both a prototype of their daos and a representation of their will, a condensed representation of all their swordsmanship skills and abilities. Only once a swordsman reaches a higher realm could they acquire their sword will, which is one of the things used to distinguish between a swordsman and a sword user since the latter does usually not have a sword will. Ji Lanfang created 81 swords formed from his sword will, which embodied unexplainable speed. His sword will involved the concept that only absolute speed equals absolute power. With speed, there is no obstacle the sword cannot overcome, whether it is myriad laws, the soul, the Tao, or any concepts between heaven and earth. Wang Tian's eyes brightened, unable to contain his excitement. He could not remember the last time he met a worthy challenger in the way of the sword. Without hesitation, he also gathered his sword will and created 81 swords. His sword will was also an extreme one like Ji Lanfang's. However, instead of focusing on speed, he focused on cutting. Wang Tian's sword will manifested his desire to cut everything between heaven and earth, time, space, matter, energy, soul, living and non-living, everything existing and non-existent concept, and all truths and falseness. Boom! The 162 swords clashed, shaking the fabric of space-time in this domain. The clash destroyed everything in the surroundings. However, the very fabric of this domain was embedded with the sword intent of these two peerless swordsmen. In the future, this domain will become a paradise for all swordsmen all over the myriad emperor world. Another tie, commented Ji Lanfang as his first words since the battle began. Indeed, agreed Wang Tian, who felt refreshed and free after this short confrontation. He could foresee his swordsmanship taking great strides after this battle, and it should be the same for his opponent. We still have 2 realms to test out, added Ji Lanfang. Let's see if we can decide a victor. Wang Tian nodded, but he had an unknown and mysterious smile. Ji Lanfang did not know the meaning of that smile and thought the opponent was confident. So, his competitive nature stirred up as he, too, was confident in his victory. Ultimate Swordsmanship Showdown, LLL? Eastern Azure Dragon Continent, Sword Casting Villa. Villa Master Jian Yi stood before a formation, watching Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang battle it out like mortals, using only pure swordsmanship. As he experienced this peak demonstration of skills, he remembered the first time he picked a sword, learning the basic moves of the sword. Is this why he's so better than me? He asked himself. Over the years he has cultivated basic swordsmanship, returning to the basics to reach higher realms. However, he was not as consistent as he should have been. Instead, he focused on practicing and cultivating more powerful and unique sword techniques, hoping to find a way to surpass Wang Tian and avenge the humiliation of that generation. Jian Yi has never forgotten that year. Wang Tian had just entered the Saint Realm, so he decided to build momentum for himself before the final battle. So, he left the Dao opening sect and challenged every swordsman with a decent reputation. During this grand journey of swordsmanship, the emperor lineages who focused on swordsmanship suffered the greatest humiliation as Wang Tian suppressed the younger and older generations. During that time, many swordsmen broke their swords and swore never to touch a sword. In practice they cut off their sword path after seeing how high Wang Tian's swordsmanship reached. Back then he did not have such a deep foundation and still suppressed a generation of swordsmen. Now, I cannot fathom how high he's reached, thought Jian Yi with a look of desolation. He took a moment to control his emotions before taking out his swords. It was blue similar to Wang Tian, but with clouds designed on them. This sword was the first sword he ever forged and he used it as his proving Dao artifact. It was blue similar to Wang Tian, but with clouds designed on them. At that time he was young and inexperienced, so he gave the sword a simple and direct name, Blue Cloud. Without saying much, Jian Yi practiced basic swordsmanship as he watched the two clash. In a few hours his sword realm drastically improved, thus also increasing his overall strength. Jian Yi exhaled deeply as he finally found a way to improve moving forward. The irony is the answer was simple: practice the basic. He shook his head with a wry smile before saying, "Someone come." "Villa Master," said a disciple who bowed after entering the room. Jian Yi paused after hearing these words as a more profound sadness enveloped him. Their sword-casting villa should have already elected a new Villa Master. Unfortunately, no one in the current generation is talented enough to take the post. "Go bring Shuang'er," he ordered after calming down his emotions. The disciple was momentarily surprised, but he did not say anything else. A few minutes later he escorted a handsome young man in a wheelchair. Jian Wushuang sat in the wheelchair with a listless aura and no expression. Even though someone pushed him inside, even though he met his master, he had a blank look and was not responsive. A cunning light flashed in Jian Yi's eyes as he rolled Jian Wushuang's wheelchair before the formation, allowing him to experience this peak swordsmanship battle. Meanwhile, Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang's battle continued in the central Qilin continent. After the previous 81 swords, the two chatted briefly before continuing their demonstration. They waved their swords to create 90 swords before them. And this time the power of law echoed from their bodies. Despite the appearance of the power of law, this battle was still a display of pure skills. Technically speaking, a mortal swordsman could cultivate their swordsmanship realm to the level of controlling the laws. However, such action would result in their death after one attack. And that's because, without sufficient cultivation realms, their souls and body cannot withstand utilizing such a level of power. Of course, for a mortal to achieve such a feat, they must have a high talent like Sword Empress, Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang. And they would need some level of luck or opportunity. The 90 swords clashed together. Ji Lanfang's absolute speed law and Wang Tian's absolute cut law confronted each other, trying to determine which person has the most profound comprehension of sword law. The sounds of swords howling echoed between heaven and earth. Potent sword energy shone through the sky, cutting anything in their paths. All laws in the domain were scattered, leaving room only for the law of sword to reign supreme. "Still a tie," commented Wang Tian with bright eyes. "Indeed," replied Ji Lanfang with a slight surprise. He thought his friend's realm would be tainted after losing his purity, after tempering his body. But so far there are no indications of such a thing. "Then let's continue." "As you wish," nodded Ji Lanfang as he condensed 99 swords before him. And as soon as they appeared, heaven and earth changed. Ji Lanfang took complete control of the laws of the surrounding environment. At that moment he was heavenly Tao and determined how the sword laws of heaven and earth operated. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Man Wang Tian did not fall behind. He deployed his sword domain which manifested in the form of 99 swords. The domain suddenly separated into two. If a swordsman stood by Ji Lanfang's side, they would discover they could only use fast swords. They could not use slow sword techniques, elegant sword techniques, variation sword techniques, or deceptive techniques. And if they were on Wang Tian's side, they would discover they could not stab, parry, sweep, or evade, they could only cut. The two forcibly bend the laws of reality in their surrounding, forcing their sword's path on the world, forcing heaven and earth to acknowledge their sword Tao as the correct rule of the universe. Bang! The 99 swords clashed, creating devastating power. The vortex of energy produced by their clash is enough to kill one or two Leaf Immortal Venerable. Many people became scared after seeing the aftermath, especially members of the older generation. They did not imagine Wang Tian would reach such a level. The current generation, who previously looked down on the former because of the lack of people who broke the barrier between mortal and immortal, finally showed some respect. Swordsmen throughout the myriad emperor had complicated emotions. They were proud as Wang Tian showed the world why they were considered the type of cultivator with the greatest attacks. Simultaneously, they despaired as they realized the immense difference between them and the pinnacle of swordsmanship. Most gave up as they saw what the pinnacle looked like, but a few became motivated and decided to follow Wang Tian's path to death, even if they could never reach such a level. Wang Tian secretly sighed after the aftermath of their confrontation ended. He lost by a slight margin in the confrontation, just like Ji Lanfang did during their clash with Sword Essence. "It's a tie again," said Ji Lanfang this time around. "True. Then it seems we need to decide the final victor with an actual battle," he added. Previously they only tested their realm. But an actual battle involved myriad things like their soul, energy quantity inside their bodies, control of laws, battle experience and tactics. "No, you have already lost," Wang Tian declared boldly. "What do you mean?" "Sword domain is not the highest realm of swordsmanship, and there are not only 11 realms but 12. In the previous battle, the two displayed all the realms or stages a swordsman would experience throughout their lives. Everyone began with learning and mastering basic swordsmanship before entering the first stage, Sword Slash. There are 4 levels of Sword Slash and each realm requires more skills. The 5th realm is Sword Heart. The swordsman is no longer limited by the sword in his hand. In this realm, a piece of wood, hair, or a string of grass can be a sword. Afterward is the Soul Sword or Mind Sword. In this realm, the swordsman's attacks are no longer limited to physical aspects and can touch ethereal or non-real concepts like the soul. The 7th stage is when swordsmen begin to control the power of heaven and earth. In some cultivation systems, the swordsman has to comprehend sword intent before slowly reaching the stage of controlling the power of heaven and earth. In others they directly do it. The 8th stage is Sword Essence, which requires swordsmen to gather the essence of countless sword techniques and incorporate it into their own, thus strengthening their foundation. The 9th stage condenses all these sword essences into the manifestation of a swordsman's path, their sword will. The 10th stage is to control the law, and the 11th stage is the sword domain, where a swordsman has absolute control of the law, imposing his own sword Tao on the world. These stages are not all the swordsmanship realms, and depending on the cultivation systems, some swordsmen will not follow a linear path when cultivating these realms. For example, some people will condense their sword will first before nourishing it with their sword essence. And many swordsmen will skip the 4th level of Sword Slash or would cultivate it after reaching higher realms. "I call this realm sword and sword unity," said Wang Tian with a smile. Ultimate Swordsmanship Showdown 4? Ji Lanfang frowned as he immediately became more serious. Swordsmen must enter the realm of human and sword unity to reach the 4 stages of Sword Slash. There is also the realm of human and heaven unity, which granted cultivators a higher level of control of spiritual chi and, eventually, the power of heaven and earth. However, this realm is not a realm that only swordsmen can achieve. Many cultivation systems require cultivators to reach the human and heaven unity stage before they can comprehend and wield the power of law. However, with all his knowledge and experience, he had never heard of sword and sword unity. "This realm is easy to understand," said Wang Tian with a smile. My body is the sword, my heart is the sword, and I hold a sword. I am the ultimate sword. A terrifying momentum emanated from his body. He harnessed the power of his fleshly body, but oddly, it was not the power of blood energy. It was the power of a supreme sword. Ji Lanfang looked at his opponent in shock. His vision changed, and what he saw was no longer Wang Tian but an actual sword. It was like the person before him had abandoned its fleshly body and turned into a real physical sword. Wang Tian swung his sword to create 108 blades that fused into an enormous blue sword. Ji Lanfang's face changed as he mobilized his sword domain to respond. He also condensed 108 swords that combined. Unfortunately, it was pointless. Wang Tian's attack cut through his sword like a sharp knife cutting through butter. And it was meaningless no matter how Ji Lanfang responded. That sword cut anything in its path. Luckily for him, this was not a life-and-death battle, so Wang Tian stopped the sword from erasing him from the mortal coil. Li Lanfang looked dazed as if he had lost his mind. Is this the true realm of one sword breaking myriad laws? He muttered to himself, but everyone watching through different means could hear him. Regardless, he did not care about these people as he was lost in his own mind. 9 is extreme and 12 is perfection. The perfect sword realm, body, soul and mind are all swords. So we were wrong all along. Ji Lanfang's face underwent multiple changes. It appeared as if he was struggling with something, struggling to accept the truth. Haha, so we were all wrong, he said with delirious in his voice. We focused so much on pureness that we strayed from the true path of swordsmanship. How ridiculous. Ji Lanfang was not the person whose mind was shocked by this revelation. All swordsmen who reached the sword law and domain stage and thought they had reached the ultimate stage of swordsmanship had a similar reaction. They realized they must temper their bodies to reach the same stage as Wang Tian. However, how could they easily accept their path was wrong? The idea of pursuing the ultimate attack of the sword by ignoring the body has been ingrained in their souls and bloodlines for millions of generations. This idea has become their core. It has formed their belief and personal philosophy, so how could they easily accept they were wrong? Crack. The whole world simultaneously heard a cracking sound. Many people were confused, but only a few knew this resulted from countless swordsmen having their Tao hearts broken. Throughout the myriad emperor world, all swordsmen of a sufficient realm suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood and became extremely pale. Sword-casting Villa, Jianghu looked at the screen with a pale face. He wiped out the blood from the corner of his mouth, trying extremely hard to rein in his mind. However, this task was more challenging than he imagined. All he could think about was his path was wrong and he could not accept this. Maybe Wang Tian is wrong. Maybe he entered this stage for a different reason. He repeated this thought over and over, trying to convince himself. Unfortunately, the evidence was right before him. Jianghu took a deep breath and swallowed several pills to help with his injury. The best choice for him would be to enter seclusion to heal properly. However, he knew he must watch this battle to the end. While Jianghu was distracted, something extraordinary occurred. Jian Wushuang suddenly moved one of his fingers. At first, it was barely perceivable, but with the passage of time, he truly moved his finger. "Shuang-Ayu?" asked Jianghu with shock. He received no response, but he could still not control the joy on his face. He watched as Jian Wushuang moved his fingers over and over. Jianghu did not waste time and called one of the villa's ancestors to check the situation. Tao Opening Sect. The ancestors, who were also watching this battle, rapidly looked at Sword One with a worried look. They detected many of the sect's swordsmen also spewed blood and even had their Tao heart broken. Luckily, their worry was in vain. A powerful and mysterious aura suddenly enveloped Sword One as she looked in a daze at the visual transmission array. A few seconds later she muttered, "Is this the sword and sword unity realm? Besides the terrible name, it's not bad at all." "You?" asked Origin One. "The Empress already told me of this realm and forced me to temper my body. However, I could not enter it before now. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Co. Tempering the body was a requirement to reach this realm, but it was not guaranteed." "Your strength?" asked Origin One with excitement. "I don't know exactly, but I'm no longer afraid of these old immortal sovereigns." Sword One was confident she would not need the help of the human preservation array to find the immortal sovereign from the spirit genesis sect. Good. Wang Tian sighed as he felt the change between heaven and earth. He predicted this outcome before the battle. However, he knew his action was necessary for the sword path to continue forward and prosper. The swords must break before being reforged into something stronger. He knew many people would not accept his new ideology and concept even with conclusive evidence his path was the best. Regardless, he prepared to lay the foundation for this new path so it could become mainstream in a few generations. As for the pushback he would receive from the majority of swordsmen, Wang Tian did not care and prepared to suppress all of them after proving the Tao. My sword path will become the orthodox way, I will ensure that. Ji Lanfang finally calmed down and regained his bearing. I lost, he said calmly. However, I have not given up on my path. He gathered his momentum again, his eyes shining brighter than before. Let's decide which path is the best. Why are you being stubborn? You should know the outcome of this battle before it even started, convinced Wang Tian. Panda, NOV, E1, I have cultivated this path for 230 million years, Ji Lanfang sighed. I cannot give up so easily. I understand, replied Wang Tian. When the Sword Empress first suggested he tempered his body, he also refused even though he knew she was a paragon and walked farther than him in the Tao of the Sword. And if not for his enlightenment he would have never reached the current realm. Wang Tian took a deep breath before also gathering his aura and momentum. He understood Ji Lanfang's last struggle was the manifestation of the desire of all the swordsmen of the old path. Once Wang Tian defeats him, it will signify that the new sword path has triumphed over the old one. A new era for the Sword Tao will officially begin. Are you ready? Asked Wang Tian. I am. Then let's begin. Ji Lanfang nodded before gathering his essence, qi and spirit, ensuring they reached the peak. Then he mobilized his law before slashing his sword. The attack was so fast that matter, space-time, heaven and earth, and even fate could not catch its trajectory. 99% of swordsmen or even cultivators, watching this legendary battle could not follow the trajectory of this sword. And even the people who could not see it but could only feel it. Unfortunately, nothing happened when the strike reached Wang Tian. He floated in the air in the same place, not a scratch on his clothes. He still had the ethereal and sword immortal-like atmosphere around him that woke countless women in his generation. Ji Lanfang sighed, You cut my speed? I did, replied Wang Tian. Although he could not react to the speed of the attack, he had a passive domain surrounding him. So, once Ji Lanfang's attack almost reached him, the domain responded and cut off the latter's speed. Good, said Ji Lanfang, drastically increasing his fighting intent. This battle has just begun. Ultimate Swordsmanship Showdown v. Ji Lanfang took a deep breath before rushing to his opponent. He had a terrifying fighting intent in his eyes as he entered a state of no thought and no distraction. He only cared about doing his best to win this unwinnable battle. No distance strike, he swung his sword so fast that he ignored the concept of distance, thus drastically increasing the speed of his strike. Unfortunately, it was useless. Wang Tia cut the no-distance concept of his technique, thus returning distance. In other words, Ji Lanfang's attack could no longer ignore distance and had to travel from point A to point B where Wang Tian. Ji Lanfang smiled wryly as he watched the slow trajectory of his sword heading for Wang Tian, who easily evaded it. Beyond Death Strike, death is eternal and instant. However, Ji Lanfang's sword is even faster than death itself. Wang Tian calmly watched this attack. He could feel the terrifying speed and the power of life and death in that strike. Regardless, it was pointless to him. With one strike he cut off the death and speed power behind that strike. Meanwhile, Ji Lanfang was not discouraged as he expected this outcome. He followed his previous strike with another technique, infinite speed momentum. Slash. With each strike, Ji Lanfang's momentum increased exponentially as those his speed. He touched on the concept of infinite speed and went deep into 5 times infinite speed, 10 times infinite speed, 20 times infinite speed. Wang Tian calmly watched the incalculable sword slashes attacking him. The current attacks were beyond his physical senses or his soul sense. However, it did not matter since his passive domain did its job and slowed once the slashes reached him. Wang Tian suddenly swung his sword and cut off Ji Lanfang's infinite, forcing him to take a dozen steps backward in the sky. Infinite mass sword, Ji Lanfang changed tactics and focused on a heavy attack instead. Infinite speed converted into infinite mass. Moreover, Ji Lanfang did not target Wang Tian but directed his strength to affect the domain surrounding his opponent. With this one strike, the power law between heaven shook as Ji Lanfang brought tremendous pressure to the surrounding domain. His attack was as if a mighty fleshly body used pure force to break the laws of heaven and earth. Wang Tian secretly shook his head. The opponent abandoned the advantage of speed, making things easier for him. He used the passive domain to boost his sword before slashing. Crack. Ji Lanfang lost the infinite mass of his sword, and it became an ordinary attack with ordinary speed or attack potential. He smiled wryly as he finally understood how the swordsmen in his world felt when they fought him. Their despair, helplessness, confusion, and doubt. He experienced them all in this short confrontation. Luckily, he was not like these swordsmen. His mind and Dao heart were better than theirs, so he soon regained his clarity and focused. He had not lost yet. Traceless sword. Ji Lanfang made the posture of the sword drawing technique before rapidly swinging his sword. In this attack, his sword was so fast that it could not be seen, smelled, or detected. It escaped the world's shackles through sheer speed and simply disappeared. It became traceless. The void around Wang Tian trembled for a moment before returning to normal. His eyes lit up with surprise as this attack had some effect on his domain. Sadly, it suffered the same fate as the first attack. The domain cut off its concept of being undetected, and drastically weakened. Even this one failed, muttered Ji Lanfang before shaking his head. I have 2 more attacks left. No, 3. If you cut them, I'll admit my defeat. Future Slash. A second illusory version of Ji Lanfang appeared next to him, wearing all white clothes. The two fused before he slashed his swords. Wang Tian looked in shock as he could not react. However, a potent slash suddenly appeared before him before stopping Ji Lanfang's attack. He sighed in relief as he reviewed that attack. He used his unfathomable speed to break the limit of the river of time, thus accessing a future version of himself. They then fused their speed to reach an unimaginable slash. Wang Tian understood this attack was similar to his son's future Buddha self, but Ji Lanfang used his speed sword Dao to achieve something similar. Blush. Ji Lanfang suddenly spewed a mouthful of blood as his complexion became pale. He hurriedly took out a talisman from his space ring and activated it. Are you alright? Asked Wang Tian. This is just the backlash from the river of time. He did not cultivate the law of time, so using that sword slash will sometime have backlash. Luckily, he's always prepared with a special time talisman to help him resist. The second attack, continued Ji Lanfang. Do you want to recuperate? No need. A ruthless look flashed in Ji Lanfang's eyes as he changed the sword to his left hand. I've never used this attack before and everything about it is theoretical. Thus, I don't know the final result. So, fellow Taoist, be careful. This was only a friendly battle, so Ji Lanfang did not want to kill his friend accidentally. I understand, replied Wang Tian, taking the warning seriously. Then Ji Lanfang slashed. Nothingness sword, please visit Panda, N0VE1. Nothingness has no form, no shape, and no intent. So, what would happen to a sword traveling to absolute nothingness? A sword with no matter, energy, laws, or concept like motion, distance, or friction to hinder its traveling speed. The result would be beyond comprehension speed. Bang. Wang Tian flew 100,000 meters back before stopping. His face was pale and his aura weakened. A sword that touched on nothingness taboo, brilliant, he commented. He would have lost to that sword if it was not for his previous battle with his son and learning how to cut off nothingness. Suddenly he frowned. Are you all right? He hurriedly asked. Better than I anticipated, replied Ji Lanfang, who was missing his left arm. The thing disappeared after the attack, returning to nothingness. You're too reckless, said Wang Tian, but Ji Lanfang did not care. He created this sword but never had the opportunity to use it because he always felt something terrible would happen to him if he did. So he was prepared to die after that attack. Luckily he only lost one arm. Of course, he knew he could not regrow that arm no matter what he did or what resources he used. His only chance is after he proves the Tao and becomes an emperor. Regardless, Ji Lanfang did not care since this sword was the pinnacle of his skill, talent, and years of cultivation. Anyway, even with one arm, he was confident of suppressing his peers and becoming the one who sat on the throne. I have basically lost this battle, declared Ji Lanfang. However, I have one last sword, but it is not mine. He looked in the distance before sighing. Before then, I would like to apologize for being presumptuous. He pointed his fingers at the sky, and countless motes of light suddenly flew from different corners of the myriad emperor world. The eastern, western, central, southern, and northern continent, all had motes of light. Most originated from the eastern continent, with the central continent offering the second most number. The motes of light gathered together to form an enormous golden sword hanging above heaven and earth. You want to open a new sword path, but most swordsmen will not accept it, said Ji Lanfang. But now this is your chance. I've condensed the will of the current sword path. Defeat it, and heaven and earth will acknowledge your new sword path as the dominant one. Wang Tian calmly looked at the golden sword in the sky. He could tell it was the final resistance of the swordsmen of the old path. Otherwise, how could an outsider like Ji Lanfang condense such a sword? As you wish. Wang Tian's aura suddenly increased as he gathered all his power, including his new sword realm. He swung his sword to create a pure white slash toward his target. Crack. Ji Lanfang's face changed as he watched a considerable crack appear in the golden sword, almost separating into two. You. He did not think his old friend would be so ruthless and cut off most of the old path. This meant from now on, it would become 100 times more difficult for swordsmen of the old path to cultivate and reach a higher realm of swordsmanship. The only way forward for these swordsmen is to acknowledge Wang Tian's sword path and change their mindset or ideology. That's the only for their swordsmanship cultivation to return to normal. It's a shame, commented Wang Tian, sad he could not completely cut it off. It does not matter, there is still a chance in the future. Once he proves the Tao, the first thing he would do is cut off the old path, forever eliminating from this world. Brat, what have you done? Suddenly roared a voice that echoed throughout the sky. Wang Tian frowned as he looked at the old man who suddenly appeared in the sky. I remember you, you're Casting One from the sword casting villa. Casting One did not answer Wang Tian but looked in the distance. Pindian 0VC, Oem, why do you care? Anyway, people on our level won't be affected, replied Sword One. That's because he's too weak now, replied Casting One. He could foresee the fate of swordsmen once Wang Tian proved the Tao. Plus, I have to consider my sect's foundation. Then change to his path, added Sword One. His path is better and can increase the strength of your entire sect. Do you think it's easy for people to change paths? Casting One could foresee the devastating catastrophe Wang Tian's actions will have on swords cultivators throughout the myriad emperor world. I don't care, replied Sword One. The world is changing, so you guys should change to adapt. Otherwise, prepare to be eliminated by the time. Casting One gritted his teeth before looking at Wang Tian with terrible killing intent. Then he gazed at Ji Lanfang with the same eyes but felt another person on his level gazing at him. He understood this foreigner came with an insurgent to protect him. He snorted coldly before disappearing. He needed to manage the situation to ensure their sect's foundation was not destroyed. Aftermath. Wang Tian watched Casting One leave in anger and did not care. He already expected the backlash he would receive for his actions. However, his previous plan was to cut off the old sword path after he proved the Tao. By then, he would have the strength to suppress the entire world and even affect the entire lower dimension. Although his decision was spontaneous, he analyzed that it was not such a bad thing. The swordsmen of the Myriad Emperor would have an entire generation to adapt to the status quo. Unfortunately, other worlds will not have such a luxury once he completely cuts off their path. Wang Tian secretly shook his head before focusing on Ji Lanfang's state. Although he was slightly injured, Ji Lanfang's situation was worse than his. You were reckless. Ah, true. But I've never had such a thrilling battle in my cultivation journey, replied Ji Lanfang. So, it was worth it. He can confidently say he learned more than 1,000,000 years of cultivation retreat and battle experience in this short battle. So, what are you going to do? I'm not stubborn beyond saving, replied Ji Lanfang. Since you showed me a better path, I would be a fool not to walk it. His goal or ambition is to see the pinnacle of swordsmanship. And since Wang Tian showed him the actual peak of swordsmanship, he will not hesitate to change his path. That's Ji. Wang Tian stopped midway through his sentence as he raised his head to see purple light emanating from the cloud. Purple merit, commented Ji Lanfang with slight surprise before realizing it made sense. Wang Tian did not create a new path as many people claimed. No, throughout the entire lower dimension, and even the Eternal Ascension's world, the way of the sword went astray as swordsmen walked an extreme path, abandoning the core idea of the harmony of essence, spirit, and qi. What Wang Tian did was redirect swordsmen back to the correct path that was in harmony with heaven and earth. Despite this, he still received the highest level of purple merit for his contribution. Wang Tian calmly received the merit with a smile. He could use this event to show these stubborn swordsmen his path was orthodox while they were crooked. Under the banner of orthodoxy, he can gather many swordsmen on his side. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, said Ji Lanfang with a smile. Thank you, replied Wang Tian before thinking of something. Wire, come here. The void opened and Wang Wei walked out. Brother Ji, how have you been since we last met? Asked Wang Wei with a smile, making Wang Tian's lips twitch. He considered Ji Lanfang a close friend and even a brother. He even considered becoming a sword brother with the latter. Unfortunately, Ji Lanfang was technically in the same generation as his son. If he became sword brother with the latter, Wang Wei would have to call him uncle. But now, Wang Wei called Ji Lanfang brother, which further made the seniority between the three becoming more complicated. The worst part is Wang Tian knew his son did it on purpose. I've been well, replied Ji Lanfang with some embarrassment as he, too, felt awkward with the entire seniority dynamic of this group. The previous him at the deception trial was carefree and would not care about such a thing. However, a long time has passed since then. And after becoming the sect master of his faction, he had to mature and conform to societal's customs. I see you've been well, added Ji Lanfang, a little envious of Wang Wei's ability to completely ignore societal norms and be as free as he wants. He often misses his younger self. Indeed, I've been well. Let's hope this will last long, replied with some unknown meaning. Can you help Ji Lanfang's arm? I can combine the power of time and nothingness to turn back time to the moment he had lost his arm. Will you be all right? It will take a few days. That's fine. There is no need, suddenly added Ji Lanfang, shaking his head. Fellow Taoist? I've only been able to simulate that strike without training it properly, so it can be considered incomplete. However, with the missing arm, I can better feel the power of nothingness and finally complete it, explained Ji Lanfang. Are you going to be all right with one arm? Asked Wang Tian. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Even with one arm I can still suppress my generation, replied Ji Lanfang. Of course, his explanation was not the only reason he refused Wang Wei's aid. His intuition as a swordsman told him it was not a good idea to owe any karmic debt to the latter. Wang Wei sensed Ji Lanfang's reservation toward him, but he did not say anything. Ji Lanfang can be a powerful ally for his plans. However, if the latter gets in his way, he would have mercy on him because of his father and just exile him to the upper dimension. Yes, a man should have such a domineering spirit, nodded Wang Tian as he felt his friend's state of mind was to his lacking. 4 swordsmen of their caliber, limbs are only important when meeting someone of equal strength, and the slightest difference could determine the victor. All right, it's time for me to fulfill our end of the bargain, added Wang Tian before looking at his son. Wang Wei nodded before placing an array in the surrounding domain for the next few minutes. He activated the array, and the river of time suddenly manifested above the group. Then an enormous piece of land came from the river of time. Luckily, Wang Wei stopped the prying eyes of everyone in the world. Otherwise, the people would realize this piece of land was a perfect copy of the domain where the two previously. Brilliant, blurted out Ji Lanfang, and he met his words. He could see Wang Wei had pulled out the same piece of land they fought from another timeline. Phew, exhaled Wang Wei. I'm glad it worked. Messing with parallel timelines with his current strength is dangerous and can result in terrible backlash. Luckily, the battle between these two was a recent event, and he had some karmic connection to this piece of land. As we agreed, this land belongs to you, said Wang Tian, and Ji Lanfang nodded before waving his hand to create a small world and putting the land inside. A middle-aged man dressed in all black with piercing eyes suddenly appeared behind Ji Lanfang. Wang Tian and Wang Wei immediately guessed the latter's identity and saluted. The old man saluted back before saying, "Sect Master, we need to leave." Ji Lanfang frowned for a moment before realizing the current situation. Although Wang Tian decided to break the old path, it was he who condensed it. As an outsider, the swordsman of the Myriad Emperor world will not care that they gave him permission. Many will still place the blame on his head. I see. He nodded before saying farewell to Wang Tian and Wang Wei before finally leaving. I'm on it. She was intelligent to know some people might kill the group to force the sect behind Ji Lanfang to become enemies with the Dao opening sect. Wang Wei then focused on his father. What will you do with this place? Leave for the sect only or open it to other swordsmen? The sect will have control, but I will use it to solicit more swordsmen into my path. In that case, I suggest you create the Sword Alliance to gather and control the swordsmen of the world. Make the base in this place and grade someone from 1 to 12 based on their sword realms. You will be the alliance leader, and every generation, the best swordsman will be chosen as the leader. Wang Tian's eyes lit up as he realized how much of a great idea this was. With this sword alliance, the Dao opening sect will increase both its military and political power. And even if subsequent alliance leaders are not from the sect, the land where the alliance headquarters is built will belong to the Dao Opening sect, thus granting them a lot of power in the alliance. Many swordsmen do not like to be restrained, but that does not matter, added Wang Tian. They can become outside members of the alliance and do missions to acquire points. Points they can use to comprehend Sword Realm in this blessed land. Good idea, uttered Wang Wei. Swordsmen are one of the best military forces in the world. And through the Sword Alliance he can gather and use their power. In the future the sect should use more resources to cultivate swordsmen, added Wang Wei. The Dao Opening sect has the inheritance of Sword Empress, so there were many swordsmen, especially during Wang Tian's reign as sect master. However, Wang Wei suddenly felt it was insufficient, so he decided to increase the resources to cultivate more swordsmen. That's a good idea. Plus, I know the perfect person for the position of vice leader, replied Wang Tian. Oh. An old acquaintance I need to apologize to, he said with a sigh. However, he did not go into much detail. I will leave you to deal with the aftermath. I need to go somewhere. He then disappeared, leaving a speechless Wang Wei. Being sect master sucks sometimes, he complained before calling people to deal with this domain. As for the Dao Opening sect taking over such a blessed land for swordsmen, no one dare say anything except express their regret. Rejuvenation. While supervising the sect's takeover of this blessed land, Wang Wei wondered whether it was possible to control the devil cultivators in the Western continent through a method similar to the Sword Alliance. A devil alliance would require benefits to draw them in. Devil cultivators used flesh, blood, and soul to increase their cultivation and strength forcefully. Wang Wei can use his time and karma law to take blood from the past for them to use. He can also use his soul law to steal some souls from the past. Although this method has risks of affecting samsara, it's possible to achieve if he is careful enough. Unfortunately, after thinking for a moment, he realized this idea was not feasible. Why would the devil cultivators join the alliance and be forced to work for others when they can kill a city of mortals to gather flesh and blood? These cultivators do not care about mortality, so they would choose the easier path to gather cultivation resources. So, they would rather go on a killing spree than work for Wang Wei's devil alliance. And the situation might not improve even if they joined. These devil cultivators would cheat the mission given by the alliance, delegate the task to their subordinates or slaves, kill each other for alliance points and forcefully take the credit of others. The main problem in controlling them is their twisted mindset, thought Wang Wei. So, the best approach is to use absolute force since they only worship strength. So, Wang Wei planned how to deal with the devil cultivators, instill the fear of God into them. He will kill them until they submit and behave. And if they refuse to surrender, there won't be any devil cultivator factions from now on in the Myriad Emperor world. Although I cannot say for future generations if they oppose me, I won't hesitate to wipe them out, thought Wang Wei with a ruthless light in his eyes, scaring the sect elders and disciples doing their business. Wang Wei smiled apologetically before teleporting to the sect. Meanwhile, these people began to wonder what unlucky person offended their sect master. They shook their heads since they could only offer their condolences to that person. Immortal Ascension World, Dharma Sword Sect. Ji Lanfang and his Dao protector, Silent Sword Immortal, finally arrived home. These people from the Dao Opening sect are crazy, commented Ji Lanfang. In the way hope, more than 5 insurgents attacked the team. Luckily, Sword One followed them along and protected them. The Dao Opening sect has become too powerful, thus breaking the balance of power. So, it's normal for other people to want to deal with them, uttered Silent Sword, who took the opportunity to get a brief understanding of the Myriad Emperor world while he was there. True. Isn't something similar happening to our sect? Ji Lanfang's rise of suppression in an entire generation was not well received by many people. And unfortunately, the Dharma Sword is not the Dao Opening sect. Although they are one of the most powerful sects with 5 emperors, but they had no eternals. So, most factions won't just wait for the Dharma Sword sect to cultivate not only an eternal emperor but an eternal supreme. After all, with the power and talent displayed by Ji Lanfang, he has a high chance of having such an achievement. Silent Sword did not continue on this topic and said something else. Sect Master, do you want to repeat Wang Tian's method? It's an excellent method to gather merit. And maybe even... No need. This is not my destiny, replied Ji Lanfang, who understood the subtle meaning behind these words. He could quickly enter the 12th sword realm with his talent, spread it in the immortal ascension world and acquire merit. Furthermore, he will prove the Tao even before Wang Tian. So, if he wanted, he could spread the new sword path to the entire lower dimension and garner countless merit. The only trouble with this method would be Wang Tian's son. However, Ji Lanfang did not want to betray his friend. Such a vile act would only affect his sword Tao. As you wish. Silent Sword knew destiny could be fought for. However, he did not insist since the sect master did not want to. Furthermore, the decision might be a wise one. He could foresee that the sect master would become enemies with his friend's son if he walked the path. Honestly, Wang Wei's talent and power scared Silent Sword. It may not be worth the trouble, he thought. Sect master, what about your arm? It's no problem. After cultivating for a few years and adapting, his strength will not decrease because of the missing arm. Are you sure it was a good idea to reject their help? It was, replied Ji Lanfang. Although I have only interacted with Wang Wei briefly, I can see he is a man of immense ambitions. He had a keen intuition for these kinds of things as a swordsman. Before we know how his ambitions will affect us, it's best not to owe him too much karma. Indeed. Silent Sword agreed with this cautious approach. He only worries about the missing arm affecting the Dharma Sword sect's grand event of cultivating an eternal supreme. Well, I cannot stay long in mortal realm, said Silent Sword. Sect master, take care of yourself. Thank you for protecting me, saluted Ji Lanfang as he watched Silent Sword ascend to the immortal realm. He then decided to enter seclusion, not leaving until the start of the Heaven-Will battle. In the mortal realm, without any immortal sovereign and Tao ancestor, Ji Lanfang was literally invincible. However, he never used his overwhelming strength to give more benefit to his sect because he knew there were a few methods for immortals to descend to the mortal realm for a short period. Ji Lanfang had to learn the hard way to be low-key due to the sheer number of assassination attempts he suffered from immortal-level powerhouses. Of course, he also became a legend after killing a few immortal sovereigns. Regardless, he decided to stay indoors to ensure he would become an emperor, making his sect rise to the pinnacle. Myriad Emperor World, Eastern Azure Dragon Continent, Casting Sword Villa. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Co. MGNE spewed another mouthful of blood after Wang Tian cut off a part of the old path. Damn it. Wang Tian, how could you be so crazy? He roared in anger. He took more pills to stabilize himself. A few minutes later, Casting One appeared in the room. Pa ND. A-No-V1 Jenny knew how much sword-based factions like themselves would suffer after Wang Tian's actions. Casting One sighed, the prosperity of this new path is the trend of heaven and earth. Jenny's face became ugly to look at. What was the trend of heaven and earth? It meant something destined to happen and nothing could stop it, just like the arrival of the new and prosperous era. Even as a trend of heaven and earth, there should be something we can do. The best option is to have someone as talented as Wang Tian use their skills to nourish the old path, added Casting One. However, that would only delay the inevitable. Jenny sighed with great sadness. If Shanger was still able, he might have a chance. Has there been any news about the Tao Heart solution? Unfortunately, not a single peep, replied Jenny. After Jian Wushuang's accident, the villa did not give up on him and searched for ways to treat him. They even send people to other world communities to find a cure. The only cure they found was a rare spiritual herb called the Tao Heart solution that supposedly helped people fix their broken Tao hearts. Unfortunately, that solution is, at best, a legend since no one has ever heard or seen it, let alone have it in their possession. Bang! A terrifying sword will suddenly emanated from the room, surprising the two. They reacted and found the source and were shocked when they saw it was from Jian Wushuang. I was wrong, muttered Jian Wushuang with a hoarse voice. My swordsmanship went astray. His eyes brightened up, becoming alive. They were no longer dull and listless. I should have never tried to control infinity, whether directly or through law resonance. Jian Wushuang coughed severely, but he ignored the situation of his body. Even the other two did not interrupt or help him. I should have incorporated it into the basic swordsmanship. My sword will is infinite slashes, infinite cuts, infinite parry, infinite stabs, and even infinite striking speed. Jian Wushuang's sword will sublimated as he found his own sword Dao, a pure sword Dao similar to Wang Tian and Ji Lanfang. Shuanga, you're healed. Jianyi could not contain his excitement. Not really, replied Jian Wushuang, who knew very well the terrible shape of his body. The breakthrough in swordsmanship has awakened me from the stupor state. But my Dao heart is still broken. Don't worry, added Jian Wushuang, calm to the point of scary. I have already found a way to heal completely. However, my fate with the Emperor path is cut off in this generation. Jian Wushuang decided to walk a path similar to a motionless swordsman, dedicated only to the way of the sword with no desire to have a Tao companion. In this life he will live and die for the sword. It's fine, reassured Jian Yi. You can seal yourself. You have a high chance of becoming an eternal emperor with your talent. Do you have any idea on how to deal with the situation? Suddenly asked Casting One. Isn't it obvious? Said Jian Wushuang. We have a better path. Why struggle holding into something destined to become useless? Things are not that simple. They are, he retorted. We will lose much of our power, but so will most swords factions. We need to eliminate those who cannot keep up while also focusing on cultivating the new generations with the right mindset for this new sword path. Casting One and Jian Yi frowned, pondering the consequences of the latter's words. This is a disaster but also an opportunity, said Jian Wushuang. After all, things sometimes need to break before rising and becoming stronger. The same principle applies to a sword. The two's eyes lit up before calming down. Old folks like us are too conservative, said Casting One with a big sigh. You can be in charge of this issue. I only ask you to be more sensitive when dealing with this transition. He then disappeared. Jian Yi also sighed but did not refute. Heal your physical problems. Then I will pass the Villa Master position to you. He also disappeared. Jian Yi could tell his disciple had grown up. It's a shame he had to experience such a cruel fate to mature to such an extent. Sword Alliance. Wang Tian teleported to the far northern part of the central continent, to a place known as the Supreme Sword Domain. He headed to the most prosperous place of this domain, Mighty Sword City. Wang Tian secretly went to the city lord. But to his surprise, two people seemed to be waiting for him. One was a middle-aged man dressed in a red robe, and the other was a young woman with a blue dress full of blood energy. Pian, Dan 0ve1. C0M Shuexiang has seen Lord Wang Tian, saluted the young girl. Are you waiting for me? My master told me you would come here. Wang Tian sighed after hearing this. All right, lead the way. Your Excellency, this way, said the middle-aged man who was the city lord. Although he controlled this large city full of powerhouses and resources, he did not dare have any attitude toward the former sect master of the Tao opening sect. The city lord led the two to a secret room full of formation. He activated them without wasting time, and Wang Tian and Shuexiang disappeared. Wang Tian soon found himself in another small world. A towering mountain was in the distance, with numerous cities at the base and the surrounding. He saw innumerable people flying in the sky with their swords. Wang Tian quickly noticed that 95% of the people he saw in this small world had a sword as their primary weapon. Additionally, he noticed the spiritual qi between heaven and earth was violent, making it more challenging to absorb for cultivation. In the past, I was arrogant and called the people of the demon god sword sect sword users, not swordsmen. But now, he secretly shook his head, admonishing his young self. Then he followed Su Xiang to the towering mountain's peak. She guided him inside a hall but did not follow. Meanwhile, Wang Tian saw an older man with white hair and beard, bulging muscles and mighty sword intent. However, the most striking thing about him was a scar on his left eye. So, you've reached this realm as well? Of course, replied Fan Shun with a calm but heavy tone. I already had the foundation. So, it's normal I reached the stage after seeing you demonstrate. Indeed. Your demon god sword has been right all along, muttered Wang Tian. The demon god sword is an old sect despite having only one great emperor. Their founder, Demon God Sword Emperor, existed during the Incense era and was quite talented. He was the first to preach that swordsmen need a powerful body, then condense their essence, spirit and qi to reach higher realms. Unfortunately, he was talented in body refining but not swordsmanship. Before proving the Tao, he only reached the sword law realm, not even the sword domain realm. This meant he could use the power of his sword through the domain of the saint realm, but not individually like other swordsmen who reached the 11th realm. Despite this, he was still a mighty first-class emperor. The Demon God Sword Emperor created a sect, hoping to pass on his ideal to the next generation. Unfortunately, their sect has been ridiculed by pure swordsmanship factions for over 4 eras. Until today. Why are you here? Asked Fan Shun, not even asking Wang Tian to sit down or offer tea. You know why I'm here. Fan Shun did not say anything but stared at Wang Tian. "I'm here to apologize," added Wang Tian, looking at the scar on the latter's face. When he was young he could sometimes be too hot-blooded. So, he once met Fan Shun and discussed the way of the sword. Wang Tian thought Fan Shun was a mediocre swordsman and disdained interacting with the latter. He even called him a sword user, meaning someone who only uses the sword but does not cultivate the sword Dao. This was one of the worst insults a swordsman could receive, so Fan Shun criticized Wang Tian's ignorance and pride. Angered, Wang Tian almost killed the latter with one slash, leaving that scar on his face. However, Wang Tian remembered Fan Shun's words as he lay bleeding on the floor. "One day you'll realize I was right." Before leaving, Wang Tian sneered. He felt he would dirty his sword to kill someone like Fan Shun. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. What did you say? I didn't hear it correctly, said Fan Shun as he casually cleaned his ears. Is this necessary? What do you think? Replied Fan Shun. I knew this day would come, but I thought it would be way later in your cultivation path when I'm dead and buried. So, I prepared for my descendants to receive that apology. Fan Shun sneered before laughing. His voice echoed like a dragon roaring. Who knew heaven favored me and allowed me to see this day? All right. I sincerely apologize for my actions back then. I was young and ignorant, uttered Wang Tian with a wry smile. Yes, you were, sighed Fan Shun as a weight lifted from his shoulder. He looked to the sky. Founder, do you see this? You were right all along. It's a shame your unfilial descendants spent so long before showing the world your vision and broad mind. Fan Shun thought of countless demon god sword sect disciples since ancient times, all with the mission of proving the founder was correct. And only with his generation did they succeed. Unfortunately, he had no chance of proving the Tao. Otherwise, the sect could use this opportunity to rise and prosper in the myriad emperor world. They could have even inherited the destiny of the new sword path, ensuring the longevity of their sect for countless generations to come. Fan Shun sighed again before focusing on Wang Tian. Something tells me you did not come here only to apologize. You're correct, nodded Wang Tian. I came to invite you to be the vice leader of the Sword Alliance? Sword Alliance? Wang Tian explained the situation to him regarding the creation of the alliance, and Fan Shun's eyes lit up, but only for a moment before returning to a dull calmness. Our demon god sword sect is not powerful enough to hold the position of vice leader. He could foresee the power such an alliance would have and the strength he would wield as a vice leader. As such, he knew many people would not be convinced that such a small and weak emperor lineage to hold such a high position. I need to send the message that anyone with the right qualification can have a high position in the alliance, no matter their background, persuaded Wang Tian. Furthermore, your demon god sword sect has been following the ideologies of the new sword path for generations. You have the foundation for the alliance to quickly get a foothold. Fan Shun understood why Wang Tian chose him. His sect has the foundation to rapidly cultivate swordsmen of the new path, thus allowing the alliance to gain power and influence in the myriad emperor world. Meanwhile, he can use this opportunity for his sect to rise and set foot at the top of the food chain of this world. It's a win-win situation. It's going to be dangerous and risky, commented Fan Shun. Everything in the cultivation world is dangerous and risky, countered Wang Tian. The question is the risk is worth the reward. Indeed, said Fan Shun. He was not an indecisive individual. On the contrary, once he makes up his mind on something, he will do it with all his strength and ability. This is the reason he can persist that the old sword path was wrong for so many years, ignoring the world's scorn and disdain. Fine, I accept. Excellent. Wang Tian discussed the establishment of the Sword Alliance with Fan Shun before heading out to recruit a few more people he thought would fit. Finally, he found 4 more people and gave them the position of Sword Hall Master. As such, the Sword Alliance had a preliminary division of power. The Alliance leader was the top, followed by the Vice Leader and the 4 Sword Hall Protectors, which Wang Tian named after the 4 divine beasts: Dragon, Phoenix, White Tiger and Black Tortoise. A month later, the sect finished constructing the Alliance's headquarters with the help of many weapon refiners. Then Wang Tian also had someone refine a luck-condensing artifact for the Alliance in the form of a sword before condensing the luck of the new sword path. On the opening day, visions appeared throughout the myriad emperor world as Wang Tian's voice could be heard in every corner of the world. Many swordsmen then realized Wang Tian would not wait before shaking the power or foundation of the old sword path. No, he has already prepared for the future. Unfortunately, there was nothing they could do. Many swordsmen joined the Sword Alliance after the opening. Most were young cultivators who were more malleable in their beliefs and philosophies. And the other groups simply wanted an opportunity to enlightenment on the Blessed Land so their sword realm could improve. Extreme versus Ultimate. Eternal Ascension World, Origin Seal Continent. Wu Hong teleported to Sword Empress hideout. What is it? I feel the destiny of the ultimate sword path connected to the Tao opening sect's luck, said Wu Hong. Oh, the kid must have succeeded, uttered Sword Empress with brilliant eyes. She thought he would be as stubborn as her. So, it's related to your descendant in the lower dimension. Yes, and it's quite the talented fellow. Oh, for you to acknowledge someone else's talent, he must be exceptional. She knew her son was very harsh when judging talent. Maybe even too strict. However, her harshness had cultivated plenty of peerless talent for the Tao opening sect. It's a shame many of them seem to have terrible luck. Yes. I cannot wait for him to reach my level and challenge me for the Sword Grand Tao Source position. You have so much faith in him? Yes. The kid's talent is not under him, nodded Sword Empress. The only thing he lacked was luck and destiny. Luckily, his son, who is an even bigger monster, made up for the deficiency. His son is even more talented? Wu Hong was genuinely surprised since she knew how high such an evaluation was coming from Sword Empress. If nothing unexpected happens, he's the one destined to end the era of these parasites, replied Sword Empress, looking in the distance. Plus, Brother Qishan believes he's the one who will show us a path toward detachment. He's that talented? Although I have my skepticism, I must admit this kid is talented and has too many destinies intertwined with him. Plus, you know Qiyuan's vision. Wu Hong nodded as she knew Qiyuan was the kind of talent that could take the entire Chaos Universe into account as he strategized and planned for countless Yuan epics in the future. So, his vision is unparalleled. Well, that does not matter now since the kid probably has not even proven the Tao yet, added Wu Hong. Before the latter takes that step, everything else is relevant since his mortal fate will forever hinder him from accomplishing all his destinies. I came to ask whether you would take the destiny of the ultimate sword path after healing. It's a good way to heal. No need. I don't need to fight with my juniors. Although Sword Empress could take the destiny of the upper dimension and Wang Tian that of the lower dimension, she would not take something so beneficial from her descendant. Then you should pave the way for him, added Wu Hong. Indeed. But I might not need to act. Sword Empress knew how stubborn swordsmen were, especially the ones from the upper dimension. They've learned the existence of the ultimate sword path for eons, but no one has even gathered the destiny of that path. The swordsman from the extreme sword path would exterminate anyone who tried. In the past, Sword Empress killed a few paragons to show the extreme sword path was better than the ultimate path. But now, she prepared to kill anyone who tried to gather the destiny of the ultimate and protect Wang Tian from the cult-like swordsman from the extreme sword path. What I worry about is whether one of these parasites would train someone to gather the luck of the ultimate sword path, said Sword Empress. If they do, we will secretly help the rebellion and kill them, said Wu Hong. Since her friend wanted to pave the way for her descendant, she would help. Good, but be careful not to be discovered. Anyway, they cannot achieve success in a short time even if they try. Gathering the luck of any path or ideology is not a simple thing. You're underestimating the situation, added Wu Hong. Time Eater seemed in a hurry, maybe even a little desperate. So, cultivating a ninth paragon on their side is an excellent method to stabilize the situation. And if it is one who controls the luck of the ultimate sword path, his control over the world will become higher. Sword Empress frowned. We should increase our support for the rebellion. Otherwise they may not last long. It's a perfect time now that Supreme Unity is busy with the dark truth. Panday, N0V1. Su Junyao has been in a bad position recently because of her apprentice, said Wu Hong after thinking for a moment. So let's use Emperor Kong. Anyway, he's well hidden and protected by his sage's golden body of merit. Okay, but still be careful. Some of these people might be really crazy enough to ignore the consequence and kill him. I will. Sword Empress suddenly sighed. I cannot believe we have been reduced to such a situation. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Back at her peak she could kill any of these parasites with one finger. But now she has to hide like a rat and rely on a bunch of weak tier 11 and 10 people to secretly fight her battles. The cultivation world has always been ever-changing and fate even more mercurial. All things must rise before falling, then repeat the cycle, replied Wu Hong. So, it's not surprising we reached such a low, given how high we once stood. I'm glad you're taking the situation better than me. Wu Hong smiled but did not answer. Although her memories of the ultimate taboo were foggy and unclear, she knew she underwent a sublimation of the state of the mind because of an experience. At her level, such a change was rare and extremely valuable. As such, she could adapt to her situation rather swiftly. Furthermore, she retained more strength than Sword Empress and did not suffer the humiliation of being hunted down. Alright, I'll get to it. Wait, said Sword Empress. Are you sure we should not deal with these outside forces? She was worried that other Chaos worlds would take the opportunity while the Eternal Ascension world was weak to invade and acquire more resources or benefits. Don't worry. Nothing will happen as long as Maitri and Supreme Unity are here. Wu Hong has already analyzed that these two tycoons wanted stability throughout the Eternal Ascension, hence the reason they supported the actions of the 8 parasites. Although Mithraea appeared to no longer care for stability recently, Supreme Unity remained the same. So, he will never allow outside forces to interfere and cause chaos. What about the dark truth? Should we be worried? What's the point? She replied with a wry smile. Even those two are powerless. Indeed. The dark truth is something even Grand Tao cannot deal with. So, even if these two reached half-step detachment, they would also be powerless. I forgot that this world is so complicated that it's sometimes frustrating, commented Sword Empress. After reaching the end of the Grand Tao source, many paragons would feel they were now capable of discovering all the truths and secrets of the Chaos universe. And that idea would send them on a journey of realizing how small and insignificant they actually are compared to the vast Chaos universe. The worst part about this journey is that the path forward is cut, so they have no way to truly unravel the universe's secrets. Paragons would then realize the world was a cage and were simply prisoners with more rights than the others. Wu Hong also sighed, "We are alive, which means we have hope." She then disappeared. Wang Wei almost ran away from the Sword Alliance. His father wanted him to help with the early establishment of the alliance. Unfortunately, he barely managed his sect, let alone help others with their problems. He rushed home to see his lovely wife. For some reason, he missed her terribly despite not seeing her only for a few hours. Wang Wei then spent the next few days in the bliss of yin-yang harmony. He wanted to enter seclusion but suddenly sensed Li Jun's return, so he went to see him. How did it go? Although there were some twists and turns, the war talisman is finally in my possession, replied Li Jun. Twists and turns? Wang Wei thought it would be relatively easy to get the talisman. The inheritance spirit felt the war Dao was only a part of my slaughter Dao, so the talisman would be wasted on me. So, he didn't want to give it to me. Li Jun had to convince the spirit, and the latter even made the trial 10 times more challenging. Well, as long as you succeed, nodded Wang Wei before handing him the slaughter heart. Li Jun's eyes lit up after knowing the use of this thing. With the war talisman, the slaughter heart, and my crazy plan, I might reach 6-leaf strength. And once he refined the slaughter weapon, his strength would further reach a higher level. He was excited as he slowly placed the heart away. Oh, I met Di Tian. You what? Yes. I think he was also searching for the war talisman. Are you alright? You seem fine. I think it was only a clone. However, he injured me with one attack, said Li Jun, shaking his head. I took the opportunity to activate my life-saving talisman and ran away. That's smart, nodded Wang Wei. He spent the next few hours talking to Li Jun, preparing for the final battle. Then he tasked his Fate Shadow Guard to check on Di Tian's movement. He knew his actions were pointless. After all, it's very easy for people of their levels to hide their tracks. Afterward, he left a clone to spend time with his wife while he entered seclusion. Seclusion. Wang Wei's seclusion was not inside his fate-transcending mountain or the sect master's Tianwei Peak. He entered a small world called Dao Tree Secret Realm. As soon as he entered, he saw a gigantic forest with countless trees shining with Dao lights, rhymes, and even Dao sounds. The size of this small world was on par with the best Great Thousand World, but there were only these trees. Wang Wei looked at this forest and could not help sighing. Every time the sect's quasi-emperor, supreme, saint, and void-shattering realm reached the end of their lifespan or were about to die for some unknown reasons, they had two options. First, seal themselves in bloodstone and wake up to serve the sect during a catastrophe. Secondly, use a secret technique to remove their law altar and Tao tree and leave it in this secret realm to serve as the sect's foundation. So, generation after generation, this secret realm slowly developed before reaching this stage. It has become a manifestation of the Tao opening sect's foundation. Secret realms like this are the difference between ancient and new sects like the Emperor Enlightening Academy. Although they have the second number of great emperors, their existence is not nearly as long to have such a secret realm. Wang Wei waved his hand to manifest a cushion floating in the air. He sat down and a time formation appeared around him. He deployed his 365, future Buddha self, and trillion spirit particles before closing his eyes to cultivate. Immediately, the trees in the secret realm began to sway back and forth as their Tao rhymes activated. Wang Wei then found his mind extremely clear. The laws of heaven and earth became easier to understand. Additionally, the law comprehension of the tree's owners allowed him to learn by comparison. However, Wang Wei did not stop there. Once in a while, a book will manifest before him and he will comprehend them. His fate shadow guard has already infiltrated most of the emperor lineages of the world, allowing them to access their emperor scripture. Although these scriptures did not contain the Tao rhyme of the originals, he did not mind since his monstrous comprehension allowed him to still understand them. Of course, he did not cultivate all of them. Pan Dian 0 VE1 C, and finally, Wang Wei began his journey of comprehending the fate of myriad Tao. He had this idea long ago to use his fate Tao to control all other Tao, thus achieving the same effect as greater chaos Tao. Time became irrelevant to Wang Wei as he continued his journey of the Tao. His Tao fruit grew with the growth of his cultivation realm. Simultaneously, his Dharma body also developed. Wang Wei did not know how tall it was, but it was enormous. From ancient to modern times, few people could compare to him in the size of their Dharma body. After an unknown amount of time, Wang Wei felt he had reached the peak of the supreme realm. However, he did not immediately break through. Instead, he used a secret technique to call a few Tao tribulations to temper his Tao fruits further. Once he felt he had reached the peak, he proceeded to the next step. His only complaint was that his Tao tree was still silver, even though he knew this was inevitable. During Gu Shen's trial, he learned about the Emperor Tao world's cultivation system and had an idea of how to make his supreme realm unique. Now he finally reached the stage to accomplish his plan. In the eighth realm of that cultivation system, the cultivators condense an incarnation of self from their fruits of laws before fusing with it in the next realm. The fruit of law is similar to the Tao fruit of the origin system, so he wanted to copy their methods. Wang Wei's primordial spirit separated a few spirit particles to fuse with the different Tao fruits in the Tao tree. Using the cultivation method of the Emperor Tao world system, he refined his primordial spirit into his incarnation of self. A weird wave spread from the Tao tree throughout Wang Wei's sea of consciousness. Because of that wave, he felt his primordial spirit was purified by a small amount. He knew if it were not for the abnormal level of his soul, the purification process would be a baptism that drastically increased his strength and power. I should add this incarnation of self method into the new origin system when I update it, thought Wang Wei before focusing on the actual changes in his body. The purpose of the incarnation of self is to allow cultivators to have a sublime level of control of the laws of heaven and earth. And his method also worked the same for him. Wang Wei suddenly gathered the power of his other incarnations to properly feel the changes in his body. I've reached half step into the Emperor control. He initially divided his force control skill into 5 levels: full control, master control, grandmaster control, pinnacle control, and heavenly Tao control. However, as he cultivated this technique, he realized pinnacle control was too broad, so he further divided the level after grandmaster control into more stages. Please visit Panda, N0V1. Co. Immortal Pinnacle, Immortal Control, Tao Control, Emperor Control, and Heavenly Tao Control. Previously he had only reached Tao Control, but now he had stepped into Emperor Control. The only reason I cannot reach that level is my lack of strength or cultivation realm, thought Wang Wei. However, I should reach complete Emperor Control once I achieve the 10 Extremity Foundation and acquire great Emperor level strength. During the cleanup, he had taken a glance at an even higher level, Heavenly Tao Control, allowing him to establish a foundation for the future. But now, he no longer had to take time to reach Emperor Control. Once he proved the Tao, he could directly focus on achieving Heavenly Tao Control. Wang Wei exhaled deeply as he muttered, "This is the result of combining different civilizations. Cultivators should take more advantage of different cultivation systems." He understood only some were talented enough to combine two different cultivation systems into something better. However, cultivators would greatly benefit by simply opening their minds and learning from other systems. They should exchange and communicate more. The Myriad Emperor world made the wrong decision by shutting themselves off from the endless void. This act greatly regressed their civilization and prevented any further development. Wang Wei pondered these things briefly before focusing on his cultivation. He checked his Dui realm. As expected, it further evolved after making his supreme realm unique. Although it had changed after his Dharma body broke the limit of 1.269 trillion meters, he felt it was not the same. A more mighty Dui realm equals a stronger Tao will. So that's good news for me. Wang Wei then focused on breaking through into the quasi-emperor realm. Cultivators fused their bodies with the Dharma body in this stage, achieving a pseudo-Tao body or emperor body. The size of the Dharma body is usually the actual body of any quasi-emperor. However, because of psychology and the environment, 99% will shrink their bodies to regular human sizes and only use their real body during high-intensity battles. However, I am different. Wang Wei chose the reverse way. He shrunk his Dharma to be the same size as his body before fusing. The result of this method should be a more condensed and powerful Tao body. However, this thing is more tricky than I anticipated. The Dharma body is the physical manifestation of a cultivator's Tao. It's both real and unreal. So, condensing requires very subtle manipulation of the law, which is something he excelled at. However, it also needed more time than he anticipated. I will temper my body as I wait. Wang Wei then focused on condensing more black holes inside his body as he waited for the Dharma body to shrink to the size he wanted. Previously he only condensed 10,000 black holes. But now he focused on completing the ancient desolate body refining scripture. As he condensed more black holes, Wang Wei watched as his realm in the true power Tao realm rapidly increased. Then, when he condensed 250,000 black holes, he finally reached the fourth layer, infant fiend god stage. Wang Wei stood in a desolate secret realm and clenched his hand before punching the air. Is this the power of one fiend god force? I can fight one root Tao ancestor with my body alone. One fiend god force equaled the power to destroy 1% of a heaven will world. With 100 fiend god force, I will be able to destroy a heaven will world with one punch, muttered Wang Wei. This power level is beyond even an eternal emperor. Is this power of a fiend god that was just born? Wang Wei could not help but shake his head as he realized how unfair heaven and earth were. According to this true power Tao realm, infant fiend gods were born with the strength of Tao ancestor. And as they grow and develop, they will reach strength beyond 20% of the grand Tao source. He then focused on himself. It took 250,000 black holes to reach the fourth level. By the time I condense all millions of them, I won't travel far in the fourth layer, he muttered, realizing how difficult it is to walk the true power Tao. Quasi-Emperor Realm. Wang Wei continued his seclusion. He waited for his Dharma body to condense to his desired size while creating more black holes in his acupoints. Simultaneously, he also continues to deepen his understanding of the Tao through law comprehension and emperor scriptures. Pan Dian 0 VE1 C. M. Wang Wei stood half-naked in his cultivation realm. Countless small lights appeared all over his body. 269 million to be exact. He clenched his hands as he sensed the overwhelming power coursing through his body. Only 9 fiend god force, he muttered with a wry smile. The true power Tao cultivation was not easy. I reckon there won't be much of an increase after I fuse with the incarnations, commented Wang Wei about his situation. According to his calculation, the other incarnations should reach a similar level as him in their body cultivation. However, the final outcome won't be a simple addition of their fiend god force after fusing. So, the final result will not be as high as Wang Wei would love. I already knew the true power Tao was not easy. He shook his head, focusing on more important things. Wang Wei now had the strength of late stage 1 root Tao ancestor only with his fleshly body. He calculated that he could reach the peak after a few more fiend god forces. 9 fiend god force meant his attack could destroy 9% of the myriad emperor world without heavenly Tao reinforcing the world or using world source to rapidly heal the damage. Of course, he also could not destroy the world with 10 consecutive punches. I wonder how many fiend god force will be equal to an eternal emperor, wondered Wang Wei. The infant fiend god layer was not linear. For example, one fiend god force equals the power of a one-root Dao ancestor. But according to Wang Wei's calculations, an eternal emperor was probably around 40 to 50 fiend god force, despite the fact they were 1,000 times, if not more, powerful than a Dao ancestor. Let's not focus on things that are too far from us, muttered Wang Wei. I should focus on how terrible the tribulation for this layer will be. The third layer test was terrifying and almost broke him despite his immense willpower. As such, he expects the subsequent tribulations to be as harsh, if not worse. Wang Wei frowned as he thought of his future. I will ask Wu Hong for her experience to learn from. He learned many valuable and subtle ways to temper his body from the desolate emperor. However, the latter did not talk much about the tribulations, most likely hoping Wang Wei would experience them himself and use them as an opportunity to gather more experience. Luckily, I should be able to hold on for the tribulation until I become an emperor. Wang Wei put his clothes back on before teleporting to another secret realm. He saw a vast land with a few spiritual herbs planted. However, many of these herbs had colorful fog emanating from them. Furthermore, the disciples caring for these spiritual herbs had powerful protective talismans around them. Wang Wei dared not even check some of these spiritual herbs with divine sense and could only glance at them. Liling did an excellent job with these poisons, especially the dragon-binding grass, thought Wang Wei, focusing on a blue-colored grass spiritual herb with dragon designs on the leaves. There is no point in using them now for body tempering. After proving the Tao, I can nourish them with the power of the Grand Tao Source to turn them into Emperor-tier spiritual herb. This method will make these poisons more effective for his true power Tao cultivation. Wang Wei only wanted to check on these things on a whim. So once he finished, he returned to his cultivation. After condensing all 1,000,000 black holes, he technically finished cultivating the mortal layer of the ancient desolate body refining scripture. As for the immortal layer that made it an insurgent technique, Wang Wei could not cultivate it because of the risks. Without having the immortal essence that immortal venerables, Tao ancestors and great emperors had, he had a high chance of dying or being crippled if he cultivated that layer. However, Wang Wei researched that layer and realized it could provide some help in the future. The immortal layer had two parts: soul modification and primordial god veins. According to this scripture, any person who succeeds in cultivating it can have the power of a 6-star primordial god Primarch. Unfortunately, even a talented person like Desolate One only cultivated to the level of 5-star Primarch and had the strength of Pseudo-Eternal. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Co. Wang Wei estimated there are not enough resources in the lower dimension to cultivate the scripture to the highest level. Furthermore, there is a chance the highest layer of the scripture is theoretical. Ancient Desolate might have only completed this scripture after he ascended. Wang Wei was not sure. Despite his monstrous comprehension, there are certain things he cannot truly understand until he reaches a certain realm. So he can only theorize. Wang Wei continued tempering his body while waiting for the Dharma body to shrink. He used the divine thunder sealed inside his body. It's one of the few things still working for him. Furthermore, he did not stop working on his acupoints. Although he no longer had to condense black holes, he could nourish them and expand their size as a way to cultivate his fleshly body. The only downside to these tempering methods was the slow speed of cultivation. His current cultivation speed was a nightmare compared to the past when he felt his strength drastically increasing every second and minute. The situation should improve after the final battle since I will have more options for immortal tier opportunities and resources, muttered Wang Wei before focusing on becoming a quasi-emperor. After what felt like an eternity, the Dharma body final shrink and Wang Wei fused with it. Thousands of gray lights emanated from his body during the process, followed by mysterious runes. His body also exuded Tao rhymes and heavenly sounds, meaning someone could become enlightened just by standing near him. And since his Dharma contained a river of fate from his heavenly physique, a vision of the fate river also manifested behind him. Subsequently, Wang Wei felt his connection or affinity to the main branch of the river of fate drastically increase. Is this a good or bad thing? He pondered. However, he could not come up with an answer. So far, it seemed it was to his advantage. But he was always wary of the river of fate after his mortal dust. Is this the pseudo-Tao body? Muttered Wang Wei, concentrating on the changes in his body. After an emperor stays too long in an environment, the place will be contaminated with Tao rhymes, turning it into a blessed land for cultivation. Now, Wang Wei could see his body also exuded signs of having these characteristics. His body seemed to be in harmony with the Tao as his every gesture contained the profound truth of heaven and earth. He once theorized about the changes cultivators would undergo during the cultivation journey. In the early stages, from body refining to primordial spirit realm, cultivators turned themselves from flesh and blood creatures to energy lifeforms. Before the primordial spirit realm, cultivators could be considered half flesh and half energy creatures. However, after condensing their primordial spirit, they can abandon their body and live as spirits or complete energy creatures. From the void-shattering realm to the great emperor realm, cultivators transformed from energy lifeforms to conceptual lifeforms. They existed in a higher dimension where they could not only control different concepts and ideas, but they were the embodiment of these concepts. A better name would be Tao Body Embryo, he commented. As long the embryo is baptized by the grand Tao source, it will turn into a true Tao or emperor body. Wang Wei continued checking the changes in his body. His lifespan should have drastically increased after this breakthrough. Unfortunately, he used the resources from the demon supremacy world to achieve the lifespan limit of a mortal. 1 yuan epoch or 269 trillion years. Then he went to the battle pagoda to check his strength. He fought with the interaction of Di Tian he created from his defeat in the heavenly abode world. Wang Wei was easily the victor since that version did not finish his 9-extremity foundation. Then he created another one based on the information he gathered from the oracle mirror. Barely 2 root even with my fleshly body, it's a similar result as the other incarnations he analyzed after exiting the pagoda. Logically speaking, he should reach 5 root as long as he fused with the 8 incarnations that also have 2 root strength. Unfortunately, the difference between each root is vast. Furthermore, there is a limit of 4 root for people who use the unorthodox 9-extremity foundation. Luckily, I have the Fate Palace and Fate Gu for baptism, so I don't have to worry about an incompletion. He exhaled deeply. After countless years and numerous tribulations, he finally reached this stage. Next is the final fusion, he muttered before leaving. Completed 9-extremity. Wang Wei stood in another secret realm with a transplanar transmission array. The array lit up as he calmly waited. A few seconds later, someone who looked exactly like him walked, with the only difference being the black hair and eyes. "So you're the first," said Wang Wei. "It seems so," replied the free will incarnations. "Let's not waste time and immediately fuse. We have to wait for fate to arrive." A few minutes later, another Wang Wei walked out of the formation, and it was the Fate incarnation. Although technically immortal with no cultivation, he could easily kill an immortal venerable with his mighty soul power and deep understanding of the law of heaven and earth. "Is everything ready?" he asked. "Yes." "Then let's begin." The 3 sat cross-legged in the air with their eyes closed. 9 palaces manifested above his head, releasing a gray light that entered Wang Wei and the free will incarnation's body. The Fate incarnation waved his hand, and the Fate Gu flew into a pool in one of the palaces. Finally, Wang Wei began the fusion. The first thing he experienced in the process was the memory of the incarnation. He watched how the latter cultivated from the body-tempering realm until the free will incarnation became a quasi-emperor. Wang Wei took this opportunity to experience every realm of the original system a second time, starting from scratch. This benefited him greatly, including a deeper understanding of the Tao. He created the free will incarnation from Zhen Chaos body, so the latter did not have to start from a mortal like the other incarnations. Nevertheless, Wang Wei's Tao heart was still baptized through the incarnation's mission. Another benefit of this fusion was the increase in his fleshly body. Wang Wei worried the different chaos materials fused by the various incarnations would cause problems during the fusion. But he was wrong. The materials turned into power or energy to elevate the fleshly body to a higher level. So, they technically disappear while cultivating the ancient desolate body refining scripture. So, the final fusion was one of flesh and flesh. Even the black holes of the incarnation became nourishment for the black holes of Wang Wei's main body. Is this the power of existence? The incarnations are clones, yet they are also another extension of me, thought Wang Wei as he analyzed the changes in his body. He saw his Tao tree had some golden colors scattered in the silver parts. He knew this was the benefit of using the 9 fate palaces as a catalyst for the fusion. "I feel my fateless abilities are now complete after fusing with this incarnation," muttered Wang Wei. Then he continued, "P&D and Ov1. Ko, Emichi experienced a life of goodness, joy, and light from the Yin incarnation. Of course, the life of a woman. From the Yang incarnation, Wang Wei experienced a life of evil, slaughter, sadness, and darkness. Based on his spiritual hints, the two incarnations each experienced mortal dust, ensuring a stable and potent Tao heart. Their mortal dust had some unique aspects as they each turned into the sun and moon for a while. The power of yin-yang emanated from Wang Wei's body as he finished his fusion. His body, soul, origin essence, law, Dui realm, battle experience and Tao heart once again sublimated. He felt the power coursing through his veins and nodded in satisfaction. The only thing he was not happy about was the Dui realm. With the memories from Earth, these incarnations tried to push the boundary of the cultivation system. Unfortunately, they could not succeed because they were an extension of Wang Wei's main body. They could use the Dui realm but only the one from the main body. The worst part is they only discover the reason behind their failures once they regain their memories. The next incarnation was luck. While fusing with this one, Wang Wei's face changed, showing a range of negative emotions. Sadness, despair, grief, guilt, pain, loss, and anger. He looked like a schizophrenic patient, experiencing countless personalities simultaneously. Then tears dropped from his eyes as he opened them. He exhaled deeply. I finally understand his pain. He experienced the luck incarnation's emotion as he watched Wu Hong die. He felt the despair and helplessness of the latter, the guilt for his own weakness and lack of ability. I will never let something like that happen. He would die before watching something happen to her. Although Wu Hong told him his action would be selfish since he would leave her alone in the world, he did not care. He would be selfish if such a situation presented itself. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Co. Emichi exhaled deeply, managing his emotions. The next fusion was with the Karma incarnation. Wang Wei watched as the latter tried to be detached or transcend the shackles of karma. After many unsuccessful attempts, the Karma incarnation chose to create a river of karma and fuse with the karma of all living things, thus becoming the source of karma. With this method, he was no longer bound by any karmic debts or restraints. I have a feeling this experience will be extremely beneficial to me later on, he muttered before checking the changes. This incarnation fused with the river of karma he created, so Wang Wei's unbound karma physique further sublimated after the fusion. He now had the karmic resistance of a great emperor, meaning he could slaughter hundreds of heavenward world and not be affected by karmic sins. Excellent. After the great Tao source baptism, this physique should further evolve, pondered Wang Wei before continuing with the next incarnation. Life and death or samsara. Did you eliminate all the traces? Wang Wei asked. Yes. Old man Nether won't find anything even if he turned heaven and earth upside down, replied the samsara incarnation. Excellent, replied Wang Wei before proceeding with the fusion. Things proceeded smoothly as he drastically improved in all aspects. As he opened his eyes, his vision changed as he saw a red room with countless cloud-shaped blobs. He looked at one of the blobs and could tell this soul would be reincarnation approximately 6 generations from now in the Myriad Emperor world. However, Wang Wei suddenly frowned as he looked at another soul. Grandfather will be reincarnated into another world community? Although he was still resentful toward the man, he knew what he meant for his grandmother. So, he waved his hand to change his reincarnation time to be the same as his grandma's. Finally, he linked their soul to have a love fate line before blessing them with ample luck. I wish you all the blessing and love in your next journey. He closed his eyes as he continued his cultivation. The next incarnation was destiny. The mortal dust of this incarnation was interesting. He became a tyrant that controlled the destiny of everyone in the world. He released knowledge of his existence, desiring people to revolt against their fate and try to defeat him. Many tried, but unfortunately no one succeeded. The most significant benefit of this fusion is his Tao heart tempering. He was very satisfied with the result. Additionally, he fused the latter's Book of Destiny into his Proving Tao artifact, sublimating it into an Ultimate Emperor artifact embryo. The last incarnation was Order, Disorder. Through this fusion, Wang Wei experienced what it was like to be Heavenly Tao through the latter's mission. When the Order clone first replaced Heavenly Tao in a lower thousand world, the latter felt his mind became cold, indifferent, and calculating. He tried to resist that change but realized he needed to retain a certain level of apathetic mindset to control the entire laws of a world. And as he became the Heavenly Tao of a middle and greater thousand world, the amount of information he needed to process every second was astronomical, so he needed to stay in a state of indifference for a longer period of time. Through this incarnation, Wang Wei further peeped into the workings of Heavenly Tao, thus increasing his understanding of the heavenly Tao control of his force control skill. Lastly, he learned more ways to access and control his willpower. The last step, muttered Wang Wei as the 9 fate palaces fused with his main body. His aura suddenly increased as he underwent a baptism. A potent power of fate nourished his body and boosted his strength to another level. I feel complete, commented Wang Wei as he felt the peak 5 root strength he possessed. 9 extremity is wonderful, it's a shame I cannot leave any records for the sect, muttered Wang Wei. The 9 extremity foundation is one of the core secrets of heaven and earth, so it contains certain karmic power which prevents people from leaving any records of its existence. Furthermore, even people who know about it will have their memories become blurry and even doubt the existence of the 9 extremity foundation. The only exception to this rule is Emperor, but even they cannot leave written records of the 9 extremity. For example, after Wang Wei leaves, his ancestors' memories of the 9 extremity will also become unclear, and many will directly forget it. However, as long as he, Di Tian, Wrath, and Chu Luo are present in the lower dimension, knowledge of the 9 extremity will not be affected. So, if Jin Mingyao does not take the opportunity to use his current knowledge about 9 extremity, it will disappear from his mind after Wang Wei leaves. Wang Wei looked at his fate incarnation. Are you ready? Of course. Let's go. He took the orb containing the science and technology world and entered. Fierce General. After feeling something wrong with the cleanup, Di Tian left with his shadow, returning to the Myriad Emperor world. His father immediately came to see him after his return. The cleanup is already finished? Asked the Di clan patriarch. Something went wrong so I left alone. What happened? He asked with a frown. It doesn't matter, replied Di Tian. Does the clan have any sealed heaven chosen who practice overlord or tyrant Tao? The patriarch pondered for a moment. There should be. What? I need one to be my general. Do you even need a general? He knew his son's strength, so he felt the latter was guaranteed to win this generation's battle. This is one of the reasons Di Tsong did not mind his son was the reincarnation of some powerhouses. I thought I did not, but Wang Wei's strength caught up with me. Di Tsong immediately frowned and hurriedly asked, How sure are you to win? I don't know. Di Tian would be sure if it were before since he could break the limit of 9 extremity. However, he knew Wang Wei was the kind of person who could create miracles. Di Tsong immediately became nervous since he's never heard any uncertainty from his son before. There is no need to worry, added Di Tian. He was not as worried about the final battle because of his emperor soul. He now broke the limit of his soul and can continue to reincarnate. The only reason he wanted to prove the Tao in this generation no matter is he knew Qinger imprint might not survive past this generation. Di Tsong sighed to calm down. Follow me. He took his son to a secret realm where numerous coffins with profound seals around them. Di Tsong held a talisman while reviewing information about these sealed heaven chosen. Soon he found the person he wanted. Di Tsong then used a secret technique to unlock the coffin. Then a fierce and brutal aura emanated from the coffin. I'm awake, said a beautiful and melodious voice. Finally, this suffering has ended. A woman dressed in plain black clothes walked out of the coffin. Her body exuded a terrifying yang energy, showing her mighty fleshly body. She opened her mouth to swallow a vast quantity of spirit qi. She turned around to look at Di Tsong and Di Tian. I specifically asked the clan to wake me during a generation full of eternal destiny. Is it this generation? Yes, but this is not why you're woken up, said Di Kong. What do you mean? You need to be the general of this generation's heaven chosen? What did you say? Said Di Jiang, releasing a terrible killing aura. It was so intense the surrounding tremble, and Di Tsong had to take a few steps backward. Di Tian waved his hand to disperse the pressure. Do you have a problem with what he said? Of course I do. How about now? He released a terrifying pressure that made Di Jiang unable to breathe or move. Not bad, commented Di Tian before increasing the pressure. He wanted to force her to heal. However, Di Jiang refused to bow down. Who was she? A peerless genius born at the wrong time. She was born in the Middle Emperor era, 30 years after Emperor Three Leaf from the Loose Cultivator Alliance proved the Tao. Tainted by the karma of the previous generation, her emperor path was cut before it started. However, she refused to accept things so easily. After cultivating until the quasi-emperor realm, Di Jiang contacted everyone who survived the Heaven-Will battle and battled them out. She suppressed them one by one, shocking the world. However, this was not the end. Di Jiang showed her arrogance as she challenged Emperor Three Leaf. She claimed to the world that if she had been born earlier, the latter would never prove the Tao. So she challenged him to fight her in the same realm. She used the Di clan's power to spread rumors throughout the myriad Emperor world. Finally, Emperor Three Leaf could no longer ignore this matter and decided to prove her wrong. He sealed himself to the strength he had before acquiring the Heaven-Will and fought with her. Then the world was schooled. Di Jiang dominated that battle and won, proving to the world she would have been the emperor if not for her poor luck. Meanwhile, Emperor Three Leaf became the laughingstock of the world. A mighty first-class emperor was no match for a little girl. What's more, he only won because of his luck. Angered, Three Leaf wanted to eradicate Di Jiang to wash away this shame. Unfortunately, the Di clan's insurgents prepared and took Di Jiang away. However, Three Leaf did not give up and mobilized the power of the Loose Cultivator Alliance to fight the Di clan. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Co. M. The result was his exile into the upper dimension. Although the Di clan did not have an eternal emperor, their founder was a man of great merit. In the ancient emperor era, the western continent was desolate, even worse than the current northern continent. It was full of baleful auras, chaotic spatial energy and low spiritual chi. Then the patriarch of the Di clan arrived and cultivated the earth Tao and minor and array Tao. He reconnected the veins underneath the western continent to revitalize it while also using formation to slowly remove the baleful aura and smooth the chaotic spaces. The Di clan founder did not fix the western continent in one generation. Generations after generations of the Di clan helped the process, including the other four emperors. The Di clan received great merit for their actions, and their founder even refined a unique emperor artifact full of merit and connected to the entire western continent. With this foundation, the Di clan swiftly dealt with Emperor Three Leaf and saved Di Jiang's life. Thinking about everything she experienced, Di Jiang would never kneel to anyone. Great willpower, said Di Tian coldly. Unfortunately, it's useless before absolute power. Crack. He increased his aura, forcing Di Jiang onto her knees. He ignored her ugly complexion or all the blood from her body. You serve as my general, and I will find karma washing water for you to compete in the next generation. Di Jiang gritted her teeth but did not say anything. You can serve me willingly or I can enslave you, added Di Tian. Believe me when I say you won't even be able to kill yourself in front of me. Di Jiang's eyes became red. Then, a few seconds later, she suddenly became incredibly calm and composed. Fine, I agree. Interesting, muttered Di Tian before pointing his hand to her forehead and putting a seal inside her soul. You betray me, you die. The strong decide the fate of the weak. That's how the world should be, she said nonchalantly. As long as you understand, said Di Tian, who knew Di Jiang was the kind of person who could bind her time before taking revenge. Unfortunately, the difference between them was something she could not even fathom. Now follow me. Di Tian led Di Jiang to meet with Gao Buqin and Gluttony. He spent the next few days preparing detailed training programs for these three, including using formation and tactics from the Qin dynasty. He mobilized numerous resources from the Di clan and his private reserves to train them. Then he entered seclusion. Not long after he entered, he received a talisman that disturbed him. Wang Wei wants to see me, he muttered with a frown. Di Tian condensed a clone and sent it. After knowing the reason for the visit, he condensed another clone with 95% of his power and sent it after the people Wang Wei wanted to kill. Pan Din 0V1C, M, did you find the place of the war talisman? We discovered 5 locations where it could be. Di Tian's eyes squinted with a cunning light. Good enough. Have our people stay in these places and notify me if they see Li Jun. As you wish. Di Tian frowned as he sensed the latter's hesitation. What is it? Master, are you sure Li Jun is coming for the talisman? He wanted it ever since he lost to Fang Lijuan. With Wang Wei's destiny that can nourish others, it's normal for him to find it, said Di Tian before dismissing the sleepers. However, he was in a bad mood because of the quality of the new sleepers. They were incompetent in his eyes. He closed his eyes to wait. The assassination failed? He muttered with a frown. Those people from the upper dimension are not simple. He shook his head before focusing on his cultivation. This time he would enter deep seclusion, even using a time chaos treasure to ensure he reached his goal. No matter what happened outside would have to wait for his exit. Let's see what kind of power this limit breaker will bring me. Mortal Emperor. Di Tian continued his cultivation, deepening his comprehension of the Tao. Floating in front was a small golden tree that released a tremendous amount of Tao rhymes. If anyone could see this tree, they would be surprised, as it was the legendary Bodhi tree, a treasure even eternal supremes would fight to the death for. The Bodhi tree enhanced comprehension and made it easier for cultivators to comprehend the law. And once it grows to a certain size, it's helpful to even great emperor realms and above. Even in the upper dimension, Bodhi tree is an invaluable treasure. Although it's not an innate or chaos treasure, the Bodhi tree is 100 times more valuable than most of these treasures. Regrettably, Buddhist-oriented spiritual treasures became extinct after the extinction of Buddhism in the lower dimension and the absolute beginning magic. Di Tian only preserved this Bodhi tree after awakening his memory as a monk in the incense era. After countless years, incalculable treasures, and relentless effort, he grew it to the current 50 centimeters size. With the help of the Bodhi tree and his emperor's soul, Di Tian felt his comprehension had never been as smooth during his entire cultivation journey. So, he swiftly reached the pinnacle of the supreme realm. To ensure a solid foundation, he underwent Tao tribulation to temper his Tao fruit to the best state possible. Then, 9 Dharma bodies manifested behind him, each reaching the limit of 269 trillion kilometers. Di Tian began the fusion process, so his body grew in size. It did not take him long before he reached the height of the Dharma body. So, he proceeded to fuse with the second. His actions allowed his body to break the limit of 269 trillion kilometers. Di Tian repeated the process until he fused with all 9. So, I've reached this step again, muttered Di Tian as he checked his Tao body. His strength reached 5 root, but it was barely. The final step, he muttered before continuing his cultivation. He focused on condensing the illusory world in his acupoints to temper his body to the peak of this generation. Once he finished, a mysterious seed full of runes appeared in his sea of consciousness, releasing a power that drastically increased his fleshly body. Boom! He punched in the air, shaking the entire secret realm. Luckily, he used his power to reinforce the surroundings. Otherwise, he would have destroyed everything. Only 13 Fiend God Force? He commented with some dissatisfaction. He soon relaxed, since the research he did make him understand that true power Tao was not an easy path to cultivate. Di Tian did not leave his retreat since he finally reached the most crucial step, beyond 9 extremity. He readjusted his state before closing his eyes. He saw a purple orb floating in his sea of consciousness and stared at it for a few minutes. Although he knew it was the best choice to absorb the limit breaker, and he did not have a choice, a small part of him still wanted to use it to revive his wife. So he took a deep breath before beginning to use it. After completing the 9 extremity foundation, Di Tian felt he had reached a ceiling of power that he could not. He could push the height of the ceiling by a small margin, but he could never go beyond it. However, as he used the limit break, he sensed cracks appearing on the ceiling. Bang! Di Tian felt the limitation of heaven and earth placed on him was forcefully broken. Then he felt his strength increase at an exponential rate, especially his understanding of the Tao. Half of his golden Tao tree turned purple gold. His divine sea, which was a combination of 9 divine seas, expanded tremendously. His soul was nourished and reached an unprecedented level, and his energy was purified beyond a level he thought possible. Di Tian had never felt such strength in his life. He was undergoing a radical transformation into a supreme and venerated being. The only disappointing thing about this transformation was his fleshly body, as he only reached 15 Fiend God Force. Is this the power of a great emperor? Muttered Di Tian with a little fascination. He felt mighty, supreme, and invincible. In his mind, he could achieve anything between heaven and earth. Di Tian suddenly felt danger, and he swiftly reined in his mind as his powerful Tao heart and state of mind stabilized. He did not let his sudden strength increase affect his mind. Is this why 9 extremity requires a powerful Tao heart to achieve? He quickly understood if he did not have a powerful Tao heart to control his current strength, something terrible would happen. He might lose that strength or worse, die. He muttered as he raised his head. His vision penetrated the secret realm, and he saw the sky outside of the Di clan. Numerous visions manifested in the sky, shrouding the entire myriad emperor world. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Co. MDI Tian frowned. It detected my breakthrough? He did not have the best relationship with Heavenly Tao, so he always used a chaos treasure to hide from the latter's eyes. But now it seemed it discovered his breakthrough. It must be the work of true Heavenly Tao, thought Di Tian, unhappy about the vision. With such a grand scene, some people should guess the reason for this great celebration. A large piece of purple merit descended from the sky to Di Tian in the secret realm, followed by a piece of information in his mind. He squinted his mind as he realized breaking through the limit of 9 extremity was not as simple as he imagined. Mortal Emperor, he muttered with squinted eyes. His achievement of 10 extremity was the first in the entire Chaos universe, so Grand Tao granted him the title of Mortal Emperor. With this title, he will have luck and destiny compared to a son of Era without having the responsibilities. He will have an extended period compared to others to comprehend existence, thus increasing his chances of becoming emperor. Thirdly, his lifespan can break the limit of 1 yuan epoch. As a mortal emperor, he can live for 9 yuan epoch. Furthermore, he could participate in the heavenly battle every other generation without washing away his karma. Lastly, he will have 1 extra life after proving the Tao, similar to if he had consumed a longevity resource. So many benefits? Di Tian knew he would benefit significantly from any of these things. With such tremendous luck and destiny, he does not have to worry about Heavenly Tao's scheme. Plus, his survivability drastically increased. After all, with the destiny of sons and daughters of Era, it's not easy to kill them. The second ability increased his chances of becoming an eternal emperor. More lifespan will always be valuable, not to mention the ability to not be affected by the karma of a generation's heavenly battle. Finally, he will have an extra life after becoming an emperor. Di Tian smiled slightly before returning to his old calm demeanor. Then, another piece of information appeared in his mind. As the first person to become a mortal emperor and create a new foundation, he has the right to name. Since there is 9 extremity, call it 10 Supremacy Foundation. As soon as he said these words, the records of Grand Tao changed and added a new level of Tao Foundation. Immediately, countless paragons, fiend gods and half-step detached beings sensed the change in the universe. However, only a few could find this new record. Many people even wanted to find the person who had such an achievement. Unfortunately, Grand Tao directly protected Di Tian's existence, not allowing anyone to discover him. However, a few scary existences discovered the source of the change was the Eternal Ascension world. Di Tian exhaled deeply to control his emotions. He looked at the purple merit before him and could not help smiling again. He placed it away, knowing this was the first step in a long road. To his surprise, another piece of knowledge appeared in his sea of consciousness. However, the source was Empyrean 9 Pillar. The latter left him with many of his theories and possibilities about the 10 Supremacy Foundation. This person was truly a heaven-defying genius, commented Di Tian after reviewing the knowledge. He shook his head in regret as he could not fathom the latter's achievement if he were not obsessed with achieving 10 supremacy. His inheritance will benefit me immensely. However, I have something else to do. He waved his hand to create a bunch of runes. He seemed to be casting a spell, but with his power, it was not instant. Moreover, Di Tian was very cautious. With my new power, he should not discover it. The only thing I should worry about is those damn old things. Di Tian breathed in relief before continuing his cultivation. Science and Technology World. Wang Wei and the Fate Incarnation waited for someone in a white room. Knowing it might take some time, he decided to continue to study the changes in his body and his previous fusion experience. Ten Supremacy. Author's note. Thanks to Black_Jesus_1999 for the super gift. Last month, I had one of the lowest incomes from this novel, which was very disheartening. However, your gift has greatly motivated me. Wang Wei first felt the changes in his Tao body. After fusing the 9 Dharma bodies, he created a solid foundation for his emperor path. From his knowledge, he knew the emperor's body was another battle strength for great emperors, but only for people with deep foundations. However, there were more crucial aspects of this fusion. After the void-shattering realm, physiques, even heavenly ones, are almost useless. The others are essentially useless except for rare physiques like Sushire's primordial chaos physique or upper dimension physiques like the innate grand Tao physique and the paragon soul. The owner could use some method to retain a few special characteristics of their physique after proving the Tao. However, that's a rare occurrence. PNDNOVE 1. These physiques were yin-yang balance physique, unfettered physique, good fortune physique, luck, karma source physique, spacetime overlord physique, samsara physique, heaven order physique, and destiny manipulation physique. He fused these unique physiques into his fate puppeteer physique to create the embryo of the fate domination physique. Currently this physique is useless and is only an embryo. However, after becoming an emperor, he can nourish it with the grand Tao source and the river of fate to become complete. Wang Wei has no big ambitions about this physique. He only wishes it could give him a boost when comprehending the fate grand Tao source. With his current monstrous comprehension level, the future Buddha self, the spirit particle, even a few % increase from this physique will be highly beneficial. Maybe it's not as useless as I thought, pondered Wang Wei as he felt his fate innate talent he had not used in a long time begin to change. The innate talent is extremely powerful, and he used it to deepen his understanding of fate Tao. He also incorporated many of the things he learned from it into his fate transcending sutra. However, the weakness of this talent is how easy it is to backlash him when used on people on the same or higher level than him. As for weaker people, it was overkill to use it on them. I planned to see if I could refine and elevate it to a higher level. Or maybe create an artifact with its power. But now, it seems it might still be useful to me in the final battle, thought Wang Wei before continuing to check his body. He checked his origin essence and all he could say is the amount was endless. Adding his Chi Flower ability, he never has to worry about his stamina for fighting. After proving the Tao, the origin essence will nourish the Emperor body, contributing to my foundation. Cultivation system with only energy also has the hope to be excellent in the Emperor realm. If their energy quantity is vast and pure enough, they can nourish the Emperor's body. And as long the Emperor body is strong enough, someone can use it to become an eternal supreme. Of course, other cultivation systems have too many advantages over pure energy systems. For example, Wang Wei's gold Tao tree will also fuse with his Emperor body, increasing his Tao foundation. Wang Wei clenched his hand and felt the power of his fleshly body. 18 Fiend God Force, an increase of 9. Not bad, I guess. Finally, Wang Wei checked on his Fate Transcending Sutra. Each incarnation has its unique scriptures. Now he had to fuse them all. This will take some time, pondered Wang Wei. The Fate incarnation created an outline for the fusion, and he only needs to fill it in. The door of the room suddenly opened and two people walked in. A woman and a man. Wu Fun has seen the immortal, bowed the woman, and Wang Wei looked at her. He remembered the little girl from the martial divine dynasty who participated in his little game during his trial. She was the final winner and became the ruler of this world. After so many years, she somehow managed to keep that power. 9th level genetic warrior, not bad, commented Wang Wei. The little girl is nothing before the immortal, replied Wu Fun with some hidden emotions. After the warriors of this world reached the 9th level, many became arrogant and challenged the so-called immortal, who was the true ruler of this world. Unfortunately, Wang Wei's clone patted all of them with one attack. After all, even if it was a clone, he could still kill a bunch of little supreme and quasi-emperor realm cultivators. Let's not waste time, said Wang Wei looking at the scientist behind her. Have you finished what I asked you? Yes and no, replied Wei Yinlei with hesitation. You can speak freely. Wei Yinlei took a breath before explaining, according to our research, the quantum realm is indeed the way to reach the 10th level. He showed Wang Wei numerous data. So what exactly is the quantum realm? Asked Wang Wei. A truly wonderful world, said Wei Yinlei with bright eyes. It is a place where the laws of physique break down. The speed limit is no longer the speed of light. The temperature can go lower than absolute zero. However, this is not what makes it so wonderful. After the 7th level, genetic warriors can also break the laws of the physique. Please visit Panda, N0VE1. Co. M. The real wonder of the quantum realm is the fact, concepts, exist. Things like life and death are no longer a simple decay of the cells and consciousness, fate is no longer probability, and creation is no longer matter manipulation. They are tangible and observable concepts. Wang Wei squinted his eyes. So, how to become a 10th level genetic warrior? Enter the quantum realm and use the high consciousness to absorb these concepts, elevating the body to a quantum life form or a higher dimensional creature, explained Wei Yinlei. Then he sighed full of regret. Unfortunately, this way is only theoretical. No one has ever succeeded? Why? Only a few people succeeded on the trip to the quantum realm and the others died. However, even the one who succeeded could not find or touch on the concepts in that realm. Their high consciousness was not enough? Correct. Wang Wei nodded as he understood these people's souls were not enough to succeed, but he did not have this problem. Did the blood I gave you contain the concept from the quantum realm? Asked Wang Wei. Yes. One contained the power of destiny, and the other of slaughter, replied with fervor in his eyes. The being you gave us was a perfect mix of flesh and concept. Every single cell in its body contains them. Wei Enlei's eyes lit up. What's more, that creature was not limited by its flesh and blood. Its concept, in its body had its mark, meaning it could exist even if it lost flesh, blood, and high consciousness. Wang Wei squinted his eyes, controlling his emotions. How to get to the quantum realm? By shrinking myself? He asked. Yes, but that's only because of our primitive technology, explained Wei Enlei. The quantum realm is like a higher dimension, or maybe a space that exists between reality and spirituality. Unfortunately, only through shrinking can we get there, making the voyage extremely dangerous and requiring a certain level of body strength before succeeding. Wang Wei asked more questions until he understood everything. Then he ordered the two to prepare for him. He set up a time formation for the Fate incarnation and had the latter swiftly reach the pinnacle of the 9th level. Finally, the incarnation used a very complicated-looking machine to enter the quantum realm. The process was smooth. However, the incarnation encountered trouble after entering. He felt a mysterious power wiping him out every second he spent inside. So, he had to use his meager strength to resist. Knowing the situation, the incarnation quickly searched for the Fate concept, and absorbed it. Unfortunately, he encountered another trouble. He could not refine it before the power of the quantum realm destroyed him. Luckily, the Fate incarnation was prepared. The main body unsealed his soul and gave him a lot of spiritual power to use. With them, he rapidly absorbs the concept. The incarnation felt a sublimation of the body and self. Furthermore, he had a higher resistance to the power of the quantum realm. Unfortunately, he soon frowned. This is not enough, he muttered. My current power only equals the immortal venerable one leaf. Immediately he knew what to do. He continued to absorb more concept, to sublimate himself. After an unknown amount of time, the incarnation felt his body sublimated to a new and indescribable level. Success, he muttered as his eyes lit up. Could I continue to absorb? Unfortunately, he did not have this thought for long as he sensed it terrifying while waking up. He frowned as he wondered what was with this change. However, he decided to play it safe as he did know the consequence of this will, so he used the method given to him by Wei Enlei to return. How is it? Asked Wang Wei when he saw the incarnation. The latter did not answer but released a powerful aura. Although brief, Wang Wei could tell this aura was enough to kill him. Excellent, he uttered. Let's not waste time and fuse. For safety reasons, he could do it inside this world in case Grand Dao appeared. The process was not smooth for one reason. The genetic warrior system was technically another cultivation path, so it was slightly incompatible with the origin system. Luckily, he faced this issue when creating the 8 Heterogeneity Foundation. Boom. A terrifying aura released from his body, cracking the formation he placed around. Wang Wei felt a sublimation as his power reached another level. I feel invincible. Is this the power of a great emperor? He suddenly felt the urge to destroy this entire world with one attack before recreating it. He immediately reins in his arrogance through his mighty Dao heart. The changes to the mind are a little scary, he commented. With his Dao heart, he actually lost control of his power. No matter what, I succeeded. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.